All right, welcome in. It is time for Total Bases. Tokyo Brandon's back. We've got 2 games to talk about. We only had 1 game to talk about yesterday, but we kind of were both in agreement on the over, and that game soared over. I think we had 17 runs in total. I ended up shutting it off. I mean, I didn't have any action anyway, but Brian Leonard, I know you were on the over in some capacity in that game. So welcome in. Talk about your day yesterday for a minute.
Yeah, I've been a really nice run, 16-4 now, 4-0 yesterday. The only thing I had to sweat was a small play on the Mariners team total over. I had 2 in the first. I thought they were going to get more, and then I had to wait all the way to the 8th to get the other 2. But yeah, we had the over, we had the football game, the blowout in the football game, we had winner and underdog winner in hockey on the Detroit Red Wings. So yeah, as they say, seeing the card very well right now.
How was your dinner, TB?
It was good. I had a good dinner. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be on the show tomorrow either because I have another dinner party that I have to go to. But, all these dinner parties, sorry. Anyways, I'm here today.
Sucks being popular, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it sucks eating nice food at nice restaurants in Tokyo. But I won my 5% play yesterday. I was on the Blue Jays, and so I was pretty happy about that result. That was a rocking chair win, as they say, as you guys were talking about before the game. You guys had the over, so it looks like we all did all right in MLB yesterday. So yeah, let's talk about today.
I'll just say, for people that don't know, I'm sure most of the guests know at this point, but like Tokyo Brandon's actually in Tokyo. He's doing this show at night. I applaud you for being able to do this all year at night, no issues, because I know like there's no way I would be able to do a show 5 days a week at the time that you do it without having like constant conflicts, of things to do. So not a problem at all.
I don't have much of a social life, so
I don't really either, but like it's just so much harder to do things at night. Like I've tried to do nighttime like shows before, with Gabe, Sports Grid, like stuff like that, and it's just like much more difficult. So props to you for being able to do this all year. I'm just going to give our show a little retweet here as folks file in, and it's awesome that we still have people. It's October 16th, and we still got people showing up to hear us talk baseball. We're going to ride this out right through the World Series and 2 games today. So let's start in the National League. We'll go to Brian Leonard. Brewers, Dodgers. This was the series where we kind of talked yesterday, and we said, well, if there was a team that's probably going to get back into it, might be the Blue Jays. That seems to be the team that the series that maybe has a little bit more juice from a kind of being able to provide us with some drama type series. That being said, I don't know that you even with the fact that the Brewers are an underdog today, Brian, are you writing this team off? Or are they getting swept? Do they have any chance here, in your opinion?
I think this is the game that they can grab. If they lose here, they may be written off. Right now, there's not a pitcher listed because they're looking to use Jose Quintana, and we don't know if he's going to be the starter or if they're going to bring somebody else in to open, and then he comes in. But all hands on deck since they had yesterday off. The current line, and they're going against Glasgow for the Dodgers. Current line looks to be around the 190 range, total of 7.5, slightly to the over. The reason why I'm somewhat interested in Milwaukee here is I'd like the veteran pitcher going today. I don't know how long Quintana's going to go, but keep in mind he hasn't pitched in a while, and that's my only concern here. But I do like the Milwaukee bullpen. They've gone with bullpen games before, and they've had a lot of success. Really, Peralta and Priest are really the only 2 that they've used in the playoffs for the most part. But the reason why I think they've got a chance here is Glasnow is either really good or he struggles. He doesn't have the consistency of some of the other starters in this game, and that is a concern. When you take a look at Glasnow on the season, excuse me, 3.19 ERA, 3.25 expected, 1.10 whip. He looked really good last time out, but his chase rate remains in the first percentile, walk rate in the 7th percentile. So he's going to put some batters on. And that's been the problem with Milwaukee in this series so far. They have not had many batters on. I believe they've only had like 1 in 3 hits or something like that the first 2 games of the series. They're a patient team. They can get some walks here against Glasnow. And he's not a guy that goes very long. He's had 18 starts, 90 innings. So we're probably looking at 4 to 5 innings of Glasnow, no more than that probably, which exposes the Dodgers bullpen. It's better than it was earlier this year, but it's still the weakness of the team. So the way I'm looking at it as of right now, and I literally just rolled out of bed right before the game, so I haven't read anything overnight since I've gone to bed. So right now I'm looking for a way to play on the Brewers. I don't know if it'll be a team total or what it'll be, but I think there's value there. And it's a lot of these underdogs haven't had a lot of value. I think there might be something on the Brewers here.
It seems like Dave Roberts learned his lesson from game 1, leaving Yamamoto in the entire game in game 2. So he must have caught a lot of flack for that. And he learned his lesson, it seems. So hopefully he can not make any more stupid decisions and almost lose the game for his uber talented team. If you look, I don't, Brian, I'm not sure why you think Glasnow will get pulled early. He went 6 innings in his last start against Philly, but you're right. He's either really good or really bad. So if he starts to show signs of weakness there, yeah, they might give him a quick hook. But if he's handling him pretty well, I think, given how Dave Roberts handled game 2, I think he'll leave him in for 6 innings here. I mean, there's a chance if he pitches well. Now, Glasnow against the Brewers has a 141 average against and a 510 OPS, which is really good numbers. And at home, he's got a 2.77 ERA compared to a 4.08 ERA in the road. So I think Glasnow will be pretty solid here. And Quintana, he's got decent numbers against the Dodgers, but I'm just not sure how many of those numbers came in the latter part of his career or when he was a Met or before that. So his last game, he went only 3 innings. The game before that, he went only 4 innings. So not sure how much of Quintana we're going to see. Might see a lot of Brewers bullpen here. So if you like the Brewers bullpen against LA, then yeah, they would be a good side to back here. I think Glasnow, I think the Brewers team total under in the first 5 might be a decent play. I haven't done it yet because under 1.5 is so hard to play in MLB. I'm looping a blast and boom, your bet is dead. So I don't know if I'll play it or not, but that would be the way I would go if I were to.
Yeah, so couple thoughts here in terms of like, you know, I was on the Brewers in game 2, and part of my handicap, the frustrating thing for me was that part of my handicap, it never had a chance to materialize because, of course, Yamamoto went the distance. So kind of going back to what Tokyo Brandon was saying, I don't think Roberts really had a tough choice to make in that game. I mean, he was just in cruise control. He had a lead. There was like his pitch count was down. Like there was virtually, yeah. But here's the. Let me explain to you the difference between those two. Snell was at 103 pitches going into the 9th inning in a 1-0 game that became a 2-0 game. So if you're Roberts, you're looking at the 9th and saying, okay, it's getting close. Let's say he puts the first guy on or the second guy on, now I'm going to have to bring probably his, I think his mindset was, well, I want to bring Sasaki in this game anyway. This is a younger guy that's had a tough time with his confidence. He's gotten down on himself at some point. You know, like I don't want to bring him into a bad situation, inherited runners. Like I want to give him the clean inning. And I think the second run in game 1 sort of gave Roberts the like cushion to be like, all right, now I have a 2-run lead. I'm comfortable bringing him into the game with a 2-run lead. Like I'm actually going to defend Dave Roberts in game 1. I didn't mind that. I also would not have minded if they left Snell in. Like I don't think either decision is the wrong decision there. Game 2 was a no-brainer. Yamamoto's cruising, hadn't really given up anything. He's got a 5-1 lead. There's absolutely no reason to take him out. So I don't think that there was a really like a tough decision for him in game 2. In this game, like I don't think that I don't think Glasnow is gonna, like, he's certainly not throwing the whole game, and I don't mind that. Like I know he went deep in his last start. TB, what'd you say? It went 6 innings. I'm just trying to get it up here.
Yeah, it was 6.
Went less than 2 in the one before that, though, in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm kind of with Brian in the respect that, like, Glasnow still shows signs of, he's still a guy that I think has some cracks at this point. So this is another guy. We've talked about a couple yesterday in Bieber and George Kirby. This is another guy that had to work around a midseason injury, right? He was hurt. He went down early in the season, had to go and basically shut it down, rehab an injury in the middle of the season, and very like George Kirby-esque. He's had, he's not getting, like, he's had trouble in departments where when Tyler Glasnow is on, you're never seeing those issues for him. So you talk about like bottom 7% of Major League Baseball in walk rate. Like when Tyler Glasnow is normal, is not injured, is his usual self, like he's not walking batters at that rate. He's not in the bottom 1% in chase rate, right? Like he's going to get far more swing and miss when he's on. You look at his regular season numbers this year, which here they go. Like, yeah, they were pretty good. 3.19 ERA, 1.10 whip. But I'll say the same thing I said about Shane Bieber yesterday. His inning sample size was only 90 innings, right? 90.1 innings. So if he had another 100, is his whip 1.10? My gut is saying with some of the categories he's struggling in, maybe not, right? Like I don't think you can just put guys on base like that, or like if you're not. It's what's interesting to me is that his strikeout rate is still very good, but he's not getting a ton of swing and miss, which means he's pretty effective in the zone. So that's, I guess, a good, that would be a check mark in the good column for Glasnow for sure. But like, I'll go back to the kind of our conversation the last couple days, Brian, where we're like, the Brewers are a scrappy team. I think if you've got to work in the zone, which is really what Glasnow is going to probably have to do here, you got to think that they can generate a little more offense than they could have off of Snell and Yamamoto, who were just so good that they didn't even have a chance, right? Like how many, like, I know you sort of said it. How many base runners have the Brewers had in the first 2 games of this series?
Yeah, I believe they had just 1 without a walk in game 1, and 3 and 1 walk maybe in the other game. So it's been tough to get their base runners on and do what they do best. I think they'll have a little bit more success here against Glasnow. Now, he's an excellent pitcher, no doubt about it, but he's not pitching as well as the other 2 guys. And so it's a little bit of a break there. And obviously Milwaukee doesn't have their starters going. Peralta's, as I expected, he struggled a little bit in the playoffs. But if Milwaukee's got a shot in any game, this would be the one. And right now, with the Dodgers up 2-0, everybody's rating off Milwaukee. And even our friend Tokyo Brandon knows you don't write off the Brewers. So, if you're looking to play one underdog in this series, this may be the time to do it.
I'll just, I do want to finish up one thing in regards to the handicap, because I'd be remiss if I didn't at least point out, like, listen, Quintana's not a better pitcher than Glasnow. He's got a lot of things that concern me. Like, so I think if I was going to bet on the Brewers here, I'm looking at it from this standpoint. I would want the 1.5. So I would want the plus 1.5 cushion with the road team here. Right now it's like minus 130. I think if the Dodgers took some more money throughout the day and maybe knocked that down 10 cents, I'd be even more willing to get involved with that. And the way I would look at it is I'm going to trade getting the 1.5 for being at a pitching disadvantage, but I'm going to have to decide how much I trust Pat Murphy to push the right buttons here. How long is he going to leave Quintana in? Who is he using out of the bullpen? Is he willing to bring in Mizorowski or no, because he's going to have to be the game 4 guy? But like, if you don't win game 3, then the game 4 is almost irrelevant. So it's like, there is a lot of different ways that this game can go for Milwaukee. And I think it comes down to, like, do you think Pat Murphy has a good game plan? Do you think he can push the right buttons to keep the Brewers in this game? If the answer is yes, I think you consider the +1.5 here with the Brewers. If you think the answer is no, it might be tough to get to the window with the Brewers. Sorry, TB, were you going to add something there?
Yeah, one thing to mention, although Glasnow has really good stats against these Milwaukee batters in his career, his postseason ERA in his career is 4.89. So he does tend to be a choker in the playoffs. So that does go towards what Brian was saying. So which trumps which, you know, the head-to-head stats or the career playoff stats? We'll see tonight. I will say, though, that the Dodgers are probably the only lineup, the most deadly 6 through 9 lineup in all of Major League Baseball. So that's something to consider as well.
Victoria L says, Kent State graduate here. Love the hoodie. Yeah, I was just talking to Brian off air. I just kind of, you know, I was doing some MAC basketball preview or prep, just reading some previews and trying to get through all the different conferences. And that was cold this morning. It's finally getting cold here in central New York. Went over to the closet. I said, you know what? I'm in a MAC mood today. So I'll throw Kent State's hoodie on. Brian, of course, went to Akron, so he was not thrilled to see this when I logged in. But yeah, Kent State had a great time at the MAC Center. Very like unique, kind of cool venue. I went there with Brian Power. We put down a few Golden Flashes lagers at the game. So they have their, you know, that's a big thing, Brian. I look for that. Like, listen, you gotta have a team beer or a team drink. Like that to me is a no brainer. If you are like, there's always a local brewery, do a partnership, make yourself a beer with the logo on it. I really like looked for those last year, and you lose points in my book if you don't have a beer with your logo on it that's partnering with a local brewery. So I believe the Kent State version is the Golden Flashes lager. And yeah, Brian Power and I had a few of those. We had a great time and a very cool venue. And I will say this, and I've said this numerous times, Kent State Akron basketball game was one of the best sports atmospheres I have ever been to. Any sporting event. That game I went to was at Akron. They definitely just let anyone and everyone in. Probably, you know, good thing the fire marshal didn't show up. They probably oversold the building by 500 people. People standing on the track up there. Like they have a track around the top, and it was just total mayhem. So shout out to Kent State Akron, an elite rivalry that I don't think a lot of people know about. All right, let's move it along. The Zips, that's right, TB. The Zips and the Flashes. Also, two great mascots right there. Like,
oh yeah,
you know, we don't need any more Wildcats. Okay, we don't need any more Bulldogs.
No,
give me a kangaroo.
Akron and Kent State are both the same colors too. So,
well, Brian, help me out there. I think Akron's got a slightly different goal.
Yeah, Akron's blue and white, and Kent is blue and yellow.
Oh, I see. There's no gold.
Zippy, the Akron mascot, won Mascot of the Year 2 years, maybe a decade ago. So nobody knows about him, but they have a contest for some reason, and he has won, or I think it's a she actually. She has won 2 years. So Akron won the soccer championship 1 year, and Zippy has won a couple of years. That's basically your Akron history there for sports.
The accolades of the Akron Zips.
Tim says, Adam, are you doing your college basketball previews this year? A couple of people have asked me that, and so the answer is no. But the only reason for that is we are going to do a college basketball show very similar to this one, in the same times, actually in a slightly different time slot. We're going to go 10 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. It's going to be myself, Rob Vino, and Brian Power. And so we are putting the effort, that would normally be put into doing previews, into making sure that show is ready to rock come day one. So the first episode of that show, as Jersey Tugging Sports and Games in the chat says, you know, he says What date does the new show start? That'll be November 3rd. Monday, November 3rd. That is when college basketball tips off, and we will be hitting the ground running with Monday through Friday. So basically the same. And again, don't quote me on that. I got to ask the producers, but I'm fairly certain that we are in the 10 to 11 time slot, I think. But don't quote me on that, because that's not my call. But I do think it's going to be 10 a.m. as opposed to 9 a.m. And the goal will be the same format. So we are taking the total basis format and trying to apply it to college basketball, which could go completely off the rails. There's 364 Division I college basketball schools, but we're still going to, I pushed back. I said, the chat wants to talk about what they want to talk about. If the chat rolls up and asks about St. Bonaventure, that's what we're talking about. If the chat wants to talk about Villanova, we'll talk about Villanova. So I think it's going to be a really good show. Rob Vino has more info in his brain than like everyone at this company combined. So we're good. It's not going to be a problem. I follow the small conferences up here in the Northeast. I usually have something to add when you ask about, just some random Jesuit school in New York, like with 2,000 kids. I'm usually covering that one. Take Sienna Bryant. Yeah.
Arizona rules.
Mixer, your boy will be at that game. That's the first game I'm going to this year. The alma mater has invited me back to go down to that game. So I've got some nice press passes. I will be at Sienna Bryant on opening night. And I hope we're going to run Bryant out of the building. I truly hope that's the case. Sienna's got a great team this year. I will get back to baseball, though. I'm sorry. You guys got me all excited talking about college hoop, but we still have another baseball game to talk about. And so Brian Leonard, I'm heading back to you. We had Mariners, Blue Jays. You crushed this game last night. Team total over, full game over. Tokyo Brandon with the Blue Jays bat. So you both sort of just printed in this game, and the Blue Jays are now back in the mix in this series, 2-1. Going to you, Brian Leonard. Do the Mariners regain control of the series tonight?
Scherzer and Castillo going. Scherzer hasn't pitched in a while, and Castillo's been better, but I don't know how long they're going to leave him out there for this one. We're looking at Seattle's only about a 120, 125 favorite in that range, 7.5 to the under. Yesterday's total was 7 with Bieber and Kirby. This one's 7.5 with a rusty Scherzer and a Castillo who's not as good as Kirby is. And so the first thing I'm going to look at is looking back at the over again. As you said, that was a no-doubter all the way through. And I know this is a good pitcher's park, but they're not taking into account these are two of the top 5 hitting baseball teams on the season, and you heated up a couple of guys yesterday that have been struggling. So that's my first look. Scherzer comes in with a 5.19 ERA, 4.79 expected, 1.29 WHIP. His four-seamer, in which he's dominated on in the past, is down to 93.6 miles an hour. So he doesn't have the big fastball that he had in the past. His barrel rate is in the 2nd percentile. Ground ball rate, 2nd percentile, means a lot of fly balls. And home runs come from fly balls. I don't know if anybody knows that, but unless you were watching the last time the Brewers played, where they had a fly ball that ended up as a double play ground out, which was the funniest play I've ever seen in my life. But getting back to today's game, I don't know if I trust Scherzer. I don't know how long he's going to go. But while he's in there, he's not the same pitcher as he was. He's a bulldog. I mean, he's a great guy to have on the team. But you look at Luis Castillo, 3.54 ERA, 4.10 expected, 1.18 WHIP, and he's very much the same. The only thing he's better than league average in is basically his fastball velocity, 60th percentile. He doesn't walk anybody, 82nd percentile, but he's got 1st percentile extension. And which means that the batter has more time to see the pitch. Hard hit rate, 8th percentile. Barrel rate, 17th percentile. Average exit velocity, 22nd percentile. There is nothing out of these two pitchers to make me think this is going to be a low-scoring game. The only way it would be is if the Seattle bullpen gets involved early and they get some of their better pitchers out there. I don't think it's going to happen. I think this game goes over the total, very much like yesterday. This one will probably be on my card once again. I like the over here. It's 7.5, and you can get it at very cheap numbers at a lot of places out there. I'm seeing a few places at like a -118, -120 on the under. So yeah, it's a no-brainer for me. I'm going to play the over again in this one.
Yeah, Scherzer's one of those guys. He's definitely past his prime, but he still has the ability to step up in big games, in my opinion. But for how long? He's breaking down. You can see it in his stat. When was the last time Max Scherzer had a 5+ ERA? Doesn't happen that often, and you can tell he's breaking down. But I think he's got a little gas in the tank to at least give him 3 good innings here. He'll probably have a short hook. In his last game, he went 5 innings, but that was in the regular season against Boston. He went 5 innings before that against the Orioles. Got shelled against Kansas City before that. But, in the playoffs, you can kind of throw stats out the window a little bit. I think he's good for 3 innings. We might see like 1 earned in 3 innings with 3 strikeouts. Pretty much what I would expect from Scherzer. On the other hand, Castillo, another guy who's on the downward trajectory of his career, but not quite as far as Scherzer. I think Castillo still has a little more gas left in his tank. But I like the Toronto bats now that they've finally woken up. I think a Toronto team total over might be decent, or I agree with Brian. We might see a game total over here. I think both pitchers can be had and can be gotten to. And like Brian said, these are 2 of the best lineups in MLB. I mean, you don't think of Seattle as a big hitting team, but I mean, man, just on and on and on, Naylor, they're 6 through 9, pretty solid. Naylor and Suarez back there. Those are 2 guys who can hit a home run any at bat. And the Blue Jays also 6 through 9, pretty solid. Looks like an over to me as well.
I leaned toward the Mariners yesterday. Thankfully, didn't do anything with the game. I passed on the game. They got destroyed. But I'm even more. I'm probably going to come back and play the Mariners here. So, both of these. I think the starting pitchers, you could probably make an argument for similar argument for both. They've obviously both had very nice careers. Scherzer, Hall of Fame career. I mean, no one's knocking what the caliber of pitcher that these guys were or have been throughout their careers. Clearly, they're not the same guy that they were in their prime. That being said, and I think, and listen, Max Scherzer, long-term, better than Luis Castillo. Mm-hmm. Right now, I think I prefer Castillo, the way he's throwing the ball, to Max Scherzer. Now, the other thing I want to point out here, and this is something listen, I don't know, if you're Luis Castillo, you've been in the league for a long time. You've been on some bad teams. You really haven't sniffed this level of team success at any point in your career. I just feel like he's leaving it all out there. I mean, if you look at what this guy has done since early September, he has been awesome. September 7th against the Braves, 6 innings of 1-run ball. He has not given up more than a run in any appearance since then. And obviously the most recent appearance was a relief appearance. And he comes in a high leverage spot in a extra inning game 5, 1 1/3 scoreless against the Tigers. Prior to that, 4 2/3 of shutout ball. Yeah, he had the 4 walks. Could the Tigers have taken advantage? Probably. I'm not saying that he is some elite pitcher at this point, but he's a veteran. I think he knows that this is his chance. He might not get another chance at this type of role for a team that could win in his career. And I just think he's pitching his tail off right now. 7 1/3 against the Rockies, 10 strikeouts, 6 shutout innings against the Royals. I mean, this has been going on for over a month now. And you talk about some nice rest between starts. He had the start against the Tigers. He came in relief. So it's been 11 days since that start, I believe, since his most recent start against the Tigers. He should be well rested. I'm not saying Scherzer doesn't care. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's or that he wouldn't be as up for the moment. But I think when you've kind of looked at Scherzer this season, like, to me, he's clearly not the same guy. 41 years old, has dealt with some injuries. Like, whereas Luis Castillo, I think, is just more on his gradual sort of decline as he gets up there in age. But I still think Luis Castillo might have like more left in the tank at this point. So when I look at these two next to each other, I see issues with both, but I see how Luis Castillo has been pitching lately. I see how he's sort of been in the big spots in that series with the Tigers. And this, I just feel like this is like the biggest start of his career. Like when he looks back, it's like he's had a great career. He's finally in the ALCS. He wins here. He could possibly go to a World Series. I don't know. It's going to be hard to pass that up with the home team. I still think the Mariners have been better in this series. Yes, it went off the rails when they kind of got blown out last night. So I think I'm going to be back on the Mariners here. That's the way I'm looking. Go ahead, Brian.
TB mentioned how long it's been since Scherzer's pitched. He hasn't pitched since with the 24th of last month. So yes, he's gone over 3 weeks without pitching. And if you go back his last starts before that, he's pitched a total of 25 innings. He's given up a total of 25 earned runs. Granted, the rest may help him in that regard, but still, this is a guy, he's 41 years old. He's going to give up some runs in this game. It would not surprise me if the host gets 6 runs or whatever in this game again, and we see another over.
I also think, like, listen, I think right now, as I watch these games, if there was going to be a manager that hit the panic button and made a bad decision or a decision that was going to put his team in a tough position, it's probably Schneider. I don't think it's Dan Wilson. I feel like Dan Wilson's just kind of like, I feel like he trusts his team more, especially the pitching. I think he'll have Castillo out here. It's almost like, hey, it's your start. Yeah, obviously we'll go to the bullpen if we're in trouble. Whereas, like, and I'll throw it back to you two. Like, I don't know. Like, do you think, like, because Schneider made that crazy move where he went to the bullpen super early in the Yankees series, took Bieber out, and suddenly he was in a world of trouble. It was the game that Aaron Judge hit the home run. The Yankees came back and won. And the reason I say that could possibly be an issue, again, this Blue Jays bullpen, if you go back to the day Yimi Garcia got hurt on July 2nd, their ERA is close to 5. Like, they have a couple nice arms, but I don't know that I like trust them to go get 6 innings worth of outs on the road. So, like, again, like that's to me, that's putting me on the Mariners a little bit here. Going back to what you guys are saying, it could be a shorter outing for Scherzer, or Schneider sitting there 2-1 and saying, hey, like, we have to win this game. You know, Scherzer's not going to want to come out. Like, there could be like I don't know. That's just kind of how I'm seeing that one.
I can agree on that.
You're muted, TB. Brian, do you think? Oh, you're back. Go ahead.
Okay. I think as a rule of thumb, these managers should leave their pitchers in until they get in trouble. This pulling guys after giving 1 hit in 5 innings is just ridiculous in the playoffs.
So let me ask you this, TB. Max Scherzer hasn't pitched in 3 weeks. He was left off the ALDS roster. Now he's here. Now he's in trouble in the 2nd inning. Is that a good scenario for the Blue Jays? Because you're either going to have Schneider sitting there say, shit, I owe this. This is a Hall of Famer. Can I go get him? Or do I go get him and then everyone gets pissed off, including maybe Scherzer, even though we just saw Scherzer blow up in the 1st inning not too long ago. So it's like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the best scenario for the Blue Jays. Brian, what were you going to say? Sorry about that.
I disagree with TB on that. I would prefer at this point of the season, you have 1 year long relievers. If it is Toronto, you've got either Lauer or Bassett. They haven't pitched since Monday, and they only threw basically 20 pitches each in a bullpen game. Have one of those guys get up at the first sign of trouble and just have him warm up, because if he can get out of it, they're probably not going to pitch anymore in the rest of the game anyway. because you've got other pitchers that are more talented at the back of that bullpen. So I want to have somebody ready. If the first sign, if he's not doing well, Scherzer's a veteran. He understands. He'll blame himself. I don't think he can get mad at the manager for pulling him out. That's just my opinion on the game. These games are too important to not have somebody warmed up. And we've seen that in these playoffs where all of a sudden something happens to the guy, and all of a sudden the manager comes out and then the catcher comes out, and it's clearly just killing time in order for that reliever to get ready. And then he's got to come in faster than he normally would. I would have either Lauer or Bassett warming up in the bullpen, probably the second or third inning.
Yeah, I don't think Scherzer's going to go long. I said earlier, I think 3 innings max for him, but I think he can give a good 3 innings. What I'm talking about these managers is pulling Snell or, pulling someone like Glass now. If they've only given up 2 hits and 1 walk in 5 innings, you don't pull that pitcher. You wait until they get in trouble to pull them, in my opinion. I mean, you did that in the regular season. You won 90 games. Why would you change that theory now?
It's different now. You lose, you're out. So these games are much more important than regular season games.
I'd much rather have Glass now pitching out of trouble than putting Trinan in and trying to get him to get out of trouble. So Dave Roberts is a moron. I think Schneider is in a little over his head. He seems to be panicking a little bit in the games that I've seen. Yesterday was just a snoozer, so he didn't have to make a decision.
TV, I think I agree with you from the standpoint where it's like, if a guy's clearly cruising, I think I'm starting to lean toward put him back out there. And you gotta at this point, it's like, why do these managers not trust a leverage arm to come in and get an out with a guy on base? Because it's like, if a guy is just cruising, why would you not put him back out there? You know what I'm saying? Why would you not put him back out there if he's on a roll? Now, I guess it's we don't know the conversations going on in there, but I highly doubt, to use the Snell point. I've watched Blake Snell long enough. There's no way he was yeah, man, I'm done. I'm cooked. 103 pitches.
Nope.
That's just
Scherzer's
not how
that
he
too,
looks.
though. Scherzer's that.
Yeah, but I'm just. Well, yeah. But what I'm saying is
damn it. I've seen him argue with managers when they try to take him out.
Because sometimes it is giving the team a different look. You're doing them a favor. If they haven't hit Blake Snell for 8 innings. You could bring in friggin' Dennis Eckersley in his prime. Let's go back in time and get him. And they're gonna be like, thank God, because we've just went 8 innings against this guy, and we can't do anything. So give me Mariano Rivera from '98 right now. Just anything other than Blake Snell throwing us 89-mile-an-hour curveballs and changeups because we can't hit it. So to your point, I do think sometimes, even though I understand their sentiment, it's don't give this team another look that they might do better against unless you absolutely have to, right? Unless you absolutely have to. Hey, I don't envy these guys. It's tough because you're going to get criticized no matter what. So it's it's always going to be damned if you do, damned if you don't. If Snell goes out there in the 9th, gives up a hit, puts 2 guys on, someone over here, some reporter over here is why didn't they bring in Sasaki to close the game? It's just you're screwed either way. But I want to go to Rick Reynolds' comment. He's right. Seattle bullpen arms, they're way better. Sign me up for Bizardo, Spire, Brash, Munoz after maybe 4 or 5 decent innings from Castillo. I think the Mariners are in a much better spot than the Jays in Game 4.
Another thing about pulling pitchers is how do you define the word trouble, right? Sometimes managers can look and see that their pitcher's in trouble. For example, if there's a spot where you got a guy on first base with none or 1 out, you absolutely cannot put the next guy on base. And if you throw 4 straight balls in a row, you have to take that pitcher out because he obviously doesn't have his command and he's not trying to throw balls. So in that case, yeah, I would take a pitcher out. So, I mean, it is case by case, but Blake Snell was not in that situation in Game 1. He was cruising. So, but Scherzer today, now Scherzer, I think like I said, he's argued with managers who tried to take him out before, and he's got a temper. He's a hothead. He's very opinionated. And I actually met him when he played for the Diamondbacks. But he's fiery. But I think he realizes right now that he's on the downside of his career and he has very little gas left in the tank. And I think the Jays know that too. And they're just going to try and get what they can out of it. I don't think they're expecting 5 innings out of him. I think he'll have a very short hook. And I think 3 innings max is what we can expect from him.
Yeah, if he wants to be a good teammate, he's not going to argue. He shouldn't argue. Yes, when he was with Detroit and he to my opinion, he's a Hall of Famer. But
I agree.
When he was with Detroit and he was great, that was when he was really feisty. Anymore, he's a smart guy. He understands the game. The game's too important. If he doesn't have it, I don't think it's going to be any problems.
I agree. And I think 3 innings max for him today. And honestly, I think he can give 3 solid innings. I think 1 earned run in 3 innings is what we see from him, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I think the rest is actually beneficial for him. He's not one of those guys who's like on a time schedule and freaks out if he's 1 short, if he's pitching on 4 days rest or 4 weeks rest. I think he's pretty mentally in it as far as pitching is concerned. Maybe his personality is a little wacky, but he's got 2 different colored eyes. It's really weird looking at his eyes when you talk to him. It's very hard to look at him. But anyways,
that's part of what makes it so dominating or whatever. Like Matt Habrowski for the Cardinals, when you just sort of looked in at the relief pitcher and the beard and the whole bit. This kind of throws you off a little bit, but it does. It's people have that, and it's interesting.
One point in the comments, I don't mean to dominate the talk here, but the comments are saying, yes, Seattle's bullpen is better. Toronto didn't have to use their good arms yesterday, and Seattle didn't either. It was a very low leverage game yesterday because it was pretty much over right away. So I think big advantage for Toronto here, big advantage for Seattle here if the game is tight after 5 innings.
Yeah, I guess my question would be, who are Toronto's good bullpen arms at this point? I know who's pitching good right now, but like, is there anyone in that bullpen where you're just like in a tight game on the road, you're like, yeah, that's who I want to roll with right now? To me, there's not. So
Dodgers Tokyo is better than Toronto's right now.
Tokyo Brandon, the one of the great MLB debuts for a pitcher. Max Scherzer getting called into the game in relief. I don't even know if that was planned. He comes in and gets 13 guys out in a row. Was totally dominant. I remember watching that game. I was in my dorm room, my senior year of college. I was watching it on my laptop. I don't know why I can remember that, but it was 2008. And I remember Max Scherzer just sitting at my desk in college being like, who the hell is this? Like, this was, that was awesome. And the rest is kind of history because, he was pretty much dominant from that point forward. So still can't believe they traded. Who did they trade? I feel like the D-backs have gotten abused in trades over the years. Later, like the last 15, 20 years, I feel like they've made some trades or some, I don't know. Ones. Like they always seem to be on the wrong end of moving a guy that ends up being like really good somewhere.
Pirates too. Anyway. Speaking of Glass now, he pitched for the Pirates. Think of all the really good pitchers who pitched for the Pirates and they got nothing in return for them. Ian Snell. There's many more that I'm probably blanking. Snell was one of them. Nothing.
Do you guys have anything to promote for today before we get off the show?
That's right. We have to promote.
Yeah, I'm going to be on the hockey show today. Won our hockey play yesterday on Detroit as a nice underdog against Florida. Like I said, 16-4 overall run, 4-0 yesterday. It's very likely that I'm going to have a 5% play. It may come up a little bit later because I still need to study for the hockey show. But once that's over, I'll have my plays up and been on a really nice run. I believe I'm second in baseball over the last month, second overall in net profit. So it's been a nice run. Just keep an eye on, check my page back later. And if you follow me on Twitter, I'll tweet something out if I do have the 5, but I'll at least have a 4 going today, and it looks to be maybe a multiple play day. So looking forward to today's card in all sports, and you got Thursday night football and Thursday night college football as well. So a full slate of sports for everybody today, and I'll make sure to put up a free play also.
Have an MLB play out right now. And our MLB plays under 5%. We're allowed to sell them for $9. So go to WagerTalk.com and see what we have. I might have a big play in the KBO tonight. I like the matchup, Hanwha and Samsung. So I might put a big play out in that, but the lines aren't out yet. So check on as well. Non-MLB plays, Adam and I, we are allowed to put those out for half price. So look and see what we got later on, guys.
Yeah, I haven't put anything. Oh, well, I actually have a 5% NFL play out. So I have put a play out, just not in baseball yet. But I have hit four NFL in a row. I had 2 5% NFL last week. Both of them won. I hit one on Sunday, and I felt good enough about how things were going. I upped the Monday night game to 5% with the Falcons, and watched that game at a casino in a Bills watch party, and I bet the Falcons, and I'm standing there. Everyone's pissed off because it's Central New York. They're all both Bills fans, and I'm sitting there with my Falcons ticket like, let's go. So great week of NFL, and I put a 5%er up for Sunday. That's up on my page. And yeah, the trade, basically what the Diamondbacks got back for Scherzer and like 4 other players was Ian Kennedy and Edwin Jackson. No, I'm not going to listen to Ian Kennedy slander. He had a good run when there was a couple years where he was very good. But I feel like they lost that trade. I think they might have lost that trade. At any rate, we'll be back in the morning. We have at least one. Yeah. We should have. Will we be guaranteed 2 games tomorrow? We will, right? We got 2 games tomorrow, no matter what. I think.
I haven't looked at the schedule yet.
Yeah, I think no matter what, we will have a game 5.
Yep, you will.
Yep, we have 2 games to talk about tomorrow. Game 5, Jays Mariners. Game 4, Brewers Dodgers. So we'll a respectable show to close out the week for total bases. And so if there's baseball, we'll be here on Monday, Tuesday, or whatever days next week. It's going to be all about if the Brewers and the Blue Jays can keep these series going. Otherwise, we might not see you for a couple days, but we will definitely see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. We appreciate you guys tuning in. I just like Russell Deck's comment out of the corner of my eyes, like, you're lucky they didn't beat the hell out of you at that watch party. Yeah, that's why I was silent. I was just over there. I had WagerTalk gear on because I was there doing some stuff. So I was not outward, I didn't want to get thrown through a table. I wasn't outwardly cheering. I was just like, yeah, very quietly. Yeah.
I will say tonight the Steelers are playing the Bengals, and my good buddy, Marco D'Angelo, invited me to a Steelers bar. He told me if I wore my Browns Chubb jersey, he would buy my dinner. He goes, it's worth seeing you get your ass kicked. So that's my friend, Marco D'Angelo.
People can't comprehend the North. Listen, it's kind of miserable living in the Northeast for like some of the year, most of the year. So it's like all we've got. Like you don't get this you don't get this type of like anger about sports in like, let's say San Diego or LA. LA or Arizona or Miami. Like there's other stuff to do there. We end up sitting here half the time. There's 4 feet of snow. It's miserable and cold. So like the Northeast, that's all we got. So yeah, you might get, someone in Buffalo, absolute miserable place to be a lot of the year. Someone's going to be up here. You come in talking about the Bills, they're going to get pissed off. That's how it works in the Northeast. and certainly in Cleveland. Cleveland is very much in that,
the whole Rust Belt area, Baltimore, Cleveland, Detroit,
Pittsburgh.
Yeah. When you're wearing an opposing jersey, you better keep your mouth shut. That's all I got to say. All right, I got to run.
All right, let's wrap it up here. We will see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. Check out the website. As always, like and subscribe if you catch the replay, and we'll see you guys in the morning.
Want to know which teams are getting upset this week? We're going to break down some top 25 games. We're going to get into some best bets. That deli is still open. I hear the ding. And of course, that freight train with the steam report from VR is coming in nice and hot. Up next on Bet on It. We are halfway through college football season and it feels surreal, but we're going to keep those top 25 games going here. I'm Kelly Stewart, joined by Gianni The Greek and Marco D'Angelo of WagerTalk.com. Marco, I'm going to let you go first. We're going to get right into this one. I think this is kind of a head scratcher. Noon Eastern, number 10, LSU catching 2.5 at number 17, Vanderbilt, 49.5. I think the initial reaction is, what am I missing here? I bet against LSU last week in a heartbreaking fashion. We did not get the spread covered, and I kind of said that in the Barking Dog segment, so I must have put that in the universe. But the universe is telling me this one is Vandy all the way, baby. Tell me why we got to lay the 2.5.
Well, Kelly, I mean, you're exactly right. When you look at this, first of all, you say LSU and you say Vanderbilt, and you're like, what? Vanderbilt? How are they favored? Then if you look at the rankings, you got those numbers in front of these two teams. LSU's number 10, Vanderbilt's number 17. So again, you say, why is Vanderbilt favorite? Then you look at the series history, and LSU has absolutely owned this series over Vanderbilt. And again, you're scratching your head. But I'm going to tell you, this Vanderbilt team, they're good. Their only loss was to Alabama, 30-14. And that was a big revenge game for Alabama. If you remember the year before, Vanderbilt knocked off Alabama. Vandy has had 2 weeks to regroup from that Alabama game, and that's important. If it would have been the very next week, I wouldn't be as high on Vanderbilt. As we always say, sometimes you can lose that same game twice. Well, they've had that extra week to get over it. And I look at this one, this LSU defense, they've played good. There's no question about it. But they're going to be tested by this Vandy offense. Alabama was the only team all year to hold Vanderbilt below 31 points. Think about that. This team is putting up points like crazy. Now, the LSU offense, that's another story. Are they going to be able to trade points with Vanderbilt if they don't get enough stops? Because this LSU offense has scored 23 or fewer points in 5 of their 6 games. And just make sure you don't ask Brian Kelly after the game about the offense, because he'll go off on you. But I think Vanderbilt is ready to – this is their coming out party against LSU. Yes, people are going to say, well, they couldn't beat Alabama. Are we really going to say LSU and Alabama are on equal footing? No. Alabama's playing better football. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Vanderbilt. I think the offense is built to win, and they're going to do it this week. I got Vanderbilt winning 31-20.
Speaking of Alabama, I almost used them for VR, and I went back and forth, and I said, no, I think this Ole Miss Georgia game is going to be better. 3:30 p.m. Eastern, number 5 Ole Miss catching just over a touchdown at Georgia. 54.5 here is the total VR. I'm not going to lie. I kind of just want to take Ole Miss on the money line. Loving what Lane Kiffin's doing. Georgia, Alabama, the parity, as we've talked about before on the show, the cream is rising.
Yep.
Except now it's not. All of the SEC is taking a step forward, and a couple of the big dogs have taken a step back.
Well, this is how I've made my money so far in college football in these marquee games. It's taken advantage of the overrated, overvalued, overranked against the undervalued, underrated, underranked team. And here's another perfect example of that, where you have an Ole Miss team that's top 5 in the rankings, but that's not their power rating. And you have a Georgia team that's barely in the top 10 in the rankings, but their power ratings are a lot better. In fact, where I have Georgia right now, I'll tell you, I don't think there's more than 3 or 4 teams that would be favored over Georgia on a neutral field. Those teams are Ohio State, Notre Dame. Yes, Notre Dame, I said it. Alabama and Oregon. They lost to Alabama, which, again, a 5-1 Alabama team. knew how good Alabama was. If Georgia's able with that run defense to force Ole Miss into being more one-dimensional to where they have to throw the football, they're going to be in a lot of trouble with the pressure that Georgia's going to be able to put on them and the secondary. Georgia's defense is third in efficiency in all of college football. Mississippi has not faced anything like this all season. In fact, Mississippi comes in with the 32nd toughest strength of schedule already compared to Georgia, who's played the 4th toughest strength of schedule. Everything points to Georgia here. The line move as well, now up over a touchdown. I gave it out to my subscribers at 6.5 or 7. I think you're good at 7. At 7.5, if you agree with me, buy the half a point, only up to 125. Otherwise, lay the 7.5 at -110 because the half point isn't worth that much. So go ahead, take Georgia, who will continue to rise in the rankings because we have a long enough college football season where the phonies, these fake teams, not saying Mississippi is, but the overrated, overvalued based on their record, they'll start getting some losses. They'll start dropping, and these one-loss teams, even two-loss teams like Notre Dame, will start climbing. So give me Georgia, lay the points. Don't tease it, even though I like them on the money line. Take Georgia.
Oh, I know you tried to walk that back, but it kind of sounded like to me you said Ole Miss was a phony VR. I may have to take a second look at that game. Another game that I had to take a second look at, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, number 20, USC catching 9.5, headed into Notre Dame. 61.5 here is the total. And look, bottom line, Lincoln Riley and the USC Trojans have a quarterback once again. Second in all of college football, first in yards per play, 13 touchdowns on the season. And so I can understand why here we are looking at maybe saying this is too many points with the Trojans. But if you guys remember, I bet against USC headed into Illinois and they lost that game outright. What did Lincoln Riley do? Oh, wait, he complained about that early start time. But those trips east have not fared very well, including when they just struggled against Purdue. Since joining the Big Ten, and this is from our friends over at the GoldSheet, USC 2-5 straight up, 1-6 against the spread in true road games, with 5 outright losses as a favorite. So keep that one in your back pocket. Yes, they are a sizable underdog here. But as VR just mentioned, Notre Dame is actually power rated much higher. They arguably had a shaky start, but who did they play? Undefeated Miami, undefeated A&M. The Irish defense since then has allowed 27 points. They beat up on Arkansas, Boise State, and NC State. And normally I am not a chalk eating weasel, but let's just be honest. I'm also not going to bet the underdog with fleas. And I think that is what the Trojans are here. So if I'm going to play it, as Teddy Covers likes to say, I'm going to lay it. You guys are enjoying Bet on It so far. Please give us that like, hit that subscribe button. Jump in the comment sections. I told Marco and VR going forward, we all have to jump in there so we can argue amongst ourselves. We can agree with each other, but let us know if you think we're right or wrong about these early TV games. VR, every single Sunday, you are in the Steam Room here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, and you're giving out up to the minute data. You are giving up late plays. You are saying, here's these major line moves. Here's what we need to be looking at. And on Wednesdays here on Bet on It in the college football edition, you let us know what these wise guys are doing early in the week. I'm going to start off with a question because I want the answer to it as well. Marco asked you kind of about this two-way action, so to speak, on a Friday night game, Nebraska, Minnesota. Can you start there, please?
Yeah, and that's actually the first game we're going to cover. Nebraska opened 6.5, got slammed right away. They hit the 7 and 7.5. That's a big, big play when you see them hit that through that key number. That moved it up to 8.5, 9. That's when you started seeing the Minnesota money come in. So we saw Minnesota yesterday, +9, +8.5. Heavy steam on Minnesota after the Nebraska side got bet up. I personally like the group that bet the Minnesota side more. They don't middle games much. They don't scout money lines much. They take more truer positions. So I think when this line got a little bit too high, they stepped in and took the points with Minnesota. Another Friday game that we're seeing dog love, UNC at 11.5 and 10.5. move over to Saturday action. 3:30, Miami, Ohio, -11.5, -12, and 12.5. Pay attention to those that continue to move. 3:35, Old Dominion. Anytime Old Dominion's moving up to 2.5, it gets picked off. That's why it's sitting there at 1.5 right now. 3:49, Georgia Tech. This is one of those that I love to pay attention to. The initial move when the limits were low. Remember, when they first pushed these up, dude, some of these limits are like a nickel, okay? They dummied up the Georgia Tech line. So they dummied up Duke at 2.5 to 3. That's when all that Georgia Tech steam came in at Georgia Tech +3. The piggybackers are taking the 2.5 and 2. That's why it's sitting at where it is right now. But that was a beautiful maneuver on the Georgia Tech side to get that field goal. 3:58, Syracuse +11.5, +11 and under. Seems correlated. Lower scoring game, 11 points seems like a lot. 361, Central Michigan +6, 5.5 and 5. Vanderbilt, bringing that game up because it's another situation where we're seeing two-way sharp action, and it makes sense. First move was on Vanderbilt at -1, 1.5, 2. When 3 popped up on the board, obviously it's a key number. Another group swooped in and took LSU +3. Shows you just how tight some of these lines are. These are two groups that are both profitable long-term. One sees value at -1. The other one sees value at +3. Two completely different bets on the same game. Boise, 370. Boise -10.5, 11, 11.5, and 12. Every half-point increment, they didn't move it fast enough. Boise's getting hit. UCLA, -2.5 and -3. Laid the 3 there against Maryland. Wyoming, 405. This one, just like the Georgia Tech. Love when I see this happen. Got dummied up on the Air Force side. It was 5.5. Bet it up with, took probably a nickel bet, get it to 6. That's when all that Wyoming steam came in. Piggybackers are taking the 5 and the 4.5s, but the official move was at 6. And finally, 415 USC +8.5 and 8. That got down to that key number. Didn't get to the key number, forgive me. They didn't wait for the key number of 7 on Notre Dame. Instead, they came in and laid the 7.5, 8, 8.5, 9 on Notre Dame. So a lot of love on the Notre Dame side. That's so far what we have up until Wednesday. Pay attention tomorrow. That's when all those totals get hit. So odds logic screens should be up, and you'll get a lot of total moves to take advantage of.
Absolutely. oddslogic.com/ace. Get you a free week's trial. You guys should look into it. Even if it's only for a week, it will change the way you bet and the way you shop for lines. All right, barking dog time, and it would appear on the only one that didn't have a double-digit underdog. And I looked really hard, and then I realized Marco had one that I liked, and then I realized VR had one that I liked. And so, well, I have the Chihuahua this week. But Marco, you have the biggest underdog, so you're going to go first. Not going to lie, I scratched this one off of my list early in the week, and then I thought, maybe Marco thinks I should be looking at it again. Marco, tell me why you think Syracuse is live.
Well, Pitt made a change at quarterback 2 games back, and it's paid huge dividends as Mason High School has led Pitt to back-to-back wins. In his first start, he threw for 331 yards in a 48-7 win. But beating Boston College, that's not that impressive. They're not having a good year. But last week, they went to Florida State, and maybe they caught a Florida State team that had that hangover effect from losing a game the week before. But they went in a shootout, 10.5-point underdog. They beat Florida State on the road, 34-31, and he had another big day passing the football. Now you take a team second week in a row on the road, going from an underdog that won outright to now being a favorite on the road. Hey, that's, something that I don't like. I love fading those type of teams. You want to fade a fat and sassy road favorite, and that's what we've got here. Syracuse has been their own worst enemy in their last couple games. They went into the bye week coming off 2 games in which they had 6 turnovers in the last 2 games. You turn the ball over that many times, you're going to lose football games. But as I always say, teams that go into the bye week on a bad note generally are going to come out of that bye week with a good performance. And I think given the extra week to prepare, couple that with playing a fat and sassy Pitt team, you've got the makings of a very, very live underdog here. I'm going to go ahead and, although Pitt's putting up points, their defense is giving up points too. I'm not going to lay points on the road with Pitt. Give me Syracuse. This one should be a barn burner. Let's call it Syracuse 31-30.
Ooh, all right. VR, you are stepping in front of a freight train. And I'm going to do that in the best bet segment. But this one is like a real freight train. This is a team that I picked right here on the show, 12-1 to win the Big 12. I feel like I'm sitting pretty, but you think they're on upset alert this week.
Yeah, and this is another one I released to my subscribers at +10, 4% play on Arizona State. Listen, we could talk X's and O's and all the handicapping, but it's as simple as what I've been repeating throughout the entire season so far. Take advantage of that ranked team based on their record that is not as good as they appear. And Texas Tech, another perfect example of that. They're 6-0. Guess what? They should be 6-0. The only tough game they had was against Utah. And based on that Utah result is why we're getting such a gift with Arizona State, because we have a common opponent in Utah. And just last week, we saw Arizona State get blown out by Utah. And on the flip side, that was the biggest win for Texas Tech. But if you compare what the line was for those games and you compare what this line is, you will notice there's been about a 4+ point adjustment on the Texas Tech side. And we know you should never overreact to any single result. There's a lot of randomness that could happen in this 60-minute football game. So that adjustment just isn't warranted. Why is Texas Tech 6-0? Because they've had an easy schedule. In fact, as far as difficulty goes, it's the 56th toughest schedule in college football so far. So again, this is a 6-0 team that should be 6-0. Now they're going to start to get tested. And when you have a defense that's only 39th in efficiency, laying double digits is a lot to ask for, even against an Arizona State offense, which isn't, top 10 or anything like that. But they are top 30 defensively. And we saw even against Utah, they did really good against the pass. And it was the running game that did the damage. Well, we know what Texas Tech does. It's an aerial assault. They're decently balanced, but it's through the air that they do most of the damage. That's where I think Arizona State's defensive strengths lie. So there's a lot to like on the Arizona State side. Finally, Morton, quarterback for Texas Tech, not 100%. That worries me a little bit. That's why we're seeing this line drop. I would like him to play, so there's not, that injured player that Marco teaches us about to take advantage of. But yeah, I like Arizona State here. Double digits was a gift. 8.5, I would still bet it. I would just smaller bet, because I think anything over 7 is the right side on Arizona State at home.
Woo! All right. I don't like to hear that for my futures bet, but I would argue that Arizona State at least was on my long list for this week. And another team that was on my long list, but I was a little hesitant because I was like, okay, are they going to fire Billy Napier? What is going on in Gainesville? We've been hearing lots of different rumblings out of there. And as I mentioned earlier, the idea of the Barking Dog segment is, hey, we're going to look for teams that have a shot to win outright. But ideally, I don't think there should be a sweat for them to cover. Yet every single week, that's what I've been giving you guys, is an absolute and utter painful barking dog. So buckle up and be prepared for heartbreak. Mississippi State +8.5. And I know this has been one of the best ATS teams dating back to the middle of last season. 11-3 against the spread. They have outright wins this season over Arizona State and took Tennessee to overtime as a 7.5-point dog just a few weeks ago. I love this team because what do? They run the ball almost 58% of the time. So when that ball's on the ground, that clock keeps going, making points at a premium. DJ Lagway, can he beat a team not named Texas? We're going to find out. He may also be good for a pick against this defense. That's right. Take the better defense plus the points. You guys know I'm a sucker for that situation. So give me the +8.5. And of course, sprinkle just a little bit on that money line. Marco, another dog that I liked on the money line, made your Sandwich game of the week, the deli, 18-11.
Yum.
Just cruising right along. Hasn't had to be condemned one time.
Yes, Kelly, check out Marco's Deli every week. We release that on Thursday, late Thursday, and it's been good. We've had 6 weeks. We've had 4 winning weeks, 1 winning week, and 2 in 1 week. And it depends. We graded the game as a push last week. Missouri, that was the push +3, but that line was 3.5s were available everywhere. So I think everybody got to the window and got a win on that one. But check it out. It's free. We give you games that were in consideration for this segment on Bet On It, and then a few more. In the NFL version, we've given you 4 college plays each week, 1 NFL play. The NFL play, another winner last week with Carolina over the Cowboys, now 5-1 on the season with the NFL plays on the deli. So check that out. For the sandwich this week here for Bet On It, we got a tasty one, Kelly. We're going to go to South Carolina, and this one is simple. We've got Oklahoma's coming off their first loss of the season. They lost to Texas last week in the Red River Shootout. We talk about it all the time. When a team plays a big game, they come up short. They have a tendency they can lose that same game twice. They come out with that hangover effect, flat, whatever terminology you want to use. That is enough for me to start looking at fading Oklahoma. But what really seals the deal for me in this game is look at what Oklahoma has on deck. You're coming off your big rivalry game against Texas, and next week you've got a top 5 matchup against Ole Miss. Now, obviously, if Ole Miss loses this week, they won't be in the top 5, but you look at what's in front of you, and Ole Miss is one of the top teams in the country in the rankings. So talk about a sandwich game. You go from Texas to play South Carolina, and then you got Mississippi on deck. Yeah, that is a monster sandwich. And if you look at South Carolina, they hung tough last week with LSU. They lost 20-10. They probably deserved a better result in that game. They played well enough. I think they could have covered that game easily, depending on, that line drop during the week. But I'm going to go ahead and take South Carolina here. I like this team. They're gritty. I think they give Oklahoma a battle here. Give me those points with South Carolina. I got them actually pulling an upset, 23-20. Go Gamecocks.
Yeah, Marco, I just texted our producer, Lou, and I said, hey, I'm so sorry. Because last week I did the same thing. I'm so sorry. You guys are going to lose in heartbreaking fashion once again. But they're going to get us that cover, Marco. They owe it to us after last week. Before we get into best bets, I got to tell you guys about Flex Picks. If you guys have never heard about Flex Picks, they give you the ultimate flexibility to access the daily picks that you want from the experts that you trust. First, you're going to choose your handicapper. Then you're going to get full access for the day. So you can plan ahead or go day by day when you log in and make your pick schedule. Keep in mind, anytime you can switch up your expert up until the plays are released. And then, of course, you can skip days at your convenience. So if you have a 30-day Flex Picks package, it doesn't have to be used in 30 consecutive days. Right now, 30 days, just $249 over at WagerTalk.com. And if you're a little shy and you just want to try it out for 3 or 7 days, you can do that as well, or partner up for the entire year for $14.99 VR. Before we get into your best bet for this week in college football, let everybody know what you have up over at WagerTalk.com.
Indeed. I have my college football package up with a 5% big move. My first 5% in college football in weeks. Currently number 1 in college football, up about 100 units. Only 1 losing week. There have been 8 weeks of college football so far, won 7 of those, or 7 weeks, won 6 of those. Regardless, it's been a great college football season. That's up. There's about 4 plays already in that package. NFL just released today the first 2 premiums. That package will be up as well for Sunday's action. Don't forget, we're coming off 2-0 sweep of 5% big moves last week in the NFL. It was warranted and went 7-1 on 4%. So running really good in football. Those packages are up for Saturday and Sunday, but don't forget throughout the week, coming in off a 4% winner on the over in Liberty last night, those primetime games have been money. And of course, I'll be in Vancouver for UFC up there on Saturday, so I'll have that card as well. Just a great great time to jump on board. Major League Baseball playoffs. We have the Seattle Mariners to win the AL for 40 units pending, and then 100 units pending on Seattle to win the World Series. So the good couple weeks ahead for us. Jump on board.
All right. You've been doing well with these totals, and you have another total best bet for us this week.
Yeah, and I'm going to take advantage of it looks low based on a little bit of recency bias. What I mean by that is you have a Maryland and UCLA team that are coming in off of high scoring games where both offenses were able to put over 30 points up. So you're going to see a little skewed total based on that. And that's exactly what we're looking at. Because if you look at Maryland's totals throughout the year, they've been low. In fact, 3 of the last 5 totals for their games were lined below 50. And the same thing with UCLA. In fact, 2 of their last 3 were lined below 49. So you see the adjustment the market's made, trying to correct itself off of that recency bias. Rest assured, the public's going to bet this total over. I like what I'm seeing out of the UCLA defense, one of the best defenses in college football. That's correct. Against one of the toughest schedules, 13th toughest strength of schedule, and a solid defense, getting better. Again, when you're a UCLA team, you're not going to be in the top, 20, but if you can make it into the top 30 or 40, you're doing pretty good. And I think UCLA is doing exactly that. Maryland's a top 35 defense as well. They've gotten a little bit lucky though with turnovers. I think they're the highest positive turnover differential. That turns into points, but that luck always is going to even out. I think they're plus 10 in fumbles. Like they've gotten really, really lucky. But here's what sticks out the most, that UCLA's points have come with their efficiency in the red zone. They've converted on 95% of red zone opportunities. Well, they're going up against arguably one of the best red zone defenses in college football in Maryland, who actually stops 72% of trips in the red zone from scoring. So it's the perfect storm to get a much lower scoring game than this total reflects. And anything below 51, above 51, I think offered value. We're looking at 52 and a halves right now. Got to go under.
All right, Marco, you also have a total. This is fun. I like mixing it up here on a Wednesday afternoon. But before you give us this winning total, please let me know what you've got up at WagerTalk.com.
Well, Kelly, we got a special going for the rest of the season. There's 10 weeks left in 2025. And we've put together a package that's going to get you every play I release in every sport. Why is that such a big deal? Well, next week, the NBA starts. Hockey's underway. They started last week. College basketball is just around the corner. And of course, we got college and pro football. Since 2020, I'm the #1 NBA handicapper at WagerTalk and Money One. Since 2021, I'm the #1 NHL handicapper in Money One at WagerTalk. We're #2 in college and NFL the last 2 seasons in football. So you're getting all of the major sports for the rest of the year. And if you bought by the week, it's $99 a week. That would cost you $990. We're going to give you the rest of 2025 for $449. Join us now. Head over to WagerTalk. Go to my homepage. You'll be able to get that special. That's all sports, all plays, including all of those big 5% plays. And we hit a 5% last week. Again, we had a 5% with Tampa Bay. They got the money against San Francisco, and we got another 5% coming this weekend. No better time to jump on board. For my total, it hit my best bet, Kelly. We're going to take a look at, going to stay close to home and look at the UNLV Boise State game. Now, this one's actually going to be in Boise. UNLV will be traveling there. And when you look at this game at first glance, and this is why you can't overreact to 1 week's results, but people are going to look at this game. They're going to look and see UNLV was in a 51-48 shootout last week, and Boise State was in a 41-25 blowout. And this total 62.5. There's only one way for us to go. Go to the over in this one. No, not so fast, guys. And the problem is, this is a game that basically is a playoff game. The winner of this game is most likely the winner of the Mountain West Conference. And if that winner of the Mountain West Conference happens to be UNLV, they're probably going to be undefeated because the rest of their schedule is pretty easy. And that would put them in line to get into the playoff picture. Boise State, we know their dominance of UNLV over the years. And the reason their dominance has been their physicality. You look at last week's game, and that's the 51-48 shootout with UNLV. That was a game we were all over Air Force and the team total in that game because this year Air Force almost has an unstoppable offense. We know how hard it is to defend the option. Teams don't see it that often, and then you got to prepare for it in 1 week. It's tough to do. But this year, not only do they have that offense rolling with the option attack, they've got a legitimate passing game, does Air Force. So UNLV had no shot of stopping Air Force last week. Plus, they had this game on deck with Boise State. This will be a totally different game played because Boise State is going to play smash mouth football against UNLV. That's what's beat UNLV all these years. They're going to stick to the formula. Plus, with everything, the implications of the winner of this game, they're going to play the game a little close to the vest, not to make an early mistake and fall behind. I love this total under 62.5. We're getting a premium number because of an overreaction. This game will be played in the low 50s at best, in my opinion. Go under 62.5. UNLV, Boise State is my best bet.
All right, and I have a best bet that I wanted to put in the Barking Dog segment, and then I thought, well, my Barking Dog's always in my parlay, and I can't use a Friday night game for my parlay. So we're going to use it as our best bets. Louisville, if you guys remember, plus 750 was my ACC champion from our college football preview show. Now, that might not come to fruition, but I think the Cardinals still have a shot at it. But prior to their bye, Louisville lost to Virginia in overtime, and that probably derailed things a little bit. But speaking of derailing, we've got a Miami freight train, 5-0 straight up, 4-1 against the spread, and that was against top 10 teams. Maybe Notre Dame was a top 10 team, according to VR. South Florida, top 25 maybe. Florida and Florida State. Let's pump the brakes here. I know Louisville has been beat up all season. They've had several cluster injuries specifically on the offense, but I do trust Jeff Brom and his ability to draw up a game plan against Mario Cristobal. I'm taking the points, 13.5 of them on Friday night in Coral Gables, where the road team has won and covered each of the last 3 meetings. Do I think that they can spring the upset? As a matter of fact, I do. So don't forget to sprinkle just a little bit on that Louisville money line. All right, guys, we appreciate you hanging out with us every single week here on Bet On It. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe. Make sure you guys are following VR and Marco on social media. We are here for you every week. So jump in the comments section. I am going to personally call both of them this week and tell them they need to reply to you one way or another. Even if I have to use a VR burner account because he's going to be in Vancouver for the UFC, we're going to reply. So you guys tell us what you think about the show. Love it, hate it, agree with us, disagree with us. Help us out because we're here for you. And of course, if you guys are looking for the NFL edition of Bet On, it's going to be right here. And the mega show, NFL, college football, TNA, Stock Watch, and Marco's Deli all together right there in one spot. Until next week, let's bet on it.
Welcome back to another week of NFL TNA. I am Ralph Michaels for WagerTalk TV. We're going to break down how big of an advantage to have back-to-back home games in the NFL, and is it a disadvantage to play back-to-back road games? We're going to look at the healthiest and unhealthiest NFL teams. Does that translate to winning and losing? And we're going to finish it off with 3 monster systems, 66%, 71%, and 74%. So let's get to this week's NFL TNA. How many times do you read, oh, this team is in a positive situation because they're playing a second straight home game? Or it seems automatically people say this NFL team is in a negative situation because they're playing a second straight road game. Well, we want to dissect the data, and are those myths true or not? Let's take a look. I went back to 2019. You'll see on the left-hand side of the chart are those teams playing a second straight road game in the NFL. On the right-hand side, playing back-to-back home games. So blindly, since 2019, back-to-back away teams have outperformed back-to-back home teams. Back-to-back on the road, 51.2% against the spread. Back-to-back home, exactly 50%, 239 ATS wins, 239 ATS losses with 10 pushes. In the middle there, you see P:WF. That means their previous game they won as a favorite, previous game lost as a favorite, won as a dog, and lost as a dog. So in those categories, let's take a look below. You'll see I highlighted 3 records, 1 in green, 2 in red. Let's check them out. Looking at back-to-back away teams, if they lost the first game of a 2-game road trip as a favorite, they have bounced back, which makes sense. 37 and 26 against the spread, 59%. But if they're playing back-to-back away games and they lost the first game as a dog, only 83 and 94, 47%. When we look at back-to-back home teams, you're going to see 3 of the 4 are right around the Mendoza line. But those teams, it is a small sample size with only 40 games. But those teams that won their first of 2 straight home games as an underdog, only 16 and 22, 42.1%. Below, you see I listed 2 separate categories. So these are questions people ask me very often. If an NFL team is playing a back-to-back home game versus an NFL team playing their second straight road game, guess what? The home team only 66 and 76, 46.5% against the spread. And in that same situation, if the home team is off a win and the away team is off a loss, guess what? The home team off the win is 43% against the spread. And we're going to talk about New England. They're away for a 3rd straight game. Is that a negative? Yes, it is. While back-to-back road games are right around 50%, a 3rd straight road game is a stress on the team. Those teams have only gone 43 and 54, 44.3%. And if you're playing a 3rd straight road game and you're off a win, like New England is, they are only 22 and 38 with 1 push, 37% against the spread. So don't worry about fading back-to-back aways, except if they're off a loss as a dog. Do not give extra credence for teams playing back-to-back home games. Back-to-back aways beat back-to-back homes, but a 3rd straight road is a negative. Guys, off another incredible football weekend. Listen to these numbers. My overall run, 43 and 25, 63%. College football, 31 and 15, 67%. College football plays 4% and 5%, 16 and 6, 73%. College football sides 4% and higher, 10 and 1, 91%. I cashed my 5% NFL play last week. I will have another NFL 5% teaser. NFL 5% plays, 7 and 1, 88%. Since last October, a complete calendar year, #1 at WagerTalk on football 5%, 18 and 5, 78%. And listen to this teaser record. All my teasers, 26 and 7, 79%. My teasers 4% and higher, 17-3, 85%. Grab my Weekend Warrior now. It's $49. And I have plays loaded, so as soon as you sign up for that Weekend Warrior today, every play that I already have uploaded, you will receive it. And as soon as I start releasing the rest of my plays, you will have them as well. I always release all of my Saturday college football by Friday. I always release all of my Sunday NFL by Saturday. 5%, 7-1, 88%. NFL teasers, 4% and higher, 17-3, 85%. Number one at WagerTalk, football 5%. Don't miss out. The Weekend Warrior, only $49. And oh yeah, by the way, if I have a Monday NFL play, it will be included for free. Well, we know injuries impact NFL teams tremendously. But how hard is it to quantify how injured a team is? Well, this is a big chart, guys, and I will post this on Twitter at CalSportsLV. And here's what the chart is telling us for this 2025 football season. It has the first column, how many players have played at least one play this season? The second column, how many players have played at least one play on offense with the rank? How many players have played at least one play on defense? And how many players have played at least one play in special teams? You'll see the best teams are in green, those that have used the fewest players. So overall, the NFL teams that have used the fewest players so far, number one, Kansas City with 53. Number two, Green Bay, also tied for number two, the LA Rams. So those three clearly, heads and shoulders, we can say the most healthiest teams. To compare, KC has used 53 players. Detroit has used 65, 12 additional players overall. Now let's take a look at the offense. Atlanta and the LA Rams have used only 21 players on offense. 5 teams have used only 22. Who's at the bottom of that list? Well, the Minnesota Vikings have already used 29 players on offense. So let's break that down. Atlanta and the Rams have used 21 players. So that means every first string player and 10 second string players. They have not even gone to a third string. They may have, but we're just talking overall numbers. Minnesota, 29 players. You have 11 players on offense. So every first string player has played, every second string player has played, and 7 third string players may have saw action as well. That's a big number there. On defense, well, guess what? Green Bay, 21 defensive players used. Yes, they have a good defense. Atlanta, 23 players used. They have the NFL's number one defense. Tampa Bay, 23 players used. They're up there as well. So Green Bay, 21 players on defense, all the first string and 10 second strings. At the bottom of that list, Indianapolis have used 31 defensive players already. So every first string, every second string, and 9 third string players. That's a big number this early in the season. Special teams, I don't put as much credence in that, but as a team wears down, you see some teams breaking down the special teams. For example, Kansas City has used the fewest players, 38. Detroit has used 56 players. So Detroit has used 18 additional players on special teams versus the Chiefs. Massive, massive number this early into the season. Again, to take a look at this chart, head to Twitter at CalSportsLV, and I'll have it posted there for you to take some more time looking at it. Before we get to our 3 monster systems, I want to say thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video. Guys, the comments that you leave not only helps our algorithms, it helps me provide you stats, numbers, situations that you want to learn about, making us all better bettors. Hit that like button And make sure you're following WagerTalk TV, WagerTalk TikTok, and all the social media networks. Over 300,000 people follow WagerTalk. Be part of this great group of followers. Well, let's get to our 3 super systems for this week. Well, it's only appropriate. I'm talking about teams off a second straight away game. The Texans on the road, they're off an away win. In this case, though, Seattle is also off a road game, and we have a line between the 3.5s. So the Texans are from +3.5 to -3.5. They're on the road. They won on the road last week, and the Seahawks were also on the road. So 2 competitive teams, both had to travel this week. The over-under in this case, since 2021, 13 overs and 36 unders. That is 73.5% to the under. System 1 says Texans and Seahawks under the total. Well, the Giants are coming off a Thursday night game, and boy, did they play well, pulling the upset. So how do NFL teams do that pulled a sizable upset as an underdog of 6.5 or more? And now they're an underdog again of 6.5 or more. Giants win as a dog. They were +6.5 or higher. This week they play the Broncos. Again, they fall in that parameter where they're +6.5 and higher. Since 2010, those NFL teams off that sizable upset and a sizable dog again, only 22 and 53 with one push, 29.3% against the spread. And FYI, they're only 6 and 70. That is 8% straight up. So they don't get those wins very often. They don't cover very often. Again, they have failed to cover over 70% of the time. System 2 says to fade the New York Giants. And a couple weeks ago, guys, we talked about teams coming off buys, teams before buys. Well, this is a before the buy situation. And if you did not see that pre-buy video, go back and check it from 2 weeks ago. You'll be happy you did. You'll be surprised at some of those results. So when we have a road team playing a division opponent and they have a buy on deck, when teams are going to spend that week off with their family and friends, it motivates them to play well. If they're on the road versus the division foe, it motivates them even more. Those teams on the road versus the division foe with a buy on deck, going back to 2010, are 45 and 23, 66.2% against the spread. I'm mentioning it now. Week 7, it applies to the Raiders and the Chiefs. Week 8, it applies to the Bucs and the Saints. Week 10, it applies to the Saints versus the Panthers. So the Bucs week 8, Saints week 10, Raiders week 7, right down the system. It's one of my favorites. You'll be glad you did. Hit that like button, follow us on WagerTalk TV, and make sure you're checking out my Weekend Warrior so you don't miss another NFL winner or one of my monster NFL teasers that are now 17 and 3, 85%. Thanks for tuning in.
Welcome, everybody, to the NFL Presidential Address for Week 7. I'm Lawrence Presman, and my job to find bets in every single NFL game on the board. It starts Thursday. It ends on Monday. Let's get straight into it. Thursday night's game, Pittsburgh playing Cincinnati. Pittsburgh -4.5. They're on the road. The Cincinnati Bengals hosting this team. The total is 43. And where am I going here? Well, I'm going with the Cincinnati Bengals. Yep, we're going to start with a dog, a big, beautiful Bengal dog. That is correct. I understand Pittsburgh is coming off of a bye. Does that matter? Not to me. Actually, 49% of all teams since 2015, 49% have covered the spread. Betting teams off of a bye, a slight losing proposition. So I'm not scared. On top of all of that, I don't think this Pittsburgh team is very good. I think offensively they struggle. And I think Green Bay's defense is better than Pittsburgh's. What does that have to do with anything? Well, Cincinnati put up points on Green Bay. I think they're going to get points on Pittsburgh. It's just simply too many points in this game. It's a division matchup. These teams have played each other for years. A lot of these division games are close, regardless of whether one team is much better than the other. The bottom line here, don't overthink this. Take the home team, take the Bengals, take the dog. Cincinnati plus 5.5. Now, before we get into Sunday's game, guys, hit that like button, please. Greatly appreciated. Subscribe to our channel. That would be amazing. Take care of some business. Last week was me and my clients' first losing NFL week of the entire season. That's right. We are 5-1 in weeks. We did go 2-4 for our clients. 2 games we lost by a hook. That is correct. We had over 49.5 in Chicago and Washington. It ended at 49, and we lost the Detroit Lions in a 10-point teaser. We had them at 12.5. They lost by 13. So a 2-4 week that easily could have been 4-2, but for 1 point. But still absolutely dominating this NFL season. It's been an incredible year. Over 58% in all NFL bets, up 15 units of profit. And I am 7-1 in NFL ATS bets for my clients, 7-1, which is incredible. I do have a 5% play up this weekend. You can check it out over at WagerTalk. No promo codes today. Let's just get into the show. Some water for you all. The Rams. They're playing Jacksonville, 9:30 a.m. Sunday. This is another international game. It's at Wembley Stadium. And I don't like much in this game. If I had to bet this game, I would take the dog, Jacksonville +3, and I would take over the total of 45. But honestly, this game is a pass. Las Vegas playing Kansas City, and I don't know how you can bet Kansas City here. Look, I get it. I've been wrong. Kansas City are back. They beat up on the mighty Detroit Lions, and they looked spectacular. I get it. The Las Vegas Raiders, they stink. But they did have a good game last week, if you can call beating Tennessee a good game. I don't care how you do it. You made me money, Vegas, and I'm going to come right back on you again this year as this week as a thanks. Just too many points. I understand KC created distance against Detroit. This team hasn't created distance against a lot of teams. Usually they win. I get it, but they don't win by double digits that often. And this Vegas team has played them close every year. I'm just going to take the points, suck it up, pinch my nose, and hope. Las Vegas +12. Miami playing Cleveland. Yes, Cleveland is a favorite. That is correct. You are reading this right. Cleveland is -3 with Dillon at quarterback. You want to punch Miami in the face? You want to insult Miami? You want to humiliate Miami on a grand scale? Make them a dog against Cleveland. And that's what has happened. Yet I can't bet Miami. I don't know how anyone can bet Miami. Total in this game, 40.5. This is a hold your nose and think Cleveland gets it done. Or better yet, just pass and move on to the next game. New England, that's the next game. Playing Tennessee. Everything's gone very well for Tennessee since Vrabel was fired. I remember they said, we're going to fire you, Vrabel. Yes, even though you made the playoffs with nobody, even though you have no quarterback, nobody's heard of any of your defensemen, nobody understands, you got a couple of weapons on offense, and you did well. We're going to fire your ass. Then we're going to hire a guy who's never coached before, and then we're going to fire his ass a year and a half later because, well, we don't have a clue what we are doing. So here is Mike Vrabel back with the New England Patriots, a team he probably has tattooed on his tochas. And he's got a quarterback, a real one in Drake May. And this team just won 2 games in a row. Now, beating New Orleans, not a big deal, but it was a horrible spot against New Orleans. Beating Buffalo on national TV, a statement win. Now they get to play Tennessee. Guess what? Tennessee just hired their coach to hire an even worse coach. Yes, their new coach, Mike blah, who cares, was so horrible for the Chargers that he was let go. And here he is as the interim head coach against the pathetic, lowly Tennessee Titans, hosting a team who is coached by a man who has muscles and is angry. I'm going to take the angry muscle angle, and we're going to take New England for a total freaking blowout. New Orleans playing Chicago. Water again, guys. Sorry about that. This is my 5th show today. New Orleans playing Chicago. Chicago -5, a total ER 47. And hats off to the Chicago Bears. 3 wins in a row, 3-2 to start the season. And they looked good against Washington. Not great. Washington actually looked horrible. But Chicago got it done, and that's what matters. Now they play a New Orleans team that I think is horrible as well. They looked okay against New England, but they couldn't get it done. I think New Orleans, this is going to be a big score for me. I think Chicago wins this game handily. I don't want to bet Chicago -5, 5.5. For all you people out there, Brett Hull, there you go. A shout out, my brother, who comes on and yells at me for how much I constantly hate the Chicago Bears. I hate the Chicago pizza. I do not hate the Chicago Bears. I have bet against them a lot over the last 5 years, but go look at their ATS record. Kudos to me. I've made money. I'm going to bet on them this week, and I think it might be the first time in a long while. I think Chicago covers by between 10 and 17 points, take them -5. Philadelphia playing Minnesota. Philadelphia, oh my God. I mean, talk about a team that looks just unorganized, disinterested, badly coached, and on their way down. Sounds like a Philadelphia team from last year and the year before. Yeah, that's right. They've had these moments before, people. You heard it correct. The Super Bowl champs have struggled before. They even struggled on their way to winning the Super Bowl. But now they're playing Carson Wentz, and he's probably pretty bloody angry. In Minnesota, this is a good team at home. The line has been bet down. It was Philadelphia -2, I think, at one point. Now it's -1, a total of 43.5. What do we do in this game? We hold our nose and take the Vikings. I do think Philadelphia will be fine. But every year we see this, there's usually a 3-game period where great teams play bad. We saw it with Kansas City at the beginning of this year. We've seen it with Philadelphia. They might still be in it. I really do like these quarterbacks playing their old team angles. I'm not going to bet this game personally, but I would take Minnesota +1. I know not a lot of totals today, guys. I just can't find any. Carolina playing the New York Jets. Before we get into that game, and this is one of my favorite bets of the week, again, please hit that like button. Make sure to comment. The more you comment, the higher this video goes on the YouTube algorithm. The more thumbs up, the higher the video goes. I read every comment. I try to respond to every comment. Please comment, subscribe, and like these videos. Also, I have a 5% play in NFL on Sunday. Make sure to bet that play. It is my favorite side bet of the week. Maybe you hear it inside of the show and you can figure it out. Kudos to you. It is not the New York Jets. With that said, this is one of my favorite plays of the week. New York Jets +2, and they win. They are going to win this game. Okay, first off, they are terrible. Aaron Glenn is in over his head. This team is a nightmare. Garrett Wilson is mad. Everybody is mad. The vibes are wrong. I understand all of that. This team could easily be 4-2. This team could have beaten Denver last week. This team has been in 4 extremely close games that have come down to the end, and the breaks just haven't gone their way. Now they're playing against a Carolina team that just doesn't travel well. I get that Carolina has won their last 2 games, 3 of their last 4, but all 3 of those games were in Carolina. Now they go up to play in New York, and teams do not go winless in the NFL. It has happened. I recall the Detroit Lions did it about 10, 12, 15 years ago, but it has been a long time, and it is not going to happen this year. The New York Jets are going to win a game, and it's likely going to happen this Sunday. This is one of those really bad spots for Carolina. I'm taking the Jets. Forget about the +2. Take them on the money line to win this game outright. Chargers playing Indianapolis. I like the over in this game, guys. It's 48. 75% of the tickets already written on the over, and I do think this might approach 49. But here you have an Indianapolis team that really can't be held down. This team is scoring and is scoring at will. They're putting up big numbers against every team in the league. Their running game is exceptional, and it has set up a beautiful passing game. And as for the Chargers, we already seen this team is struggling slightly on defense, even though I do think their secondary is excellent. But they are allowing points, and they can score, and they can keep up with anybody. Herbert down by 6 with a minute to go in the game. We need that touchdown to cover this over. I think he gets it. I like over 48, and I like the Chargers in this game as well. I think they get it done here too. Next, we talk Denver, -6.5 against the Giants. There are 7s out there, and some book even has a 7.5. So if you want me to tell you how to bet this game, simple. Go to the book with the 7.5, put $1,000 down. Go to the other book with a 6.5 and put $1,000 down. This will cost you $100, but hey, you got about a 12% chance of winning them all, baby. So give that a go, or just bet the New York Giants and hold your nose. This New York Giants team is feeling good about themselves, and they're feeling good about themselves for the first time in 3 years. It looks like they found themselves a quarterback. I mean, he needs to take the fake diamond necklace off. And yes, it's a fake diamond necklace. If that diamond necklace was real, he would be wearing $20 million of diamonds. He hasn't even made that type of money. So hopefully Dart will get his style, fashion sense correct and remove that ridiculous, gaudy, bonehead necklace of his. I digress. Who cares about his bloody necklace? The bottom line is Denver's not going to create distance on a lot of teams. Great defense, mediocre offense. When Denver is a touchdown favorite and I got another team who's feeling good about themselves and can get points, I'm going to look at that other team, and that's what the Giants are. Would I be blown away if the Giants win this game? Not really, but I'll take the +7. Washington and Dallas. Washington -1, total of 55.5. Guys, I make this easy. I tell you all the time, you bet the lowest totals under, you bet the highest totals over. 55.5 might sound scary. This game will go over that number. And I also like Dallas here. Yes, you heard me right, Dallas. After that loss to Carolina, I like Dallas. Washington is not the same Washington team as they were last year. They're just not. And their weapons are not weaponized. I don't know what's going on. Maybe Daniels' injury is worse than it is. All I know is something is wrong in Washington. Now, I understand that they got a good front four and a decent front seven. Dallas scores points, and Dallas scores points at home. If you take Dallas and the over, I say you got like a 30% chance at 2-0, a 20% chance at 0-2, and a 50% chance at 1-1. Worth taking both Dallas and the over. Green Bay, Arizona. This game's a pass for me, guys. I hate to say it. I don't really know how good this Green Bay team actually is. They struggled against Cincinnati. They lost the game to Cleveland this year. And this Arizona team, I don't know what the hell is going on in Arizona, but I'm scared about this Arizona team. Not scared that they're sneaky good, scared that I just don't know whether they're sneaky good or sneaky bad. Scared because they could be undefeated this year with Kyler Murray if they didn't miss kicks, have bad timeout takes, allow defenses and offenses to walk down the field, drop balls before they score touchdowns, intercept balls, and then drop them on the ground and kick them into the end zone for no reason whatsoever. So this is a stay away game. Atlanta, San Francisco. I got to look at Atlanta here, folks, and I'm high on the San Francisco team. I got them in my pocket at +150 to win the division. But Atlanta impressed the shit out of me against Buffalo. Their defense is for real. They are fast. And San Fran is too injured to deal with the speed on this Atlanta defense. I would tread carefully here. I don't like to bet San Fran off of a loss, but Atlanta feels like the play. As for Monday Night Football, Tampa Bay and Detroit, don't overthink it. Just take the over and hold your nose. Houston and Seattle. If you can still get a 3, take the Seahawks. This Seahawks team is a lot better than I think they are, and I don't believe in this Houston team, regardless of their insanely lopsided victory against Baltimore. And of course, they are coming off of a bye, which, as we spoke about, doesn't scare me. That, my friends, is the NFL presidential address. Every game, bets on almost all of them. I think I only passed on a couple. I hope you guys join me this Sunday. I hope you guys are betting my actual client plays in NFL this season. It's been an incredible start to the year. I really am feeling it. Thank you so much for watching the NFL presidential address. I'm Lawrence.
I've got Carmine with me, as always, Mr. Carmine Bianco. Don Buster will join us, of course. And, of course, we're going to have Brian Leonard as well, as it's a jam-packed show. And you know how it is with the new format. Busy slate in the NHL means a busy day on Puck Time. I can't speak for all of you, but I am in bounce-back mode today. Utah didn't get it done in that first period play. Slight profit or a break even, I'd say, with the props. Did like a little bit of the side of Chicago. Didn't have it in me to get there, and man, oh man, did they play well. But Carm, nothing wrong with bounce back mode when you have a huge slate like we do today here on Thursday. And I got to give you credit because you did call the Buffalo Sabres getting their first win of the season yesterday. I liked the over in that one, but I was just scared to give it out and to bet that because I was like, man, if they get their first win, they could lock things down defensively. I figured when they'd get their first win, though, it would absolutely explode, and it's exactly what we saw. Carm, are they going to save some goals for other games, though, or did they waste all their goals?
Andrew, I feel so bad, and welcome to everyone in the chat and all our new WagerTalk Insider members. Andrew, I feel bad for some of my friends because they watched the show and they went with the Sabres winning, but they turned it into a parlay, and they took Tage Thompson to score. My man and fellow Bills Mafia, Garnett, he took Tage Thompson to score along with the Sabres. And you would think Buffalo scoring 8 goals, Tage is going to get on the board and score a goal. No, he didn't. Not one of the 8 goals was scored by Tage Thompson. Hard to believe. But guys, we have a great show today. We're gonna cover Colorado, Columbus. 5 games for you guys: Colorado, Columbus, Carolina, Anaheim, Toronto, New York Rangers, Nashville, Montreal, Vegas, and Boston. We're gonna have our pod play, and then try and answer a few questions as well too. The pod didn't get there, man. Utah, the Mammoth yesterday, 6 power plays, did not score a single power play goal. Ended up with winning 3-1. It doesn't get there, but I have a pod play to make up for today, hopefully. Andrew, back to you, man. What are we talking about first here?
Let's dive in. Blue Jackets and Avalanche here, Carmine. And looking at this matchup, both teams well rested. Both teams have not been in action since Monday night here. And this Blue Jackets team, they're a team I think that people are going to sleep on this year. They've got some talent. And I think Kirill Marchenko and some of those goal scorers on that team might be some of the most slept on players in this league. And Adam Fantilli, Cole Sillinger, Kent Johnston. They're not a bad team by any means. And of course, they have some depth, with Charlie Coyle and Boone Jenner, the captain there. So curious to see how they're going to face off against this Avalanche team. Looking at the numbers in this one, though, we're seeing around minus 155, 160 as the average price for the visiting team here, Carm. And, when you look at the last couple meetings between these teams, we've seen goals, but we've also seen, some success from this Avalanche team or this Columbus Blue Jackets team as well. They're 2-1 the last 3 games against this Avalanche team, but in all 3 games, they have scored at least 3 goals. We've seen the Avalanche have a lot of success so far this season. And besides that hiccup they had against the Dallas Stars, and Dallas is a really, really talented team, and Mikko Rantanen just put the dagger in them. And it's always about those storylines. He put that shootout winner in the net. This team's had kind of a smooth sailing start, 4-1, 2-1, 3-1, and of course that 5-4 loss. But when you go from playing a Buffalo Sabres team that at the time was struggling to score goals, then you have that rest up. They haven't really been challenged. You go and play a Blue Jackets team this team could be a live dog. And you know me, I hate fading the Avalanche. This is a team that I love that has so much talent. I think there's value tonight on the Blue Jackets, whether you're backing them first period, whether you want to take them over 2.5 goals, or whether you have it in you to take the full game money line, similar to what we saw with the Blackhawks yesterday against the St. Louis Blues. I kind of feel the same way in this one. It does kind of worry me that both teams have the same rest. I'd kind of like here for Columbus to have the rest advantage. But yeah, I do think that we're going to see Columbus get off to a good start here. And you know, Carm, a lot of times when I talk on the show and I give out team totals, as you know, I'm just talking about team total overs. But if there's one way we could explore this as well, because we do have such big favorites for Colorado, we could also look at them under 3.5 goals themselves. But I'm targeting a competitive game. I think Columbus certainly battles in this one. And I think that based on the price, I think that we're seeing Columbus be a little bit disrespected here. So both teams rested. Carm, what do you think?
Yeah, Andrew, you know, it's funny that you talk about getting off to like good starts and stuff. Last season, and I'm just trying to bring it up right now, Colorado last season, in the opening 20 minutes of the game, had one of the top 3 worst numbers. And it's just surprising because you look at the teams that finished first and second as far as the worst units in the first period. Carolina Hurricanes, 26 of their 81 or 82 games, they held the lead after 20 minutes. 31 times they trailed, 25 times they were tied. Colorado, okay, Edmonton is second, but we won't go over the numbers. Colorado, of 81 games, they only had the lead after 20 minutes in 25 games. 31 times they trailed, 26 times they were tied. If you bet against Colorado on the money line, you were up units. They were down 20 units, Andrew, 20 units on the season for Colorado as far as first period plays. But I want to go one step further, but in a different direction as far as this one goes, Andrew, and that's looking at the first period over. It's just because Columbus last season at home were a very good team, top 3 with the overs in the first period, 28-13 last season, one of the most profitable teams when taking first period overs. And the first period over in this game, with a total of 6.5, you would expect the first period over to be 1.5 and about 160 vig. It is not. It is 135 is the consensus number right now. There's some 140s, but there's also some 130s. The consensus number is 135 right now. That's where I want to go on this one. I took the Columbus over in their last game at home. It did not go over the total. They were one of the most profitable teams overall last year as far as home overs. They were very entertaining. I'm not ready to give up on a team after one loss, especially with that trend last season. So give me the first period over, Andrew, minus 135 between these two. Let's hope for a quick start, and then I can switch it over to another game.
The first periods are the best. The first periods are the best. Let's get a quick start from both teams. And, you know, we're going to find out, I think, really early, Carm, if the rest advantage is going to help them defensively or if it's going to help them offensively. I think we're going to be able to tell right away based on the pace of play between those two teams. But a lot of talent out there. Could be a good player props game as well. I'm hoping that Columbus can battle, though. I'm hoping that Columbus can fight their way in this game. And, you know, there's some days you wake up and you like the dogs, and some days you wake up and you like the favorites. And maybe it's because I have a chip on my shoulder because I never got to the window with that Chicago game last night. So I'm searching for a dog today. But I do think we're going to see some real competitive games here today, Carmen. If you look at the overnight numbers, some people don't take into account sharp action as much with hockey. You can look at overnight moves a little bit. There are a lot of dogs that took money overnight tonight here, Carmen, or going into today.
Yeah, there is. Listen, hockey is like any other sport, Andrew. Sharps will get in if they get the right number. They're not betting teams, they're betting numbers. And they're going to grab the best price, which is why it honestly, I'm going to harp on this all season long, but having something like Odds Logic, where you can look at 2 or 3 of the sharp books, and you know, Brian Leonard, who's going to be on the show a little later on, talked about it. I talked about one of the books on there, which is War. You have the other one, 411. You have Pinnacle. You have Circa. I think as far as those 4 books, and Brian touched on the Pinnacle one, of maybe it's not a book that takes a lot of sharp action, but there are books out there, whether they're offshores, that do take plenty of sharp action. And if you're getting offered the best price at one of these books, you have to think twice about it. So that's where that whole fishy line thing comes in. And I saw a lot of people in the chat yesterday talking about how that Ottawa Buffalo game looked like a fishy line yesterday with the Bills. Sorry, Bills. God, the damn Bills. Okay,
It was
let's
fishy.
forget about the Bills. With the Sabres, it was a fishy number, and wow, eight goals by the Sabres in that one. But Andrew, we got plenty to go here, and we got to bring in. I was ready to ship him back to Mexico if the Blue Jays lost last night, because I thought maybe him being in Canada was bad luck. But here he is, none other than. And are you wearing the Indiana shirt? Have you even left the couch since?
No, actually, this is a beautiful Saratoga shirt.
Okay.
Saratoga, New York, one of my favorite spots that I frequent every year. And yes, they actually gave
Andrew and I
these away this year, believe it or not.
Yeah, Andrew and I appreciate you going there and not sending one to Dan, myself, and Andrew. But thank you. Anyways, Buster, I hope all is well for you. You got a great promo going on right now before you get into your game. 2 weeks of NHL for $99. That's an absolutely fantastic deal. I hope I got that correct. But you're going to look at
correct.
The Carolina Hurricanes and the Anaheim Ducks, 2 teams that the game should be. This game should be sponsored by Pepsi AC, because both these teams give me heartburn all year long. Where are you going with this one?
Yeah, Carmine. Carolina is here, and they're on the second game of a 6-game road trip to start this season. This club seems to be on a bit of a mission right from the start, winning all 3 games, and they're looking dangerous and really offensive for a Carolina club. And that might be just what they need to do to maybe get to that cup this year. They're going to even be better once their power play gets better, because their power play has been terrible so far. So that's going to help them at all. This is a game that I think Carolina will really want, because the opponents in the next 4 games, geez, they're tough. They go to LA, then to Vegas, then to Colorado, and then they finish off with Dallas. I'm not too sure who the Carolina front office pissed off over there with the schedulers or something, but I'm telling you, that's a brutal schedule on the road to start the season. Now, I know you got to go through those things, but it's a 6-game, really tough. Sometimes they break that up for these teams. As for Anaheim, they seem like they're going to be a lot of fun to watch. Like Carmine, you might have mentioned about giving you a little heartburn there. I tell you, they are really fun to watch so far, and they play offensive hockey. They're all offensive, and I really think they have a chance if they'll tighten that up a little bit moving forward. I think they have a good chance for a playoff spot this year, or at least to fight for a playoff spot this season. One big problem I've noticed early, and I'm sure you guys have as well, they're very, very sloppy. They give the puck up a lot. I know you guys had one of your bankroll games or something, what Carmine's doing the other night, that Anaheim did win. But everybody that watched that game, I tell you, they gave up the puck a lot. That game could have been 7-6 just as well as 4-3. But there's no doubt, I think Anaheim is a live dog here. But because of the situation with Carolina, I think they really need to win this one. Here's the problem. I can't lay 185 or 190 with Carolina on the money line. And I think they're 130 in regulation. And like I say, it's going to be a close game. I really believe it's going to be a close game. And I really don't want my money on the side here. So what we will play, we actually already gave out the over to our clients. The over was 6 over 20 early this morning last night. And that number has gone up, but now it's at 6.5 minus 22. And you can find DK and FanDuel, where a lot of our clients do play. They They're 6.5 under 22. We would make a smaller play at 6.5, but the beauty of watching this show at 11 o'clock Eastern time is that you can wait. And I suggest you do that to get that 6 over 20 and make the play at 6. Now, both clubs have been really scoring machines if you look at it. Carolina's averaged 5 goals a game, and the Ducks, they've scored 11 goals in their last couple of games. And like I said, just watching that team play, it was up and down the ice the other night with Pittsburgh, that's for sure. Now, when these teams get together, not bad at all. The over has been 5 of the last 7. Now let's go to Anaheim. The over is 4 of the last 5 in Anaheim between these clubs. Now, like I said, I think Carolina's took a new philosophy this season, and they're just going to play out more offensive. They're not going to, it doesn't seem like they're carrying as much as the defense. And Anderson hasn't helped much lately either because he's been in net. I think he's allowed 6 goals in the 2 games he's played and not many shots, maybe 40, 45 shots. So he's struggled to start. And like I said, I had mentioned earlier, the power play on Carolina has really struggled. But who better to play than the Anaheim Ducks? Because Anaheim has one of the worst penalty kills around. So they might be just what the doctor ordered for Carolina to get some power play goals. And Anaheim, talking about special teams, their power play has been unbelievable. Just watch them play. It's been really good. They're the second best team in the NHL in this early part of the season. So I suggest to everyone, watch the game, do not play the side, and bet the over.
Buster, and I know Andrew's got a follow-up for you, but I'm just going to make something quick here. I look at the game, and I see the price on Carolina 184. I've watched, I think, 3 of the Duck games, which doesn't happen. I don't think I watched 3 of the Duck games all last season, Andrew. But, the funny thing here is that, I know they're going to get better, the Ducks. I was surprised when one guy on TV there picked them to make the playoffs this season. I don't think they're that good as of yet. I think that they're a team that's eventually going to get there under Joel Quenneville and get better. But this early on, you cannot keep giving teams 2-goal leads and expect to come back. Giving up a 2-goal lead to the Sharks and coming back is one thing. Giving it up to the Penguins and coming back, you give up a 2-goal lead to the Carolina Hurricanes tonight, and you're done and dusted. So I can't bring myself to bet the dog in this game. It'd have to be Carolina regulation or even Carolina on the money line and tie it into something else if you really have to. Andrew, thoughts? A follow-up?
Well, I was going to ask, this is a collective question for both you guys, really. How in the NFL, Ralph Michaels was coming out with those charts after week 2, 0-2 teams ATS versus teams that are off to a good start, or how they are off a loss. How are we handicapping 3-0 teams so far, or undefeated teams so far? Or does it matter? Is it all circumstantial? Is that overthinking it? What do you guys think, Buster? Is it overthinking it to look at? Because you talked about they're going to want to win this one because of the games they have coming up. And I know people got to take Anaheim more serious now, but they're 3-0. And as we just saw with the Buffalo Sabres, they can score 7 goals sometimes. So is Carolina going to be able to stay dialed in for 4 straight games?
Well, like I say, I don't know. I don't think they are, but I know the competition is going to get awfully tough on them. So that's why I'm saying I think you can look. I don't think you overthink this, because I think you can look ahead, and they probably are. They knew when they got left Carolina, when they left Raleigh, they knew that we got 6 games. Okay, we get the 2 easy ones first. We need to win those 2 easy ones, because the other 4, not that they can't win them, but you're on the road and the road gets long and it's early in the season. So I always, me, Andrew, I'm a situational guy as well. So when I see a situation like that, I'm probably with Carmine. I would bet Carolina tonight, but you know what? The Anaheim team, they've been playing well. I love scrappy teams, just like our Montreal Canadiens, Andrew. I love a scrappy team because that shows heart, and I'm always about heart on the NHL. Guys getting in those corners, taking those shots, stuff like that. So That's why I just stay away from the side here. But I think you're going to see, because the way Carolina's been playing this year, they're not playing that as defense as they normally do. And Anaheim is just they go up and down the ice. They've got lots of guys with speed. So to answer your question, I would say, Andrew, you have to look at the situation at all times.
Yeah, and one final thought, Andrew, on this, and I know, Buster, you mentioned they're not playing the greatest defense right now. If you go back and look at Carolina's games at the beginning of last season, there were a lot of high-scoring games. I think last year, as a collective, you looked at the Minnesota Wild, the team that played very good defense, and there were some 7-6, 6-0, 7-0 games early on in their season. So teams will eventually buckle down. That has a lot to do with preseason. Preseason, we're not seeing all the players, all the lines together. They're moving guys in and out. So it isn't a proper preseason. It's kind of like the NFL. Sometimes it'll take a team a couple of weeks to get going. And the NFL, it matters more because it's only a 17-game schedule as opposed to an 82-game schedule here. So teams can drop points. But Buster, what do you have up at WagerTalk before we let you go?
Yeah, the Major League Baseball playoffs are still going, and I do have a 4% best bet. I had one last night. Got a nice easy win. So have another one up. It's only $9, and we're hitting 73% with those 16-6 over the last 22. So I know this is a hockey show, but I've got the best bet up there. People that bought my package, the $99 package, they'll be getting my hockey for the next few little days for sure, unless I have some hockey packages with college football, with NFL, stuff like that. So as you said, I appreciate Carmine ahead of time there. $99 for 2 weeks of all our plays, and that includes any 5% that we'll be putting out. And I do have one marked for next week, but it all depends on the number. As you guys know, I do mark my 5%. I have some already marked for January, as long as I get the number. So,
all right, wow. Now it's done. Don, yeah, okay, awesome. Don, Buster, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me, guys.
We got a lot still to cover. If the Blue Jays come back and win that series, the only way I'm bringing Buster back on Puck Time is if he shaves his beard, leaves his mustache, uses Just for Men, dyes it black, and looks like David Schneider of the Blue Jays.
David Schneider.
Speaking of Toronto teams, Andrew, the Leafs -152, the New York Rangers +125. Total sits here at 6. I'm going to throw a quick hot take out. The Leafs did what they needed to do in that game against Nashville after losing a couple games to Detroit, even though they outshot them badly in the game in Toronto. They got a Nashville team that came in, started their backup goalie in Annunen, but they're going to face Shesterkin tonight. These two teams played some tough games last year and some close ones over the last couple of years. I think, even though they can't score at home, that the Rangers are a live dog here at +125, and that's what I'm taking.
Carm, it almost bothers me that this is one that I didn't end up playing overnight because, we're seeing the movement. I mean, if you look at odds logic right now at the opener versus the current number, it's currently definitely been hit. And if you want to look at it, as you mentioned, Carm, the struggle for this Rangers team specifically has come at home with some of those shutouts for them being at home and on home ice. So I was talking about this on my show last night. Like, it's one of those frustrating things because, I had the first period over in both of those times where they were off a shutout. First time it was off the shutout against Pittsburgh. The second time it was off being shut out against Washington. And then they got shut out again. And I never ran these numbers by Ralph Michaels, but you have to think that the sense of urgency, not only being off one shutout, but being off a shutout twice, 2 games in a row, is crazy, Carm, for a team to be able to do that and to, not be able to produce and be productive that way. And now here's the thing, is that when you look at the expected goals for, albeit they've played 5 games and many teams have played 3 or 4, so it might not mean too much, but they're still up there at the top of the league in expected goals. And I know there's going to be a crowd of people that will say this, and I know you wanted to talk about this today, Carm, where people will say it doesn't matter. You have to get the goals. And I agree with you. The final result is what matters. You know, I was telling Leaf fans when they lost to Toronto and they outshot them 45-15, who cares how many shots you got? You still lost. At the end of the day, though, this Rangers team is not playing as poorly as their numbers indicate. This Toronto team, however, they're still not going to be happy about how they've played this year, I don't think. You know, they're not going to be satisfied with how they've played. They dropped those 2 games against the Red Wings, and then they absolutely slapped around the Nashville Predators, a game, as you said, Carm, they should have won. But I like New York as well. I think they're going to get the job done. I think the first period is the play. And Carm, I'm putting myself out there on puck time. I'm labeling it right now. You guys are going to hear this with me right now. If the first period or full game over does not hit in this game, specifically the first period, you will not catch me take a first period play involving the Rangers until 2026. I'm putting myself out there right now with that. You guys in the comments all heard it, because I already know what's going to happen. If I don't play the first period over in this game, it's going to hit in the first 6 minutes of the hockey game. So I feel like I'm already looped into it because I've taken it already twice with this Rangers team this season. But we're going to go with that. But I do lean towards the Rangers as well. You know, this Leafs team, Carm, they do have depth, but I do worry about their scoring because I put that tweet up yesterday that we were kind of laughing at about how Marner or Nylander and Matthews have 4 empty net goals and only 1 real goal. But you know that they're like a volcano. They could erupt at any moment. We just have to hope that New York contains them. So lean to New York for me, and we got to go right back to the first period over.
Well, no more plays. My head just went.
No more Rangers plays.
No more Rangers plays. You can't be. You can't be. What's the word I'm looking for? You can't just look at one game and give up after one game. If you did, it'd be the wrong way to handicap. And you just keep on going. You're up multiple units on the season. I'm coming for you, man. Winning night last night with the Red Wings plus money. In a good spot against the Florida Panthers. So we got there. I've got an underdog on today's card, which is up at WagerTalk as well, too. Andrew, okay, so we've talked about this Leafs Rangers one. We're going to go to Brian in just a second. Once is Brian around yet? He should be logging in soon, I hope. But the last 4 games between these 2 teams in Toronto, the Rangers have won 2 of the 4 games by 5-2 and 4-1 score lines. And the other 2 games went to OT, Andrew. So that tells me that the Rangers, at the very least, give them a hard time in those games. Now, we're waiting on Brian Leonard when he pops in. And there he is. I see him popping in.
Boom.
He was probably combing his hair. He was combing his hair. Brian Leonard when he pops in. And
sorry about that, guys.
He was watching the show. I was
watching the show, and I thought I was in, and I realized it was on the baseball show. So I was wondering why nobody let me in.
Yeah, did you click on the like button while you were? Did you click on the like button while you were there? We really appreciate it.
Of course, I was going to comment about the good-looking host, but I figured I'd wait until I get on first.
Well, there you go.
Well, you got to bring it on. You're adding to it, Brian.
Okay, so. Brian, we're going to cover a couple things with you, but I want you to go first to your game. Montreal Canadiens minus 161, Nashville Predators plus 132. That was a consensus line this morning. It may have shifted a little bit. Total sits here at 6. How are you breaking this one down?
Yeah, I know you're running a little bit late. I wanted to touch on a couple other things, but because we're running late, I'll just go to the games. We're looking at today's game, and I'm looking at the Montreal side. And we're looking about a 150 favorite or so, total of 6. I'm not a Nashville fan. I actually made my power ratings about 3.5 points lower than what the closing season win total was. So basically, I didn't think as highly of Nashville, and I thought Montreal was just as good as what those early numbers were showing. And we've got a Nashville team. I know they were really disappointing last year, but they have pretty good talent. But when you take a look at their schedule, this is their third game in 4 days, all on the road. They're coming off that game against Toronto. They beat Ottawa the night before. But, it doesn't mean as much early in the season as it does later when you are playing 3 and 4s, back-to-back, that kind of thing. But even if you just count as Montreal here, a 150 favorite is basically a 60% chance to win. So your home teams in hockey usually win about 53, 54% of the games anyway. So then you add in the Montreal that I have 7 points better in my power ratings, and you also have Montreal in a much better situation from a scheduling standpoint. They had yesterday off. They've only played 1 out of the 3 days before that. And the game they played was against Seattle, a game that they needed to come back and win. So you've got a team that is not satisfied because it shouldn't have gone down to overtime when they played Seattle. And you're getting them in a better scheduling situation here. 150 is cheap. I would have thought this was going to be probably about a 165. So I prefer the Montreal side here.
Brian, you're right. That game shouldn't have gone to overtime. Have you seen the AI videos where they're soccer videos where the guy, one of the players, taps his card with the referee's payment processing, and then they're awarded a penalty? I think that happened with the Montreal game and that holding call to Marchment late in the game to give the Montreal the power play. So Marty St. Louis must have that Amex black card with him, but it should be a good game nonetheless. I know I'm bugging Andrew with this narrative on the game. We get tons of comments in our live chat. We also get them in the videos that are posted afterwards. I want to post a comment from yesterday's video that I saw last night. If you guys can, our great production crew can put that up on the screen. Dan's looking. It's coming. All right. No, not the Brian one, the first one. That's Brian's reply. I'm sorry. It is the first one. Someone asked about, this is my fault. What's the point of the XG stat? Being nine total sum of Rangers home games, they didn't even score during those 3 games. And Brian replied, and we try and reply to many of your comments in there. So this isn't me trying to disparage anyone or what have you, but Brian's answer was absolutely perfect. That's the point. A team that has 10 XG and have scored 0, the offense is playing better than what they're actually producing on the ice. And the idea of the XG is you don't hang your hat on just that one stat, but it's a good indicator. And this is where I want Brian to come in, because Brian's a very good guy with analytics. It's a good indicator of a team that's putting forth a good effort, is just not getting the puck luck. It's not going in, but at some point those bounces will go your way, Brian.
I will say that, I'm assuming it's a gentleman that made the comment. He came back in and said that he understood what I was saying. So he was looking for something a little bit different, I think. But yeah, you were just talking about the Rangers. I had the Rangers as probably a play today. And we talked about that on the show. I was on the show yesterday. And we talked about having good value in there. Well, we're not the only people out there that bet hockey. And a lot of money has come in on the Rangers now. So it's to the point now, I think all that value is gone. But I will say there was another comment, and it was a correct comment. When I did my play yesterday on Detroit, I thought Gibson was going to be in goal. That was what they had listed at that point. And I said, I like Detroit, but I also like the +1.5. And then when they made the change to what I consider the better goalie, I came back and I used that, and the line really didn't move. And I came back and used that as a play for my clients. So yes, we can only give you the information we have at this point when we are handicapping the games. It is very early in the morning, and they do change the lines, and sometimes they make a goalie switch. They decided to use Gibson on Friday, I believe. And so that's something that, keep that in mind when we do that. Also, when we're talking about these games, we can change our mind a little bit based on the way the line moves. I'm a power ratings guy, and if I find value, there could be a game. I'm not going to do this for clients, but there could be a game at one point where I'll bet one side and then I'll end up getting much better number the other side and probably buy my way out of the bet. So we're doing it on the show. Everybody wants all of our bets, but it all depends on what the line is. And if you don't get the line you want, as I believe Buster said, we just wait. And we've got plenty of time to do that with all of these nighttime games. So there are games that are going to pop on our card, pop off of our card, depending on what the line is. But we're really excited about talking about them now, and hopefully we can get these bets in as we speak about them right now.
This one's got an interesting comment here. Sorry, Garm, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Andrew, and that's the importance of having either a long-term subscription, a 3 or 7 day subscription, or even the flex pack, is that the minute someone like Brian Leonard loads a play, it's in your email, it's in your alert, you get it, and you know it. So you're getting the best number with it. But Andrew, there was a good comment from Fortunaut who says, unless you're willing to go back and chart the game yourself, you are left with XG as a means for getting a snapshot of goaltending and puck luck, which is absolutely true.
Yep.
You know, guys, I'll just say, like, I think hockey is one of those sports where, like, you can use analytics, you can use the eye test. There's so many different ways, and I think that what's that website, Brian? The NBA one, Shot Quality, is that what it's called?
Shot Quality is a tremendous job in basketball. Yes.
Yeah, Shot Quality. So, I mean, to me, there's like, I mean, the difference I think with that is there's like, what's the average NBA score these days? Like 120 and 115. Like, so you're getting so many different, what can we say? The sample size is big because you're seeing each player shoot so much. You're seeing, okay, this team expected points. And it's cool to see that in the NBA. Like, hey, this collective group of 3 players, they shot well below their means with their 3-pointers, and they should have had probably at least, you know, X amount of more points, and that makes a difference in the game. Now, with the NHL, it's interesting because you can, like, one of my favorite ones to look at, guys, is not even just the expected goals for, but as the goals saved above average for goaltenders. And you can look at it and in 2 ways. You can look at it in, okay, I want to be contrarian and fade this goalie because he's evidently overachieving, or I want to fade this team because he's carrying his team. Or you can look at it in this way and say, you know what? Maybe I stay away from this certain team because I think they have value, because this goalie right now is standing on his head. Like, you guys don't, like, I'm a Montreal Canadiens fan, and everybody in the world knows it that knows me, but I'm not a fool to know that Carey Price carried the Montreal Canadiens, no pun intended, for like 15 years. I wished upon everything that Carey Price had the team the Montreal Canadiens are going to have in 2 years' time, because he absolutely, like, there were so many games, like when the Montreal Canadiens made that playoff COVID run that they had, everybody that was fading the Canadiens were probably, you know, going nuts because all the analytics said that they were getting dominated every game pretty much because Carey Price is that good of a goaltender. So I will tell people that goaltending statistics do really matter. And sometimes we will call it puck luck, but we can also call it, you know, great goaltending on the other side of things as well.
Brian, what do you have up at WagerTalk today?
Yeah, before I get to that, I just want to point out, I mentioned yesterday, I asked you guys about Tkachuk for Ottawa. His physicality, I thought, was going to help the Buffalo offense because they don't have to worry about that. Obviously, I didn't see the expected goals, but they had a really good game. So keep that in mind from now on. It may be the defense for Ottawa, maybe something we can take advantage of. I went 4-0 yesterday, including the Detroit underdog play.
Nice.
On a nice 16-4 run. Baseball's been terrific. I'm up like 19 net units already in the baseball playoffs. I am going to put out a 5% today in the Major League Baseball playoffs. I'm also going to put up my hockey, and we'll do some football for the weekend. So they did mention, I know it's a hockey show, but they did mention we all do football. So they did put out their Weekend Warrior package for football. It's a great deal. Look that up. But a lot of things out there for us right now. And baseball's been very good to me, as they say over the years. And it looks like we're going to have a 5% going today. I've been on 2 shows today, so I haven't had a chance to get it up. But we will do that in the next hour or so.
All right. Well, Brian, I wish you the best of luck with that 5% play. And as we age, it's always a little tougher to get it up. So don't worry about it. And you will be fine.
Get that package up, right?
They have
I have
blue
no
chews
reason
for
to get it up.
that.
I'm a married man. What the hell?
Blue chews. They got blue chews for that. Anyways, you should get excited just walking into the Circus Sportsbook. You know what I mean? With the gang over there. But
Don't give people any
wish you the
ideas,
best.
Carm. Don't give people any ideas.
We wish you the best of luck on your plays and fantastic 4-0 day for you. Absolutely, as well too. So knock it out of the ballpark. I hope it's drop it in my Slack after. I really hope it's the Blue Jays.
I'll send it to you. All right.
With that said, go Jays. All right, Brian. Thanks for coming on. Andrew,
Brian, send us the play unless you're fading the Jays. And in that case, don't send us the play.
All right, Andrew, we had a couple to close off. This one I'm going to make it easy because it'll be all you talking. Vegas Golden Knights, Boston Bruins, Vegas minus 227, Boston plus 183. And you know where I'm going here. First period over. Last year, Vegas Golden Knights, first 6 games out of the hopper at home, all over the total. 10-2, their first 12 games at home, over 1.5 hit. Their first game this year, LA Kings, it hit again. This is game 2. I'm going over once again. I'll throw to you.
Carm, I don't know what it is about this team, but at home, like you said, it's just electrifying for them. This is their second home game. Their first one was their home opener against the Kings, which they dropped in a shootout, which they had the lead. On my show last night, I went through all their games so far, Carm, and I was trying to figure out a game that they've played so far this season that they should be happy about. And I didn't find one game. They've played 4 games this season so far. I don't think any of these games they should be proud of themselves. You know, they lose that first game in a shootout. They beat the San Jose Sharks, but if anybody knows how they beat the San Jose Sharks, the goalie went out of the net and lost the puck, and it was a tap-in. They didn't really deserve that win. And then they beat the Kraken they lose to the Kraken in overtime. Obviously, you're not proud of that one. And then, of course, the 4-2 win over the Flames, which I was excited about because I had the team total for them. But Carmine, they were down 2-1 going into the third period. So a lot of times we talk about motivation. And I think that it's funny that us as handicappers, part of our job is to try and figure out which teams are going to be fired up for certain games or not. And Brian talked about the Montreal Canadiens, how they blew that lead and then they had to win in overtime. And so that should keep them sharp, which I actually really agree with his analysis there. I think that like yesterday, I lost the Utah first period puck line. I think the penalties definitely hurt it. But one thing that hurt it more, I think, was the fact that, you know, you had a team in Calgary that was pissed off coming into that game. And I think in this particular matchup, you just have a really good spot, I think, for the Vegas Golden Knights to put on a show in front of their home crowd when they're super motivated. So this is about the exact same price as a lot of the other -0.5 goal first periods have been, Carm. 2-1, 2-0. You and I both win with that one. And I'm going to go a little bit off the board here with you. And I'm going to take an alternate number just to get a little fancy with you here. Plus 180. Vegas Golden Knights over 4.5 goals, not 3.5, not 2.5, plus 180 over 4.5 team total goals. Let's not forget Bruce Cassidy, head coach of the Vegas Golden Knights, former head coach of the Boston Bruins. He got fired by that team. And I'll tell you, this team looks so good right now. And if you're betting player props, you got to be betting these player props on the Vegas Golden Knights because Barbashev, Thomas Hertl, Mitch Marner assist props. Jack Eichel feels like he has a goal in every single game he's played in here, Carm, so far. But I like this team quite a bit. And is it fair to say, Carm, that this Bruins team, it's almost a good thing they got off to a decent start? I mean, 3-1 win over the Caps, 4-3 win over the Blackhawks, 3-1 win over the Sabres. Don't get me wrong, the Capitals are a good team, but 3 of the 4 teams they played so far aren't really the most exciting teams. And then they give up 4 goals against the Tampa Bay Lightning. So despite the fact that they're rested, I still think the Bruins get slapped around here tonight on a Thursday night. Give me the Knights. First period and the full game team total. Carm, so when you're watching that game and you're cheering for your first period total, just do me a favor. Just cheer for 2-0 or 3-0 as far as the Knights are concerned.
I will. I may have to go out tonight because I don't have enough screens for all of the games that I need to watch tonight, because there's NFL football tonight. Of course, there's baseball playoffs, and of course, a ton of puck action and a late game, which is our pod play of the day. So, guys, after the Mammoth came up a goal short yesterday, and that was again, that was a half-size wager. All prop bets, like team totals, will be half bets, and I'll mention it. But this one is going to be a regular-sized play, and it is the one of the final games of the night. It is the LA Kings, and as you'll see, we're still up our current bankroll 52.18. We're taking the Kings in regulation -130 against none other than the aforementioned Pittsburgh Penguins. Here's some numbers for you. Last season, the Kings, number one in the Western Conference on home ice, 31-10. Of those 31 home victories, 27 were in regulation time. And when an Eastern Conference team came to LA, they left losing 13 of the 16 games. LA was 13-3, all 13 wins in regulation against Eastern Conference teams last season. We're taking the Kings in their second game of the season at home. They lost their home opener 4-1 to Colorado to get the win here in regulation over the Pittsburgh Penguins. So that will be 200 to win, roughly about 144 with that -130 price tag.
Let's go, Carm. Keep that bankroll going, and I think that this is going to really show people how to just manage the bankroll day by day. And I've got a segment starting next week, and well, to be completely honest with you, it's kind of the opposite of the bankroll challenge. It's the same game parlay, the daily same game parlay. Sometimes we're going to get a little bit funny with them, and sometimes we're going to be just like a 2 or 3 player parlay. And I'll tell you what, guys, like this Vegas Golden Knights team, it is incredible how, like, I'm going to go to it right now live on the show. And I'm not saying this hits every single time, but these guys, it's unbelievable for their points. Like right now, if you take a look at Jack Eichel point, Mitch Marner point, and Ivan Barbashev to get a point, all of those together, you get +175. You know, like these guys together, I mean, it's not rare that these guys aren't going to score. They're on the power play. They're all there together. So we're going to get some same game parlays going next Monday, new segment. So really looking forward to that. But make sure you guys are following Carmine's bankroll play of the day, and make sure you guys are managing your bankroll while doing so. And I just want to stress, guys, because I was talking with some WagerTalk personnel about this a couple days ago. Make sure you're following the percentages when we release our plays. All of my props are either going to be 0.25 units or 0.5 units. Best bets are 3%, 4%, 3 units, 4 units. You need to follow the structure. Variance lies with props. I feel confident with my 4% sides. And speaking of which, Carm, 2 4% plays for me. 1 4% team total, 1 4% side play. So really looking forward to that. And the rest of the plays we'll figure out as the afternoon develops. But I'm in bounce back mode, man. Looking forward to a really, really great day. And hats off to you and hats off to Brian for cashing those underdog tickets yesterday. Let's have a great day, man. Take us home.
All right. 3 plays up for me in the NHL, including 1 underdog play. And of course, the NFL 5% play goes on Sunday. Sunday 10 will get you $10 off that, or grab the Weekend Warrior college and NFL loaded today as the injury reports come out. So we're doing fantastic this season. We're going to continue to do so. For myself, Andrew, thanks guys for tuning in. Hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so, and we will see you tomorrow morning on Puck Time, 11 a.m. live.
the gold standard of sports betting shows where we talk the talk. Got a great show for everybody. We're going to start off with Joe Ranieri. We're going to break down Thursday night football between the Steelers and the Flaccos. The Steelers and the Joe Flaccos are playing tonight. We'll talk a little of MLB. We'll talk some props. Dave Mason's going to join us. I think we're going to be forced to ask him about the illness that he had. It sounds like it was a doozy, some tropical fever that he had that Dan and I have never heard of. So I cannot wait to get that one in. But let's start with Joe Ranieri, and you guys know what to do. Hit the like button. Algorithm boost time. Hit the like button. Leave a comment. Joe, how are you? Hey, last week we were talking IU and Oregon, and guess what? IU's a football school, baby.
Yep. I told you, where is Signetti going now? Because it ain't back to Indiana, my friend. My goodness.
No,
congrats on that window.
Penn State. Penn State.
No! Somebody mute these two. The Wi-Fi is going out. Have a good day, everybody.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, listen, it won't mean anything, though, if they lose this week. So as long as you know it's now or never.
It's a good point. Classic letdown spot. Let's talk this Thursday night football team, Steelers and the Bengals. This line just kind of screams that the books don't really know what to do with this game. Like 5.5 was such a weird what kind of number is this? I can't even get it to 6. Don't want it down on a field goal. We've seen Joe Flacco one time with this team. What's your breakdown here on the Steelers and the Bengals here? Steelers off to a really nice start for their season.
Well, just to show you how great it's been going for me, Andy, I finally got a day off from recording with the Prez on the best betting show ever. And, today I just had to leave Brian Power. So it shows you how it's going for me. But the good news is I have Art the Caesar on that show. And Art kind of laid it out pretty interestingly about this game here is that, the book, like you said, is in no man land at this price, 5.5, right? It ain't going to move much from there. He was kind of shocked on the total, and it's been a lot of over money coming in on a Thursday night situation. The problem that I have with the Steelers, or even thinking about the Steelers, is we all know that Mike Tomlin, the biggest bugaboo of him and the Steelers, is that when he is supposed to play the better teams and the teams they're not supposed to win, his teams show up. When he plays less than 500 teams or awful teams, his Steelers always play down to the level of competition, which is not a good situation when you consider tonight. I think the number is, if I wasn't mistaken, it was pretty awful with him being a 4-point favorite or more. His numbers are not good with Tomlin here since 2017. So what do you do? 13, 26, and 1 against the number, in fact. So that's the problem. I know they covered last week as a 6.5 favorite against the Browns. But listen, was that more of an indictment last week, Andy, about Green Bay not being as good as maybe we thought they are? Or maybe Cincinnati realizes that they're battling for their season here, and maybe they're a little bit better than we give them credit for. They certainly have the weapons. Either way, I don't trust either of these two teams all that much, but the one thing I can count on is that Tomlin and the Steelers will likely not play the best game of the season here tonight. So I'd be more inclined to back the dog in this spot.
I kind of sneakily think the Packers are not as good as we thought they were. You could make the case that very first game of the season threw everyone off the scent. Big win against the Lions. They had all the hype with the Micah Parsons trade. And the fact is that was the Lions' first game with their new coordinators. They've looked great since then. So, what are their wins? The Commanders, the Bengals, they tied the Cowboys, lost to the Browns. So I have the opinion the Packers are a little overrated. That first game, I think it just kind of threw everyone off the scent. That's my opinion on it.
Yep. Well, and by the way, Hendrickson, I think, is still a game-time decision. Watching that game last week, that Cincinnati defense fell apart once he left that game for Cincinnati. If you can't get to Aaron Rodgers, then I do like the over. I'll tell you that. If he's not going here, it would not shock me at all if the Steelers do a lot of the heavy lifting here and get closer to 30 points, at which point we all know the garbage time with Flacco's just going to drop back and throw it to Chase. Come on down with it. And that's exactly what will happen with the over. So the money is coming in on the over, and I tend to agree with it, especially if Hendrickson's not in that lineup tonight for Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's a great point. Hendricks is not in. You could look at Steelers over their team total.
Yep.
There's a lot that can go wrong for the Bengals if Hendrickson's not in there.
Big time.
We got a couple baseball games here. Let's go over both of them. We got the Brewers and the Dodgers. It does look like Quintana's going for the Brewers. He only went 3 innings last start, but no earned runs allowed. We got Glasnow for the Dodgers. What do you think of this matchup?
Well, welcome back, starting pitchers, huh? It's a pleasure to see you. For years, screw analytics, screw all the data and everything else. Just give me 3 or 4 guys that can go out in a 5 or 7 game series and do exactly what this Dodgers starting rotation has been doing, and that is shut you down. It doesn't matter if their bullpen sucks, Andy. You know why? Because your starting pitchers are going 7, 8 innings, and you're playing from in front, so it doesn't make a difference. I mean, this is old school baseball at its finest here. And I don't know, it's like going up against 5 Tariq Skubals. That's what you're asking the Brewers to do. Like, all right, you lost to Tariq tonight, but good news is you have Tariq Skubal again tomorrow night. And that's what they're going to have to do tonight with Glasnow. But this isn't an anomaly. The Dodgers starting pitching since September 1st is 15-3. They've played 33 games, Andy. Starting pitchers have averaged giving up just 3 hits a game. That's a month and a half. We have seen pure domination by this rotation of the Dodgers here. You're going to have the shadows today because of the start time. There is absolutely, and I see a lot of money coming in on the over. Got a lot of money, Art was telling us, on the over. He said he wouldn't be shocked if this thing hits 8 before it's all said and done here. But if that's the case, that's because the Dodgers are doing the heavy lifting. Do not trust this Milwaukee Brewers offense against this rotation. I would tend to think that the Dodgers, you ready for this, Andy? Give me the exact score, 4-0 sweep. I think you can still get it at plus money, which is better value than backing them on the money line at $2 in each game here. So I'll take the plus 150 for the Dodgers to win 4-0.
I like that look. That's really, really interesting. Look, yeah, these starting pitchers. Holy cow, they've been lights out. Great stats. They're peaking at the right time.
Yep.
Yeah, we talked a lot about them throughout the regular season about how they didn't really achieve that much, kind of underachievers, and then they're just ready for the postseason. Postseason comes around, here they are, lighting it up.
Bonkers.
Let's talk Blue Jays Mariners. I got Scherzer going for Blue Jays. Castillo's lights out against the Tigers for the Mariners. I think he only allowed 1 hit. Like, there were no runs allowed. So he's been looking real good. It's pretty close to a pick 'em. And we got the over-under sitting here at 7.5. I think 7.5 is that's just the number they put every game in the playoffs. It's just like 7.5. We have no strong opinion. Every game, 7.5. How do you break down Blue Jays and Mariners?
Well, that was by far the most runs scored in that ballpark in a very, very long time, especially in a postseason. That is a pitcher's ballpark. It's an unders ballpark in Seattle, except, of course, for last night where they were throwing batting practice. So both of these teams have had no problem putting runs up there. But you're right. The books are like, we don't care. 7.5. Like it, leave it. I can see this getting a whole lot of over money, but to this point, Andy, I have not seen 8s hit the board. Scherzer hasn't pitched since September 24th. All right, he's 41 years old, and the last time we did see him pitch in September, he was, what is Cam Wart's ass? That's exactly what he was, total ass in the month of September. 85 innings the guy has thrown this year. It was not good down the stretch. And explain to me, his outs prop is 11.5. He's making it through 4 innings against the Seattle lineup. Is that what we're saying here? The books are telling us that, yeah, even though the bullpen is rested and we're going to let him figure it out. He's going to go through this lineup twice. I don't think so. Give me the under 11.5 outs with Max Scherzer in this one.
Let's let him figure it out.
I mean, how's he making it to 4 innings? He ain't making it to 4 innings. Never going to happen. Nope.
It's playoffs. We got plenty of time.
They'll work it out. Give him to the 6. That's all right. He'll be good. No, he won't.
if you have a guy like Scherzer, why would you even consider pitching him in like May and June? Like you say, he's 41. Just say, hey, we'll see you in the fall. You're 41 years old. You do not have very many innings on that shoulder and in that arm. So I like that look you got there, Joe.
Yep.
All right, so I did an exercise here the last couple days because I'm a lunatic. I went through every single season win total in the NFL, where they are currently, and what the books have them for. And I got these. So what's your team? You're down in Florida. Dolphins.
Oh God, no! I'm worse than the Dolphins. I'm a lifelong Jet fan. You know that. I just enjoy pain. So my season's been on. But this is the good part. I am the most excited as a Jet fan in the preseason, because that's when hope reigns true, right? Like, all right, Fields is gonna be good. We got new blood. It's Aaron. It's gonna be great. And then about 2 weeks into the season, I'm like, that's good. Don't have to watch this team anymore. I already know that it's over. So it's not any better between the Dolphins and the Jets. Either of them, by the way, are gonna have a hard time winning another game here in the near future.
All right, well let's do the New York Jets. So here it is. On the domestics, you can take 3.5 wins. You can take the over at -140, under +125. Can I interest you in the 4.5 under at -180? They have 0 wins right now.
Correct.
They would need 5 wins. Here's their remaining schedule: Panthers, Bengals, Browns, Patriots, Ravens, Falcons, Dolphins, Jags, Saints, Patriots, Bills. If they lose this one against Panthers, there's no way they're getting 5. There's no chance this team's getting 5. I love the under 4.5. What do you think?
The only scary part here is that if at some point Aaron Glenn puts down the peyote and realizes that maybe Tyrod Taylor might give us a better shot at winning some football games than Justin Fields. That would be the only thing I'd worried about, is that at some point they're going to be like, all right, listen, it ain't working out, Justin Fields. You're not a starting. Let's bring in Tyrod and see if we can actually throw the ball more than 45 or net 10 yards. That would be because then you said the Saints, you got the Browns. There are some winnable games with a halfway competent quarterback under center. But if Fields is your guy, I don't see them getting to that number. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, they got a stretch here: Panthers, Bengals, Browns. You got to go 2-1.
Right. Exactly.
You'd have to go 2-1 in that stretch, because then Patriots, Ravens will be healthy. They're not beating the Falcons, probably not the Jags, not the Patriots, Bills, Dolphins. I think you get the Dolphins at least at the Jets in December.
Correct. Exactly.
That's winnable. Yes. That's winnable. But yeah, trying to find 5 wins for that team is a little rough. Yeah. Brutal. That sucks. I like this Jets team coming into the season, and boy, have they looked. Do you think it's personnel, or do you think it's coaching? Is Aaron Glenn really this bad?
Listen, some guys, you know what I get the feeling of, Andy, watching this guy, and listen, I give him the bet. He's a rookie head coach, right? I mean, he's a former player, but it's, being a good defensive coordinator and being a good head coach are 2 different worlds. I look at him from where he started to where he was in that last game in London, and you want to talk about deer in the headlights. He gives me the Joe Judge vibe. Like, hell of a special teams, but who in the hell thought this was a good idea to make you a head coach in the New York media market here when you obviously have no clue as to what you're doing? Listen, give the guy the benefit of the doubt, but it would not shock me if he's back to being a DC in 2 years in the league.
I mean, the fake punt to kneel down was just all-time special.
Can't figure out how to play and before the half? Like, no, we're not. We're just going to hold on. We're going to kneel on.
All time. Good stuff. All time. And credit to Garrett Wilson for not going along with it when they asked him about it. He was like, "Yeah, I was shocked." like don't insult our intelligence and say you were going along with it. So, Joe, tell her what do you have up at Wager Talk?
I am locked and loaded. Another 5%er in college football, 4-0 so far on the season. Andy, I'm on a 13-5 run, and this to me was the absolute buy low spot of the season. You can get that over at my page at WagerTalk.com. Also, locked and loaded in Major League Baseball, and I will reluctantly, because I did just get the information I was looking for. I'll have a Thursday night football bet up as well.
Sexy devil.
I can't, like a bad rash, Andy. I can't get rid of him. Like a bad rash. Yep, unreal.
He called me yesterday, and then like I asked him something. He was like, "I gotta go." You called me, man.
You answered. You answered the phone. Serves you right.
No, that's literally the textbook Prez move. Prez will literally call me, and you answer, and you're like, "Hey, what's up?" And he's like, "I gotta call you back," and then hang up. Like, you called me. I don't know how you do it, Joe.
So busy, and meanwhile, he's at like a drive-through at a Starbucks because they can't get his, soy latte with non-fat milk on his. So they're screwing up his order. He's got to call you back. Unbelievable.
I don't know how you do it.
No.
God bless you, Joe.
No, a lot of bourbon. It's the only way to do it.
A lot of bourbon for breakfast.
Correct.
Oh, Joe Ranieri, incredible streak. Congratulations on those 5% best bets. Let's continue it this weekend. Have a great one, Joe. Thank you very much.
Crush it. Appreciate it, Andy. Thanks, guys.
All right, we're gonna do something in the chat. Put your football team, and I'll go over the season win totals. I got write-ups for everyone. I didn't do this for my own for my own sanity. Dan, I got your Philadelphia Eagles here. We'll do your Eagles, and then we'll do some free plays and such. You're currently at 4 wins, and they got you at 10.5. So 7 wins. You got Vikings, Giants, Packers, Lions, Cowboys, Bears, Chargers. Raiders, Commanders, Bills, Commanders is a pretty good way to kind of end the season. You 10.5 seems like a lot. You're not real high on the Eagles here.
I mean, so heading into the year when we did our season win totals, I was under the 11.5. You were over the 11.5. So here's the thing for me is ticking down a point. Yeah, you could say the sexy sports betting word, right, Andy? There's value on the Eagles now. Their preseason win total was 11.5. Now there's a full point of value towards the over. Yes. Smell my own farts. But so for me, Andy, what have we seen from the Philadelphia Eagles outside of the start of the year where they go 4-0 to start the year? But a lot of that 4-0, Andy, you have blocked punts. You have Travis Kelce dropping a ball in the end zone. Like the turnovers and special teams plays that got the Philadelphia Eagles to that 4-0 largely have a lot to do with the luck matrix. So with what we've seen from the Philadelphia Eagles, what gives you confidence that changes your mind that much on how you felt about them preseason? For me, the reason why I'm so down on them, and people say, oh, you're just a Philadelphia Eagles fan, you're just being pessimistic, Negadelphia. For me, it has way more to do with the fact that they don't have a pass rush, and their leading sack getter in Zadarius Smith said, see, yep, I'm going to retire. A guy who joined the team to chase a ring because he was like, this is a Super Bowl caliber team. Now, again, maybe there was family issues going on. Maybe it was just his time. But that reeks to me of a guy who comes out of retirement to say, I want to play for this team. Couple weeks in that locker room where it seems like there's a lot of, consternation going on in that locker room. He says, I'm good. I don't want to deal with this. I'm just going to retire. That I feel like is going under the radar a little bit. So no pass rush. They have no cornerback too. And the offensive line magic that offensive line coach in Jeff Stoutland has been able to work over this offensive line where it didn't matter who went down, next guy up. It hasn't been there this year. Landon Dickerson, he comes in for a couple snaps and then leaves. So there's zero continuity going on there. So maybe after the bye, I'll feel a little bit more optimistic about this team. But at 10.5, I thought they were a 10-win team coming into the year, Andy, and nothing has changed my opinion. If anything, I'm a little bit more bearish on them. So it was under 11.5. It's still under 10.5 for me, no matter where the value lies.
Yeah, it's okay to change your mind once you've seen things that give you evidence of moving a certain way. That's where I laid it on you. Slight under. It's not a client play.
They're a 10-win
team.
A lean. They're going to be right around. Right. And the other thing that doesn't help them, Andy, is also the fact that this is a top 5 most difficult schedule the rest of the way, probably top 3.
Yeah,
it is a very tough schedule. And one of the reasons I was bearish on them coming into the year, Andy, this team does not get back-to-back home games the entire season. That matters in the NFL. These teams who get to look at what the Bills did. The Bills started the year and they were on a roll. They got to stay home for 3 weeks. And then what happened when they go on the road? They lose they lose to the Atlanta Falcons coming off their final homestand loss against the Patriots. So being home matters in the NFL, and the Eagles don't get to stay home for 2 weeks in a row the entire year. That matters.
All right. Yeah, I think Dan and I both lean a little bit under. All right. Tim wants me to do the Steelers. All right.
Tim.
Pittsburgh Steelers. You're at 4 wins right now. You get the Bengals tonight. You can grab the 9.5 right now if you got a good feeling for what happens tonight. Browns, they have the Bengals again. Packers, Colts, Chargers, Bears, Bills, Ravens, Dolphins, Lions, Browns, Ravens. I just wish I knew if Aaron Rodgers was going to survive. I don't trust him to.
Give me the crystal ball if Aaron Rodgers survives.
I don't know if he makes it 100% to the end of the season. I like this team. I love that they've seemed calm. There's no panic there. And now that you look at the Jets, you kind of going, well, was it Aaron Rodgers or was it just the Jets last year? It's a slight lean to the over. I kind of like this team. I like their skill position. It's working out with DK Metcalf. Their defense is only going to get better. It can't get much worse. So it's going to be a little lean to the over on this one. I like that schedule. You get a couple games against the Bengals. You got the Browns. You got the Dolphins. Now you just need to get one against the Packers. I like your Steelers on the over there. Thank you, Cody.
Yeah. So with the Steelers,
thoughts?
Here's the problem for me is I wish they played the Ravens to start the year when the Ravens were having Ravens issues.
Yeah.
Because the worry for me is if the Ravens don't have a second half of the year push, who's going to pace this team to need to win games? You know what I mean? They could limp to a division with 9 wins. So that's what worries me is, do the Steelers have a second half resurgence? If they do, that could be 2 losses right there. One thing I like about the Steelers, offensive line is finally starting to gel. They have one of the best tight end rooms in the league, and this is a tight end heavy team. The kind of synergy with Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf is starting to come to the head. You have, 3 straight weeks, I think, that DK Metcalf has scored a touchdown. So if that continues, it's going to be hard to beat this team. But also you see Aaron Rodgers doesn't quite have that arm strength. DK Metcalf should have had 2 touchdowns last week, and he underthrew him when he was wide open, even though he put his whole self into that throw. So does Aaron Rodgers hold up? I think he stays healthy throughout the year, Andy, but I think that arm just gets tired week by week that goes by.
Agreed.
So at 9 wins, it's right around there. I'll probably slightly lean to the over because this team's really starting to gel.
Blocked is in the house, so we got to do my Indianapolis Colts. They're currently at 5 wins here. 10.5, and it's really juiced to the over, -150. Blocked, this one was one of the toughest ones that I did. Here's why. Look at their wins. Okay, they beat up the Dolphins. The only reason they beat the Broncos was because of a ridiculous leverage call. I mean, that literally went from a loss to a win because of a leveraging call. Titans, Raiders, and the Cardinals with Jacoby Brissett. But then you can make the case, well, they lost to the Rams because their wide receiver fumbled the ball out of the end zone. And now they get a tough schedule. Blocked, we got tough games. At Chargers, Titans is good, but at Steelers, Falcons overseas, at Chiefs, Texans, at Jags, at Seahawks, 49ers, Jags, Texans. It's a slight lean to the under for me. I think they settle at 10 wins. I think they're good, but that is a brutal schedule to go through. They had a lot of easy teams to start. It ain't getting any easier on this one. So it's an ever so slight lean to the under on that one, Dan.
Yeah, and for me, is there a bigger second half of the season regression candidate than the Indianapolis Colts? Now, let's be real, Andy. Heading into the year, I told you, I was like, I love this Colts team. They certainly aren't getting the respect that they should heading into the year. So for them maybe being the surprise of the year, I'm not too surprised. This was a team who I was really bullish on. I like them to win the division heading into the year. That hasn't changed at all. But like you said, this second half of the schedule is where you're going to see, is this fool's gold? Is this a paper tiger team? Because that Falcons game is one that you have circled. You have to go on the road and play a Steelers team who we just talked about, slightly leaning to the over. I think having to go on the road to the Jags, that's a team who I think is a lot better than we thought heading into the year. At Seahawks, 49ers towards the end of the year, what does that team look like? Shanahan historically has been a much better team after their bye week when they take a chance to adjust, and they'll probably be healthier. I wouldn't be betting the Colts outside of a game-by-game nature, because I think you're going to learn a lot about this team over the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, I'm blocked on with you. 10 wins probably does win that division. There's not a dominant team in that one, and that price terrifies me. -150 that gets 11 wins on this Colts team. That's a hefty price when you got those. Yeah, and that at Seattle game, boy, that didn't look nearly as tough to start the year. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh man, gotta go and play against that. Oh, all right, Dan, I'll let you get off here so you get Dave Mason ready. We'll do the Texans here. We got a couple mentions on the Houston Texans. They're currently at 2 wins and 7.5. Their only wins: Titans, injury-riddled Ravens. Combined score of 70-10. They've lost to the Rams, the Bucks, the Jags. Combined score there 38-51. I love the under. I don't think this Texans offense is very good. The offensive line is terrible. I can see them winning a couple games just because of their defense, but to get 6 more wins this season with that offensive line, I just don't really buy it. I don't think their running game is very good in the slightest. CJ Stroud just doesn't have the time. So they've got some pretty decent games at Titans, Cardinals, Raiders. Those are winnable, but to get 6, I just don't quite see it. It's an under for me. So, all right. Let's bring in Dave Mason. Dave, first off, how are you feeling?
A lot better. Yeah, I got dengue a couple weeks ago, which you don't know dengue is. It's a freaking mosquito bite. Some sick mosquito that bites you and it knocks you on your ass, man. I never get sick, so I knew something was wrong, and freaking sure enough, dengue. So yeah, it just lingers now. I mean, I'm a lot better, 90% there, but it's just like kind of lingers, just take a little nap here and there, so a little cough here and there, but much better. Thanks for asking.
All right, that's terrifying. Is it called? What's it called? Dengue.
Dengue. It's DENGUE. Yeah, dengue fever. It's one of those things. If you live down in the damn rainforest long enough, I think you get it. But it's I've been down here forever. I never got it. And those damn mosquitoes, man. I'm paranoid. I'm gonna walk around in a mosquito suit the rest of my life, I think, because that sucks.
Well, let's talk about what's been going on at Bet Online. Dan and I are still alive in your survivor pool.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm only a few points out of the lead in one of your in the Mega Pick contest. So nice. We're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well on your contest here. Let's talk about the games this weekend. What's some polarizing games that you're taking a lot of action on in NFL?
One-sided stuff. Patriots laying 7 at the Titans, and that's going to be even more from a teaser and money line parlay standpoint. And like I said before, we take more action on those teasers and money line parlays than we do on the straights. So, but yeah, 72% early bettors on the Pats. Eagles, 70% on the Eagles, believe it or not. Laying 1 at Mini, and then Packers, another huge parlay, money line parlay and teaser game. 70% there. Excuse me, early bettors are on the Packers, laying 6.5 at Arizona. So yeah, that Packers Patriots teasers and moneyline parlays are going to be freaking everywhere.
How have teasers and moneyline parlays been for Bet Online? Public winning, or are you guys winning on those?
Nah, we're doing well. I mean, yeah, it's been good. So no complaints. Better than last year. It's been a good stretch. It's a slow start to the season, but since then, I mean, we've been having a really good, strong NFL season. It ebbs and flows, right? Up, down, but better than last year. Let's put it that way.
What's college football look like this week?
College football. Well, let's see here. From a sharp point of view, ECU minus 16.5, minus 115 tonight. UMass plus 17.5. Vandy minus 2.5, minus 105. Maryland plus 3, minus 102. Georgia laying 7, and Penn State with a new coach plus 4. Interim coach at least.
Yeah, and new quarterback. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think the people think they rebound. A lot of people think that get rid of the coach, team rebounds, and that's my guess. I don't know. I don't see it.
How's baseball playoffs been? Do you take a lot of action still in the playoffs?
Oh God, yeah, you take more action than ever. I mean, there's only 1 or 2 games, right? But it's like baseball season, such a long season that a lot of people don't start betting it until the playoffs. That's when you got the serious baseball bettors betting all year, and then that wave of it. It's kind of like March Madness, right? People just don't bet college basketball until March, and it's the same with MLB. There's people that really don't bet a lot of MLB until October. So you get an absolute wave of action that comes in, and we're still dealing dime line, so we have a very loyal baseball following as it is, and then you just get that extra wave. But it's been good, man. I mean, our futures are a mess. World Series futures are an absolute mess. So I think Dodgers are our best, and they're like a really small win. Last time I checked, I think that's our need, but it's not looking good.
Everyone in the chat feels awful for you.
Yeah. Well, I had dengue. Come on, cut me a break, people. Damn dengue. Get to be out there, for God's sake. Jesus God. What's the guy got to do over here?
Have you been betting anything, or are you just taking it easy? You're just trying to rehydrate?
Yeah, not a lot, man. I just I've been a turd with this damn thing, but I do like that. I bet the Bengals tonight. I'm taking a 5.5, so played that. Kevin Holland this weekend, I got him at even money. UFC. That's pretty much what I got going on right now. Gonna dig a little bit more into this NFL tomorrow.
Boy, if you're betting on the Bengals and Kevin Holland, you are a glutton for punishment. Good Lord. Nothing comes easy with those bets. So how is the handle on UFC? I love this card. I think it's real bettable.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. I mean, our UFC handle's always through the roof. We take big bets. We take every damn UFC sharp in the world is betting with us. What do we got here? A little RDR minus 210. Holland. We got some sharp action on him. The two-way Saudi minus 130. Vera plus 125. Gibson minus 160. Nelson even. Silva plus 215. Croden plus 140. Great price there. So yeah, I mean, we're taking big bets on the UFC. We're originating, so it's always big action on UFC.
Nice. Last question before we let you get out of here. Javi was asking about NBA. You taking any NBA futures?
Yeah, I mean, always, right? I'm not sure exactly who we need right now. I'll tweet it out later. My system just kind of kaplunked on me, so I can't pull it up right now. But I'll tweet that out in a little bit. But yeah, I mean, NBA is one of those sports too. It kind of starts slower because it's going up against football, but it really kicks into gear after the new year. But yeah, I mean, the preseason games get good action. But it just kicks up as the year goes on. Actually, my system just came back. Look at that. Let me see. Who's our losses here? Warriors, they're always a damn loss. They're our biggest loss right now. Jazz, that's a lottery ticket. Spurs, 7 lottery tickets. Lakers, Lakers and Warriors every damn year where we have a liability on that. So they're our biggest liabilities right now. So nothing too worried. Nothing. Mavericks, a little bit of liability there. Everything else is a lottery ticket.
Yeah. We might need to check on the person that bet on the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, they're like, I mean, shoot, it's just people that betting. What are they, 1,000 to 1 or something, or what the hell are they?
Yeah.
There's so many damn zeros there. So it's just people betting those $2 to win $2,000, and there's a ton of those people. And those $2,000 add up, and next thing you know, you got a big red number on these teams. That's why I call them lottery tickets. It's, there's people that just bet $1, $2 to $3 on these 1,000 to 1, 5,000 to 1, 500 to 1, and those small little tickets to win a lot add up, and next thing you know, the Wizards and Jazz are you got a red number on them. But whatever, we're never really concerned with that, obviously.
Well, I can tell you the difference between a lottery ticket and betting on the Utah Jazz to win the championship is at least you have a chance to win with a lottery ticket.
Right.
At least you have a 1 in a trillion chance. So well, Dave, it's great. It's great to have you back. We're glad you're feeling better. Tell everyone where we can find you and what you got up at Bet Online.
At Dave Mason BOL on Twitter. Come on over to Bet Online. Oh, we got the speaking of contests, we have the Spread Survivor. The second chance spread survivor, the first chance spread survivor is whittling down. I forget how many people we have left, only like 300 or something. So that'll be probably done in a few weeks. But second chance is open, $100,000 guaranteed, no rake. If we hit over 100,000, we'll just keep on adding every dollar onto the prize pool. So get on over and sign up for that.
All right, Bet Online. I've used Bet Online for a long time. Dan and I are still alive in the Bet Online Survivor. I'm still alive in the Mega Pick contest. So thank you very much, Dave.
For Survivor?
What's that?
Who's your pick this weekend for Survivor?
I think we have to go Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we already used Broncos. I was thinking about taking a chance, but like at this point, dude, it's week 7. Like I feel like this isn't the time to take chances.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think they're far and away the best choice. And people are taking the Patriots.
And this is really one of the best spots to use them the rest of the year. The rest of their schedule isn't great.
Exactly. That's what I was looking at their schedule yesterday because I'm in Survivor Pools too, obviously, and Arizona killed most of mine a couple weeks ago, but I'm still alive. And their schedule's pretty tough the rest of the way. And the Patriots, people are picking the Patriots, but Patriots have some really good matchups. First of all, they're on the road this weekend, and secondly, they have some really strong matchups. So if they're like, after I was just looking, they have like 3 or 4 more weeks where they're like, okay, that's a good game. Jets at home and a couple other turds at home too. So yeah, I would keep the Patriots. Those people taking them.
One of Andy and I's best spots has been like navigating the pick that everybody's on. Like we stayed off of that Rams play for good reason. We stayed away from some of those other ones. And I think the landmine this week could be New England. Like I think that could be I think they could lose outright in that game.
Well, hopefully, because that would be great for the book. And of course, I love seeing people wipe out a Survivor, but that would be great for the book. I'll tell you that much. So hopefully, you're right.
Oh, all right, Dave Mason, everyone. I have not decided yet. It might be a game time decision for me. I would just say this: if Garrett Wilson is truly out, I will be staring very hard at that Panthers. If I can advance using a Patriots win and save a Chiefs to save one of these really good teams, I think I got a leg up on the competition. Haven't made my decision yet. So, all right, Dave. Thanks very much.
All right, guys.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
a lot.
Talk to you next week.
Have a great weekend.
You too. Yeah. I mean, Dan, like you say, are you going to be mad if you get eliminated? And if I pick the Panthers and I get eliminated, I'm going to be so mad at myself. But it's the Jets, and if Garrett Wilson is out, how do they score with no Garrett Wilson against anybody?
I mean, their offense
He's all they got
awful without Garrett Wilson. The one thing that worries me, though, is you're seeing Carolina as a favorite. I mean, dude, Carolina hasn't covered as a favorite in over 4 years, Andy. 0-10.
Well, they haven't been a favorite in 4 years. That's a cooked up stat. They haven't been a favorite in 4 years.
10 times over the last 4 years, and they have gone 0-10 straight up and against the spread when they're the favorite. Jets aren't going to go winless. That's all I'm saying. Jets will not go 0-6.
Streaks are made to be broken, Dan. Streaks are made to be broken. I don't know. I'll make my final decision tomorrow. So, all right, we're gonna do all around the world. Before we do that, real quick, we do have our NFL props pack that is up for Week 7. We went 4-4 last week. We had our winning week came down to Monday Night Football, and Krosky Merritt could not get over his rushing total. So really wanted that 5-3 record, but we're 4-4. We're hitting 55% of our bets. You're going to get every single prop. We are in play tonight. There was one prop that I really liked. We already locked that one in. Dan loves this prop as well. So you get that, and you're going to get all of our plays for Sunday and Monday Night Football. We're hitting 55%. Really happy with that number. I'd love to get that to 58, 59%. That is up at WagerTalk.com. 5% UFC best bet is up. You guys know we had a huge Tuesday night. That's 4 big bets in a row that we've hit. So we're going for number 5 this Saturday. And also NHL props. Do not rest on NHL props, guys. I'm telling you, we're at 60% since the beginning of last season. We're coming off a winner last night. We got 2 NHL props that are. I'm gonna reach out to the office and get a special going on NHL props. You guys need to have NHL props in your life. They're just an absolutely fantastic way to build your bankroll. So we'll get a special one. We got 2 of them up there. Go grab NHL props. All right, Dan, let's do all around the world. Let's get some free plays here for the game tonight. Steelers play the Bengals. We got 3 props that are worth a look. We'll start with Kenneth Gainwell, over 2.5 receptions. Very odd. He's had 6 in each of the last 2 games. I don't really think of Kenneth Gainwell as a big receiving back. Rodgers trusts him. Bengals give up over 5 catches per game to running back, so you could look at Kenneth Gainwell over 2.5 receptions. Joe Flacco over his passing yards. He only had 219 last week, but that was his very first game. He was only with the team for a few days. Bengals are one of the worst rushing defenses in the league. They're second worst in yards per carry. And the Steelers, 27th most passing yards allowed per game. You look Flacco over his passing yards. And here's an obscure one. Evan McPherson over 1.5 made field goals. He has yet to kick 2 made field goals in a game, but with Flacco as his quarterback, he had the most attempts he's had all season. Only went 1 for 3, missed a couple, but Flacco seems to be able to move the ball, drive sputters out, and then bang, all of a sudden, we're hitting 2 field goals. So I don't expect this to be a super high scoring game, even though the Bengals defense is bad. This isn't a Steelers team that puts up huge point totals week in and week out. But yeah, let's take a look at those. The Blitz is coming up here in a few minutes, guys. Brian Power and company, they're going to break down all of the college football games you guys want to talk about. It's live. Put in the chat any questions that you have for college football. And don't forget to watch the best betting show ever that is up. Joe Ranieri and Art DeCesar. We're going to hear from Art and figure out where all the sharp money's coming and some of the things that those guys like. So you got the Blitz coming up live. You got best betting show ever. And also NBA Futures show is up. Myself, Teddy, Steve Merrill, Rob Vino, Ski Profit. We broke down all of our favorite futures. We each picked 3 of them and played those, and that video is up. So I see you guys talking about the Houston Rockets in the chat. We went over the Houston Rockets. Ski did a nice breakdown on what he expects from the Rockets. So that is on the Wager Talk YouTube channel. So, all right, you guys know what tomorrow is. It's Football Friday. Make sure you're here. Make sure you're watching us live. It's jam-packed. This is our best show of the week every single Friday. We've got Marco. We've got Teddy. Dan and I are going to be going over Survivor. We're going to go over my mega contest picks. 3-2 last week. We're only a few points out of first place in that one. So we have a huge show for tomorrow. Don't forget to join us and make sure you hit the like button. Leave us a comment below. Tell me your NFL team. I'll see if I can go over some more futures tomorrow. If you put your NFL team in the comment section, I'll see if I can rip through a couple real quick. So, all right, thanks very much, guys. Hit the like button, and we'll see you on the Blitz here in a few minutes. Thanks very much. Good luck in your bets today. Take care.
Want to know?
Thursday Night Football on Prime. 6-1 in your free Thursday night games this year, or free plays rather. We gave you a side and total in week 2, so we've given you 7 of them, gone 6-1 overall. But we did miss last week. That 6-0 streak ended 6-1 now. Hey, look, we're going to try to make it 7-1. Free play in this Steelers-Bengals game with analysis coming up right here, right now. Hi, this is Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, right back here on Wager Talk TV. And we've got a AFC battle here, AFC North battle on Thursday night in Cincinnati. And I'm wearing my orange Wager Talk logo here, and I thought maybe Joe Flacco would be on WagerTalk.com by now because he's been jumping around everywhere football related that has orange. The Browns and now the Bengals. He played the Packers twice in 3 weeks with two different teams, and now he's playing Aaron Rodgers not on the Packers. I'm totally confused. I feel like I'm in a time warp, but that's what we've got here. Flacco against Rodgers, two Super Bowl champs. And I actually like the over in this game. And it's not because I think Flacco's anything special, and I think Rodgers is also on the back end of his career. But I like the matchup here, and I do think that the Bengals are going to get a bump with Flacco. He was pretty bad at Cincinnati. There's no question about it. But the Browns are a pretty bad offensive team no matter who's behind under center. And last week against the Packers, Flacco played well. A 90.9 QB rating, by far his best rating. Let's look what he did in the other games this year. By the way, he played the Bengals back in September 7th. Played the Bengals already. Now he plays for them. And then 2 out of 3 weeks played the Packers for different teams. Just really bizarre. Not to mention he's like 40 and a half years old now. He's a man. He's 40. 75 QB rating, 65, 55, 39 in the 4 games before last week. And now with the Bengals, a 91 rating. 2 touchdowns, no interceptions versus no touchdowns and 6 picks in his other 4 games before that with Cleveland. I do think the Bengals have a lot more weapons offensively, and he will somewhat play well once again this week, even on the short week. And I do like the fact that Cincinnati remains at home. I always talk about how the quick 3-day turnaround favors the home team because there's 1 day of travel not factored in. Now, Pittsburgh to Cincinnati, not a big trip. I get that. But I also say that it normally favors the better team. And they're still working Flacco in. So I'm not really in a hurry to take a flyer on the Bengals plus 5.5. And early indicators are not in yet for me as I do this video early on Monday. But I would expect the public to probably be on Pittsburgh in this game. But one thing I did want to point out is the early look-ahead line this summer, when Burrow was healthy, everything was normal, was Cincinnati by 4.5. Now they're a 5.5-point home dog. That's a 10-point line adjustment from just a month and a half ago. Went from being a 4.5-point favorite to a 5.5-point dog. So, yes, you're definitely paying a premium now to fade the Bengals, who have been really bad. And even last week's cover against Green Bay was a little phony. They were down 14 late in that game. But the total's also been adjusted down. The look-ahead line this summer was around 46.5. It's now 42.5. So we're getting more than a field goal lower here. And I do think both teams will have success throwing the ball. The Bengals cannot run the ball. They're not going to even try. They're averaging 56.5 rushing yards a game. They have no rushing attack, and they're losing most games, so they don't run the ball. Yes, their passing numbers are not great, but as I mentioned, if you use Flacco's numbers from last week, they're perfectly normal. Steelers have been average defensively this season. But Pittsburgh also does not necessarily run the ball that great. They only average about 84 yards a game. They're more of a pass offense as well, nearly 7 yards per pass, and they should have success throwing the ball against what's been a really bad Cincinnati pass defense. The Bengals have been average defending the run this year. The reason they're giving up 30.5 points a game is because they're giving up almost 260 passing yards a game. And to put that in perspective, the fact that they're losing, getting blown out in games, and still giving up that many passing yards, not a good sign. And more importantly, they're giving up 7.6 yards per pass against teams that average just 6.5. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers averaging 6.9. So I think both offenses, both quarterbacks hold the edge in this game, and we get a very modest total. Over 42.5 would be my recommendation this Thursday night, 8:15 Eastern on Prime. Hey, let me know your thoughts. Comment below. Side, total, player props. What are you looking at? Obviously, I would lean towards the passing props over for both teams, quarterback props, receiver props. How do you want to attack it? Comment below. Include some analysis if you have time. Let's learn and earn and win together here on WagerTalk TV. And if you're liking these free play videos, I've got tons of them coming for all the spotlight games this week for both college and pro football. All I ask is a thumbs up like. It takes 2 seconds to click a thumbs up like on each video. And quite simply, the more thumbs up likes, the more views we get, the more free play videos I do every day here on WagerTalk TV. I do your Thursday night prime game every week. I do your Sunday night, Monday night football games. Also do a lot of these spotlight weeknight games. We've got Tuesday and Wednesday college football. I'm trying to do those games as well for you. So if we get enough views, enough thumbs up, likes, positive comments, I will keep them coming each and every week here on WagerTalk TV. And don't forget about the 2 big boy videos, College Football Top 25 Saturday, NFL Fade the Public Sunday. So click the bell when you subscribe. Click subscribe, but also click that bell as well, so you'll get an instant alert when these free play videos, including those big ones, are posted each and every day here on the channel. Don't forget also on the way out, if you want to get my personal best bets, they're available on a daily basis on my page, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And when you go there, check out the bonus free play that is loaded each and every day. I've got an advanced free play for this Sunday in the NFL. Load it right now for you on my page. Go get the free play and check out the special best bet offers and get my plays for as low as about $1 a play with the long-term subscriptions. It's quite simple. If I have a best bet, my clients get it. Same plays that I'm using, my clients get. It doesn't matter if it's a 1 day, a 1 week, a 1 month, a 1 year subscription. Everybody gets my personal best bets. And the last cuts go up as free plays as well. And I've got an advanced NFL free play for this coming Sunday for you right now with analysis. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And hey, get there quicker with shortcut wt.buzz/SM. On the way out, follow me on social media on X and Instagram at Steve Merrill, 2 R's, 1 L, MERRIL, at Steve Merrill on X and Instagram. And stay tuned here to Wager Talk TV because you know there's more free play videos coming up next.
Ole Miss versus Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, LSU versus Vanderbilt, Texas Tech versus Arizona State, and USC versus Notre Dame. We've got you covered with free plays and opinions on all of this week's big college football games. Welcome to the Blitz. If you're watching us live here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, feel free to ask us about any other game as well. All you got to do is comment down below. We only ask that you smash that like button and click subscribe. Joining me, Ralph Michaels, and look who's back, Ross Benjamin. Ross, we missed you. The people missed you. They were asking. Great to have you back on the show. So I'm going to start with you with all that. Ole Miss and Georgia, mentioned it at the top of the show. We have an unbeaten team. Ole Miss getting more than a touchdown on the road. Georgia hasn't been the same as they've been in past years. They kind of, and I say this as someone who had Auburn last week. I thought Georgia cheated to beat Auburn last week. I thought they had some help from the referees. But what do you think here? Georgia's usually a force at home. Is this line about right? Too low? Too high? What do you think?
Well, first of all, thank you for the kind words, Brian. I missed you guys, and I missed the viewers out there as well, and I appreciate all your well wishes that you sent to customer service. In terms of this matchup, you're looking at a team in Georgia with a one-loss team as better than or around or better than a touchdown favorite against Ole Miss. I'm not as much as Georgia. Brian, you make a great point. Is not the Georgia we've seen in years past, nowhere near as dominant. I just don't trust Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss on the road in a game against a quality opponent. And the odds makers, if you look at this, you have a one-loss team, again, is a favorite of -7 or better against a ranked number 5 team in the country. That in itself speaks volumes to me. I'm not going to have a play on this game. I don't have a strong opinion here, but I would have a lean here, lay the points with Georgia over Ole Miss, who was extremely lucky to get by Washington State last week as a 32.5-point favorite. They won the game by 3.
Yeah, kind of. They were sleepwalking at Oxford. Ralph, Ross brings up a good point there. Ole Miss possibly I know we've on the past debated whether or not there's such a thing as a look-ahead factor, but Ole Miss was definitely playing with their food, it seemed like. At least if you live in Oxford or a fan of the Rebels, you hope they were playing with their food because don't know how else to explain that one last week. What do you think about this game here? It certainly is. Odds makers are certainly making a statement by having the Bulldogs this large of a favorite.
Well, let me ask you this. I don't know what the look-ahead line was, but after they beat LSU and had a 480 to 254-yard edge, I bet this would have been closer to a field goal than it was a touchdown. So let's remember, you want to talk, we'll give Marco a shout out. You want to talk about the classic sandwich game in the SEC this year. You're home against LSU. You go to Georgia before, and then you host Washington State in the middle. So I understand that loss, and I'm okay with, I call it a loss. I mean, it wasn't a loss. It was one of the biggest ATS losses. My power ratings still say Georgia. I still think the Georgia Bulldogs, have an offense this year that surprised me. In their last 3 games, they played Tulane, LSU, and Washington State. They had a season high against Tulane. They had a season high against LSU. They were number 2 against Washington State. But there's one reason. There's not many times that there's only one reason why I won't bet a game, but it's this. When Georgia is a favorite, with a total over 50. That means they're playing an offense that's semi-decent. They have failed to cover 11 straight the last 2 years, and going back 3 years, they're 2-16-1. And remember, only 2 scenarios. Georgia as a favorite with a total over 50. 0-11 ATS, 2-16-1 against the spread. That keeps me off Georgia, even though they were, my opinion, my lean going into this week.
You see the odds right there on your screen, guys. Look, anyone who knows me knows my natural default is towards the underdog more often than not. I have got the squarest take on this game and another one of the big SEC matchups that we will be touching on later. I think a Georgia-Alabama moneyline parlay might honestly be the way to go. Because let's not forget, Georgia's got revenge against Ole Miss. They lost the Rebels last year in Oxford. This game's in Athens. Georgia had won 30 straight at home before the loss to Alabama a couple weeks ago. I know it's really, really square sounding, taking parlaying two favorites of 7.5 or more together. I don't know. I don't think the home teams are losing in these big SEC matchups. Guys, keep those comments coming. I see there's some people here about commenting with some of the early games here on Saturday. We've got a question about Arizona and Houston, virtually a pick-em now. I'm a little surprised the way this line is moving. I kind of liked, my initial thought, Ross, was towards Houston. Actually, this game, Arizona off a crushing loss last Saturday night at home to BYU. They were up 10 in the fourth quarter. They blow that lead. There was a fumble right before BYU scored the game-tying touchdown. We had some cowardice in the first overtime with field goals being kicked, and then BYU takes it in double OT. So this Houston team, I'm feeling good about that over 6.5 win bet for sure. I don't know. I thought they were the right side here, but the market says otherwise.
Me or Ralph?
Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I know you've been high. You were high on Houston, and now I know because you're holding that ticket of over 6.5. But you made some good points in terms of Houston and how improved they are. Arizona definitely coming off a tough loss at home to BYU. And how do they recover from that loss? That's yet to be seen. I know the betting patterns that I look at in terms of money and volume of tickets leads me to think that the sharps are on Arizona here. However, I'm not going to dabble in this game. This is one I think that I will defer to Ralph and you, Brian. I really think there's better value on the board elsewhere than to tangle with this tough matchup in what's virtually an even game.
One other thing I should add, Ralph, is early start time for Arizona. Obviously a noon Eastern kick from a team coming out west. I don't know if that matters to you in your handicap, how you look at this one.
It's so much different moving one time zone. I mean, Houston, Arizona is a short flight. It's not like, Oregon having to travel to Rutgers where we have a legitimate thing. So I am not too concerned about that. Last year in the Big 12, they started having some early games, so I think they're accustomed. My numbers clearly have Arizona. I make them a 3-point favorite. You look at the schedule. They played a tougher schedule, only 10 spots better, 87 to 97. So neither team has played a very difficult schedule. But when you look at yards per game diff and points per game diff, Arizona 20 and 28 respectively, Houston 48 and 45. Also pace. Is Houston accustomed to playing fast teams? Not really. Their defense was only on the field 51 plays against Oklahoma State. They were on the field 90 plays against Texas Tech the week prior. What happened? They gave up 552 yards in that. Arizona currently number 24, running 71.5 plays per game. And then as far as explosive plays go, you have Arizona that's not also much better in sacks than Houston is, and in defensive explosive plays. Those are plays over 10 or 20 yards. Arizona number 13 and 18 on defense. So all of that says Arizona. I liked Arizona. They were in my mix to be a play, but the reason I did not back them is just this. This is only their second road game. Now, 50 played last year, but this year on the road, one game at Iowa State. They lose that game 39-14. Last year on the road, they were outgained by 110 yards per game, and the defense and the offense averaged 40 yards per game less on the road. The defense averaged 50 yards more, allowing 50 yards more on the road. So this being their second home game keeps me off it, but clearly a lean on Arizona.
Okay, so there you go. These guys agreeing with the market there, how it's moving towards Arizona. Arizona's taking money, actually, now several weeks in a row. If you go back to that loss they had against Iowa State a few weeks ago, the public was the sharp money was all over them, I should say. That line came way down. We have a similar line move here in Missouri, Auburn. This is very, very similar to the line move we just talked about with Arizona and Houston. Auburn, Again, I mentioned it at the outset. I thought they were playing 11-on-14 last week, Ross, against Georgia. I really did. I didn't think it was fair, but they get the law. Again, they're 0-3 in SEC play now is Auburn. They opened, though, despite that 0-3 record in SEC play, they opened as the favorite against number 16 Missouri, who was, of course, off its first loss of the season, that being a game where they were off the bye at home against Alabama. Heavily hyped game. I don't agree. I talked about this game on the midweek edition of the Power 5. I don't agree with this line move, believe it or not. I know there's an argument that Auburn could be ready to throw in the towel on Hugh Freeze. It's not going well down there, but this is Missouri's first true road game. So I don't know. I actually lean Auburn in this game, especially now as a dog.
Well, you got two very good defenses, but I'm going to explain to you why I disagree with you. I think Missouri is the play here. Auburn has lost 3 in a row, all against SEC opponents, as you alluded to. They scored 17 points or fewer in each of those 3 games. Matter of fact, during this 3-game losing streak, averaging just 12.3 points per game and 247 yards per game. That's their enigma, and I don't know if they're going to be playing a very good defensive team as well in Missouri, and I'll get to that in a second. But despite their good defensive numbers, they have been exposed on a couple occasions defensively. They allowed 483 yards to Baylor in their season opener and 414 yards to Texas A&M. Now, I know they held Georgia to 20, but I would argue the point that I think Missouri's offense is much better than Georgia's offense at this juncture. The Missouri Tigers also, like I said, very good defensively. 325 yards or fewer allowed in all 6 games this year, including last week in that 3-point home loss to Alabama. Their offense, on the other hand, the Tigers are averaging just a tad under 42 points per game, 511 yards per contest, and 6.7 yards per play. So, and I got a betting angle for you here, Ralph. It's a money line betting angle. Anytime you have a college football away team like Missouri with a win percentage of 833 or better, and they've won 16 or more of their last 22 games versus an opponent coming off 3 straight losses in which they scored 17 or fewer on each occasion, 79-9 straight up since 1983. That's 90%. And if those away teams won 16 or more of their last 22 games, like I alluded to, they improved to 52-3. And Missouri, by the way, 18-4 in their last 22. Missouri, minus 120 on the money line over Auburn. Awful cheap money line price considering the point spread is at 2. So I'm going to go with that. You could find that minus 120 at FanDuel right now.
Go, Ralph. That's quite the trend that Ross cited there. You have anything that you'd want to add in this game? We're going to be staying in the
Ross the pen. I will say this. Ross gave big numbers for Missouri and big numbers for Auburn. But just like last week was the biggest ever discrepancy I saw in week 6 as far as strength of schedule. Let's remember that Auburn's played the number 4 schedule. Missouri's played the number 103 schedule. That's embarrassing for an SEC team. So, yes, that's your job, is to quantify. Missouri's number 7 in yards per game diff. Auburn's number 71. But again, you got to look at the strength of schedule when you're looking at those numbers, especially this far. You want to talk about a coach that's saying, thank you, GM, for scheduling me the sister of the poor nobodies. Since 1990, guys, only 7 teams have started their first 6 games at home and played their first road game in week 7. Guess what? They're 0-7 against the spread. Losing by 15.8 points per game, failing to cover by 15.8 points per game. So take that what you with. It's a small sample size. You can't base anything on it, but it just shows you how few teams have done exactly what Missouri's doing. Play the first 6 games at home and now take your road trip. Now, Missouri, this is where I think we get some value. I like the under. You look at Missouri's offensive numbers. Yes, they are strong. They're number 7 in yards per game. They're number 10 in points per game. But their strength of schedule, number 103. And they're number 5 in plays per game, number 76. they will not run the same pace in Auburn on the road with crowd noise as they do at home. I think that's a definite angle, and I do like the under here.
All right, the under. There you go. So we've got some discrepancy on the side at least, but Ralph likes the under. Ralph, I'm going to come right back to you because there's some astounding trends with this LSU Vanderbilt game. I see somebody asking about this game. This is in our rundown, LSU and Vanderbilt. So let's go to it. Someone wants to know about it. Guys, this is the first time in 52 games that Vanderbilt is favored over SEC. That's pretty incredible. And it is the first time, Ross, I believe you went back to 1983 just a few moments ago with your trend. Well, I'm going to take you back to the 1940s before all of us were betting on games, okay? That was the last time anyone could find record of Vanderbilt being favored over LSU. That's pretty crazy. So, So there you go. There, LSU, Vandy in the favorite role. It's pretty crazy to see them in that role here against LSU. So, Ralph, what do you think here? It's certainly uncharted territory for the Commodores.
Yeah, I'm looking. I only go back to 1997. Brian, what year did you say they were favored?
The 1940s was the last time. Oh, I apologize. Not against LSU. Vanderbilt has not been favored against a ranked opponent since October 11th, 1947.
Ross, did you watch that game? Were you a Vanderbilt?
Oh,
Were you on Vanderbilt?
Yeah, I missed it because I had to go to church.
I got you. Okay. But, I'm looking back since 2004, since they beat SEC foes. The lowest spread was 10 points at home. But remember last year, this team, Vanderbilt, was only an 8.5-point underdog at LSU. So they started getting their respect last season, and now we have it. This is a game that I don't know. I like Vanderbilt. I love the story, but playing with this type of pressure as the season mounts, to me, you need to have some experience to do that. And LSU's defense, when you're holding teams to 3.2 yards per carry, that's exactly what you need to stop a Vanderbilt offense where your leading rusher is Diego Pavia. He leads with 352 yards on 60 attempts. So I think the Auburn run game is going to cause them problems. Last week against Alabama, he broke a couple big ones off, so they had 7.1 yards per carry. I don't think they do that against the LSU's defense. I lean the Tigers.
Okay, we had a comment here. Somebody, RJ Ross said, take Vandy in the first half because LSU starts slow, but they're really solid after halftime. Interesting point there because Vandy is off a bye here, which is always, so you think they're ready to go, and not that LSU was that tested against South Carolina last week, but still at home off the bye. Kind of an interesting angle, I guess, for Vandy.
Yeah, again, I've always professed if you think like an odds maker, more times than not, you're going to come out on the right side. Not always, but more times than not. And this is a textbook example of such. LSU has won the last 10 meetings between these schools on the gridiron. Vandy's last time they beat LSU way back in 1990. Last year they played in Baton Rouge, and Vandy gave them all they can handle in a 24-17 loss. LSU 5-1 to start the season. Their only loss 24-19 at Ole Miss. LSU winning with defense. They've allowed 10 points or fewer in 5 of their 6 games, all resulting in wins. However, if you look at their offense, Ralph and Brian, leaves a lot to be desired. With Grant Nussmeier at quarterback, the senior signal caller, a lot of people thought LSU would be a very explosive offensive team. That's not been the case. Now, the LSU defense, I don't think a lot of people predicted they would be this good, but they are. Now, LSU, their offense in 3 road games this year, 18 points per game and 305 yards per contest, and scoring 1 point per 25.3 yards gained. And Ralph, that's an atrocious number. Here's another thing to consider. Since 2023, all under current head coach Brian Kelly, the LSU Tigers are 1-7 straight up in ATS, as when their point spread is between +3 and -3. Conversely, The Vanderbilt Commodores have gone 7-0 straight up in ATS in their last 7 when their point spread, again, is between +3 and -3. And that includes 2-0 this year with a 31-7 win at South Carolina and a 44-20 blowout at Virginia Tech in that exact situation. They're coming off their first loss of the year, meaning Vanderbilt to Alabama. And Brian brought it up. They're playing off a bye week. So not only coming off a loss, not only coming off a week of rest, but they're playing a team they're going to have big time revenge on. And I don't know if any Vanderbilt team has been equipped to knock off LSU than this one right here. And again, you look at the point spread in this game, you would think that LSU on paper is a better team. And this kills me, Ralph, because I got a ticket on LSU to win the national championship at +1,400 and also to win the SEC. But it's a perfect example why I hate futures, because if you marry yourself to one team just because you made a futures bet and fail to realize the current situation, it's not a good thing to do. And I am going to disregard what I have and ignore what I just said. And I'm going to take Vanderbilt here. And I'm actually going to go on the money line here at -134 against LSU. And I don't have a problem with laying a 2.5, but it's just a personal preference for me. When I get a favorite of 2.5 or less that I like, if I can get a money line of -40, -140 or fewer, I will opt for the money line each and every time. So Vanderbilt -134 for me, Ralph, against LSU.
You know, Brian, one of the viewers said what, first half or first quarter for Vanderbilt?
First half for Vanderbilt.
Okay, so I do want to mention this. The GoldSheet logs are absolutely amazing with the first quarter, first half logs. And I'm going to give you guys a code. If you want to try this week's GoldSheet, you can get it for $9. It's normally $19 for football, but use code GS10. That'll save you $10 off this week's GoldSheet. $9 will get you a write-up on every college football game and every NFL game. But take a look at these logs. You'll see the first column to the left is full game. You'll see that LSU is 3-3 ATS. You'll see that Vanderbilt is 4-2 ATS. But look at that first quarter. First quarter this year, LSU is 1-5 against the spread, and Vanderbilt is 4-2. First half, LSU is 1-4-1. Vanderbilt is 4-2. So Vandy has gotten off to quick starts. LSU gotten off to very poor starts. So that's something to look. If you are an LSU fan, I don't want to tell you to not bet the game, but if you still like LSU and they get down early, the data tells us they will come back in the second half or the last 3 quarters of the game.
There you go, RJ. Some data to back up your line of thinking there. I also wanted to comment on what Ross was talking about, taking the money line over the points. But remember, guys, the new college football overtime rules, when they have to start going for 2 in double overtime. I know we're threading quite a small needle here, but hey, if the game that matters, you don't want to be laying a -2.5 ticket and this game goes in double overtime. Then you're just like, then you're screwed. So the money line does have its advantages. I would concur with Ross there. Let's hit some more comments here. Most needles are. Yes. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Okay. Wonderful head of hair today you got going, by the way. All right. Let's talk about Clemson and SMU.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Clemson and SMU is down to -4.5. I have no man's land. Too far. Does it? Well, look, it's hard for me to comment on this game because right before we went live, look, the news are starting to trickle out. Cade Klubnik, we do not know his status. I don't like betting on games where I don't know the status of the starting quarterback. Call me old-fashioned. It's tough to do. I'll say, and here's the other part of the equation. I don't like this SMU team. They covered for the first time, Ross, last week all year. They were one of the last teams to get Penn State, that disaster. Penn State is the only team now left in the country that has not covered a single point spread this year. So I don't like the SMU side, and I don't want to bet Clemson, not knowing the status of Klubnik. Other than that, I'm sure it's a fine game to bet. So that's a stay away game for me. I don't know if either of you guys have anything to add about that ACC battle.
I liked Clemson. If Klubnik, I thought he was going to play. He was on my list, and he still is on my list if I found out he practiced. So that's all I'll share. I talk a lot about averages and what teams do because with strength of schedule, it doesn't really matter. But you look at teams. SMU is number 85 on offense compared to what their other opponents gave up, and they're 100 on defense. Clemson is 47 and 31. Those are massive edges. And while we can't get too excited because Clemson is off back-to-back huge wins, winning 79-20 combined, remember that is at North Carolina and at Boston College, two of the weakest teams in the ACC this year. But I still do like them. You look at SMU. They went on the road to TCU, got outgained by 133 yards. They won at Missouri State, but that was Missouri State's, welcome to the FBS type game. So not concerned about that. Like Clemson, but Brian, you said you don't like betting on teams that you don't know the quarterback. That's just being smart. There's nothing. I mean, none of us are ever going to bet a game where we know the status of a quarterback. Maybe if it's for the opposition and we don't care which quarterback plays, but you're certainly not going to back a team without knowing, especially with the difference between Klubnik and Vizina, I think is the guy behind him. So if Vizina goes, you've got no experience at all. So I like it if Klubnik is playing and healthy. So if he practices today and we get a report tonight that he was fine and he's good tomorrow morning, I still might be on Clemson.
Yeah, I'll say this. It could be like bottom of the market time on Clemson. Obviously, everyone knows, what a just disappointing start they got off to the season. But I think there's room to improve there for Clemson. I think, if you really wanted to fade this Clemson team, that time may have passed. Guys, we're going to talk about some of the biggest games here still to come. Tennessee, Alabama, Texas Tech, Arizona State, USC, Notre Dame. But we are going to talk now, take a little bit of time to tell you what we've got going on our respective pages over at WagerTalk.com. I can let you guys know I have now won 8 of the last 9 days overall, a 67% all sports run. It does not get much easier than the play we had last night in Major League Baseball, the over 7 in Toronto, Seattle. We would up it up and down at the top of the there. If you're watching this live, no, I do have a 4% best bet in MLB tonight that you're going to want to get only $9. And that recent run, Toronto's sweep in the NFL last week as well. I have a 4% best bet on my page, plus an additional play you can get for just $29. But of course, Ross, that weekend Warrior Pass, we've been talking about each week. It's such a way to go. So you can get all my Saturday college football, Sunday NFL, and I'm going to have a big one, I think, on Monday night. So you get all that for $49, WT.buzz/BP. Ross, what do you got going?
Yeah, that $49 weekend Warrior Pass is not only a good deal, it's an absolute steal. And if you think about this, folks, you're getting all my college football picks on Saturday, NFL Sunday and Monday. And don't forget, there's 2 Monday night games in the NFL. So why should you entertain buying that from me? Well, I'm glad you asked, folks, because I'll tell you why. I'm started the college football season 19-10, picking up right where I left off a season ago, where I finished number 1 in units earned and also number 1 in win percentage. Since the start of the 2023 season, I am number 1 in units earned in college football, and I'm on a current college football winning runs of 79-45, which is 64%, and 145-95, 60%, and up 112 units in college football since September 9th of 2023. NFL, 8-4 since week 3. College football and NFL combined, 25-13, 66% since September 11th. Folks, doesn't get much better than that. And you can get everything I put out in those 2 sports, college football and the NFL, on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, including 5% best bets, $49. What are you waiting for? It's an absolute steal.
All right, there you go. It is. I would concur. Ralph, it's available for you as well. What do you got going on this weekend here at WagerTalk?
Hell, listening to these records, we sound like we know what we're talking about. Nice job, guys. I keep having to say that I'm number 2 in college football since the start of last year, because damn Ross Benjamin is ahead of me. So I'll keep trying to chase him. Overall run 43-25, 63%. College football, 31-15, 67%. College football sides, 4% and higher, 10-1, 91%. I will have an NFL 5% this week. My NFL 5%'s 7-1, 88%. I'm number one at WagerTalk the last calendar year in football 5%'s, going 18-5, 78%. And my NFL teasers rated 4% and higher, 17-3, 85%. Weekend Warrior gets you all of Saturday's college football, all of Sunday's NFL, including my $35 5% play. And if I have a Monday night play, you'll get it as well. Get Ross, Brian, me, or any WagerTalk handicapper on the Weekend Warrior, just $49. And remember, this is the week to try out the GoldSheet newsletter, a write-up on every game, logs and stat breakdowns on every game. Normally $19 a week. Save $10, pay only $9 with the code GS10, available now.
All right. Jay Buff, Jacob, Marion, we see all your comments in the chat. We will get to them, but we have to get to our rundown. Lots of comments today. Love to see that. Don't forget, by the way, while you're commenting, smash that like button. And don't forget to hit subscribe as well. We appreciate your support here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Let's get to one of the big ones, though, guys. Alabama hosting Tennessee. Alabama, what a schedule they have been facing, Ross. Every week it feels like they're dealing with a ranked team. I mentioned earlier in the show that I think Georgia's not losing Ole Miss. I don't think Alabama's losing to Tennessee. It's kind of square. One of our commenters said, Ole Miss kind of feels like a square dog, actually. So they didn't think the idea of a money line parlay here with Alabama and Georgia seemed all that square. But what do you think here? Alabama, it's very similar to Georgia. At home, playing with revenge. They lost to Tennessee. They've got revenge here in Tuscaloosa. They've played so many tough games in a row, though, Bama. Can they at least get the straight-up win? Can they cover against the Volunteers down in T-Town?
I think they cover this game, and I think they do. They win this game by 14 points to 17 points, somewhere in that area. Ralph talks about strength of schedule, and Brian, you brought it up, as Alabama seems like they're playing a ranked team every week. And since that opening loss at South Florida, it doesn't look as bad now as it did then. Or Alabama, who's the opening? Florida State, I'm sorry. Since then, they've been vastly improved. And the quarterback play has been outstanding. Tennessee's been a disappointment to me when it comes to defense. They brought a ton of players back from a defense that performed very well last year, guys, but they're not playing like that defense this year. And that shapes up as problematic on the road against an Alabama team that's really firing on all cylinders offensively and defensively as well. Alabama showed their class last week going on the road against Missouri and winning that game 27-24. So this is a team that's battle tested. And I think this game certainly is not one they're going to take lightly against the opposition they're facing. And like Brian said, with the revenge factor, I like Alabama here. Lady 8.5 over Tennessee.
Ralph, Tennessee was a little fortunate, I thought, last week. Only beat Arkansas by 3, and that was with a +3 turnover margin as well. That was, of course, the Hogs' first game under Bobby Petrino, the always non-controversial Bobby Petrino. But what do we think here? You want to make it 3 straight here? 3 for 3, I should say, with Alabama.
Done deal, guys. I'm in the Mark Lawrence Wise Guy contest, and I used Alabama as my single play. You send in a play every week, a double and a single. So on Tuesday, it was one of my top plays. It's still one of my top plays. It's not officially on my card yet, but I have Alabama as my number 2 power-rated team in the country. When you look at the averages, their offense is playing to the number 9 team in the country, averaging more than their opponents allow. Their defense is number 5. When we look at Tennessee is number 20 on offense. And Ross, you are right. They're number 75 on defense. And that means they're giving up. They're giving up almost what opponents average despite being a big favorite in those games. So, Alabama, the number 2 schedule, Tennessee, the 46 schedule. And even though Alabama has played 40 spots better than Tennessee, they are rated higher in yards per game diff. Tennessee with the number 46 schedule is plus 134 yards per game. Alabama with the number 2 schedule is plus 138 yards per game. Basically even, but again, a 44 spot difference in the strength of schedule. And how about this? You want to talk about one defense being fresh and one defense perhaps getting worn out? Tennessee's defense has been on the field for 77.2 plays per game. That is number 135. Only one team has seen their defense play more plays. Alabama's defense has been on the field 54.3 plays per game. That's number 3. So think about that. That is 23 plays per game more. And we're 6 games into the season. The Tennessee defense has played over 100 snaps more than the Crimson Tide.
All right. Sounds like we're all saying roll damn Tide in this one. Jacob Hefter had a question. He has a system play. Jacob says, he says Virginia minus 17.5 is a system play for me. Wazoo has covered the last 2 games they played, both on the road. And now this is a 3rd game in a row for Wazoo. Of course, Wazoo conferenceless still this year. So they kind of take what they can get. Jacob wants to lay the wood with Virginia. I agree with what you're saying, Jacob. Here's my problem. I think Virginia is very overrated. I think they've been I have a good friend, Aaron Kidd, if he's watching, who is a big Virginia fan. It hurts me to say this, but I think Virginia is a tad bit overrated. I don't know. So I'm going to stay away from that game. Obviously, Wazoo left it all on the field, Ross, last week in that near upset of Ole Miss. But so I don't want to back them, but I don't want to lay 17.5 with this Virginia team, which in my opinion has really overachieved in 2025.
Yeah, that might be the case, but if Virginia had any chance of taking this game lightly, it was all diminished after watching the tape of Washington State last week in their near upset of Ole Miss as a 32.5-point dog. You're right, Brian. I think there's a lot better, in my opinion, you're right, Brian. I think there's much better value on the board than to mess with this game. But I do agree with the viewer that if you put that proverbial gun to my head, I would lean toward Virginia here, only because you'd be hard pressed to think that Virginia is not going to be ready to play this week. And coming off that emotional loss last week, that near miss as a huge underdog. Yeah, it could work from a confidence standpoint that Washington State says, well, I could play with anybody, but it also can go the other way, Ralph, where it's an emotional letdown as well. So I'm going to stay away from this contest.
Okay. Ralph, did you have anything on that one? If not, we can talk. We've got some other. God, we have a lot of comments coming. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I do. I do like Virginia. I was impressed with their win. Yes, they were outgained by 146 yards last week. They were plus 2 turnovers, and they still win that game 30-27. In their 4 previous games, they rushed for at least 210 yards per game and rushed for about 5.8 yards per carry. Last week, Louisville did slow down their run game, 88 yards, only 2.8 yards per carry. But you look at Washington State, on the season, they're allowing 156 yards per game, but that includes an FCS team, so those numbers are even worse. But it's more the scheduling spot. Washington State hosted San Diego State, they get a win. They go down to Denton, Texas, play at North Texas, come home for the Apple Bowl, travel to Colorado State in altitude, come back home, travel to the deep south to Mississippi, play well, come back home. Now travel to the East Coast for Virginia. Maybe they stayed there. Some NFL teams don't travel back and forth. I did not read that because this game was not in my mix, but I had a couple check marks next to Virginia in my sheets.
All right, there you go. Adam also wants to know, can anyone talk me off UConn beating BC outright? BC is going in the wrong direction. I will say they're rested. They've played a tougher schedule, but other than that, I don't know. It's tough to back a team out like BC, obviously, that's lost 5 in a row. Jay, let's talk about Friday games. There's a big Friday slate here. Jay Buff, you've waited long enough. Friend of mine, he says no shirt comments this week. You can go back and watch last week's show if you like that. I liked my shirt last week. I don't care what anybody says, but he wants to know, is there any opinion on Utah State tomorrow night? Really like them. Am I crazy? Also says welcome back, Ross. Here's the deal. Utah State last week was the first week they did not cover. They went out to the island of Hawaii and came back with an L. San Jose State, for those that follow the Mountain West, you already know this. San Jose has been a very disappointing team. That is who is playing Utah State tomorrow night. So I'm not going to talk you out of Utah State, I guess, but I don't know. Returning to the mainland, as they say, Ross. That can the travel. Maybe a factor, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah. Again, this is a game that I'm going to stay away from. And you're right, Brian. San Jose State's been an extreme disappointment after coming off the momentum of the success they had last year. In Utah State, coming off a loss, might be a dangerous team at home in this spot. So why I would hesitate with Utah State is exactly what Brian just said. Coming off a game at Hawaii, coming back to the mainland, and then having one less day of rest than they're used to. So I'm going to stay away. This is a very difficult game for me to handicap, and I just think there's much better value, even on Friday's card, than this game itself.
A lot of questions coming in about the Mountain West, Ralph, as well. Not just San Jose State, Utah State, but if you look towards Saturday, there's an interesting game with UNLV and Boise State, the undefeated UNLV running Rebels. I believe, Ross, you had a This Line Makes No Sense segment on Wager Talk today, earlier in the week with Andy Lang, because the Rebels unbeaten, but they're double-digit dogs on the blue turf. So I know you've talked about that one. Ross, people can check the video out. Ralph, what do you think? My thoughts on UNLV are well documented. This team is just unbelievable. They are living the charmed life. They were down 14 to Air Force last week. They come back and win. More on Air Force later in this program. And my best bet, by the way, guys, stay tuned for our best bets at the end of the show. So, if you wanted to add anything to that Utah State, San Jose State discussion, Ralph, you could. Other than that, let's go to UNLV Boise.
Ralph, your mic's turned off, buddy. Still nothing. You've never sounded better, to be fair, Ralph.
Yeah, I'm down.
There we go.
Hey! And I have guests staying here, so I keep having to try it. So if you hear noise in the background, blame my friends from Cleveland. That's them. So
always blame people from Cleveland. I'll tell you that.
Uncouth
that's right.
Clevelanders.
Those people that live in Cleveland now are just freaking troublemakers.
Yes.
I think UNLV is a very fake team. Their offense is exciting, but their defense is not going to stop anyone. If you allow 603 yards to Air Force and you win the game, I had Air Force last week plus the 6.5, and all I'm saying is, please don't go to overtime. Please don't go to overtime. Because UNLV couldn't be stopped, and UNLV could not stop anyone. Obviously, you have to look at the over in that kind of case, but I think the Boise team is worthy. I think they are going to shut down the UNLV's offense. And while I said their offense is good, and they scored 30 against UCLA and they scored 31 against Wyoming, both of those games, they were +2 turnovers. They only had 351 yards against UCLA, and they only had 255 yards at Wyoming. So I cannot trust them to go on the road in this situation. I like Boise.
Okay, I would concur. The only way I can play this game is Boise State. UNLV, they cannot keep getting away with it. All right, we have a rundown to get back to, guys. Keep those comments coming in, though. We will try to go speed round, perhaps at the end before our best bets. But talk about games where there's question marks at quarterback, Ross. We talked about the Clemson situation earlier. Texas Tech and Arizona State. Big one in the Big 12. Texas Tech kind of looks to be head and shoulders above the rest of this conference. But Morton, is he 100%? We don't know. And then meanwhile, Arizona State, it looks like they're getting healthier at that position. I threw, again, talking about the money line parlay option, I threw Utah, who played Arizona State last week, in a money line parlay, and I didn't need to throw up in a money line parlay because Utah really laid it to Arizona State. It didn't matter what number you got there. Utah covered all of them, but Leavitt could be back for the Sun Devils. This is a team that obviously was in the college football playoff last year, getting more than a touchdown at home against the team that everyone thinks is going to win the Big 12 this year, Texas Tech at Arizona State. I'm starting to see support for the Sun Devils. And if you look at our odds screen right there in front of you, you can see the support as this number's trickled down to even 7 at some shops. What do you think?
Yeah, if you watch some of my previews before the season started, I absolutely loved Arizona State at the odds they were getting to win the Big 12, and even as a long shot national championship contender with the opportunity to fade if they just even got into the to hedge even if they got into the playoffs. But Sam Leavitt goes down, and without Sam Leavitt, we saw what happened last week. He's the all-conference quarterback. As a freshman last year, he won the Big 12, and they got to the college football playoff and gave Texas all they can handle. Now, I would want to be certain he's going to be playing. And then also with Morton not finishing the game last week, that's never a good sign when a player never does not finish the game. But you never know. And with the uncertainty at quarterback, and we talked about the Clemson game earlier with Klubnik, I don't mess with games where I don't know the status of not only one quarterback, but both quarterbacks in this situation. This is almost a game you might want to wait till Saturday morning and get some clarification who's playing. But right now, when you look at the line move of Texas Tech opening at 10 down to 7.5 and 7, Brian, that leads me to believe they like the chances of Leavitt playing a hell of a lot better than they like the chances of Morton playing.
Yes. Ralph, I won't ask you to play doctor, only odds maker here. What do you think of this line move here with the quarterback uncertainty in Texas Tech, Arizona State?
That mic button will get you, Ralph.
Let's see. Maybe if I can one more time I screw up, then I just get kicked off the show, or I get put in the bad detention corner.
If we've kept Brian this long, you're safe. You're safe, Ralph. So
okay.
The voice of God has appeared on the screen.
Man, those people in Ohio must be hellraisers, Ralph, for you to turn the volume down. Anyway, go ahead.
Brian, I like Arizona State in this situation. And it goes back to the same thing that we talked about Missouri. Texas's numbers are impressive as any we've seen after 7 games. Their yard per game diff is plus 301 yards. That's 300 yards more than their defense, not the offense is averaging. Their yards per play diff, 3.4 yards per play edge. Their points per game diff plus 35.3 points per game. But they've played the number 114 schedule. I will say this, at least they've been tested on the road, handling Utah like they did. To me, that was probably the most impressive game I saw this year was Texas Tech manhandle Utah. So I do give them some credence that they can get there and play well on the road. Then they followed it up with Houston, where they manhandled Houston on the road in back-to-back weeks. But in this situation, I like Arizona State. I like Arizona State's defense. And, if we know Leavitt's healthy and the problem is this, the Morton injury has been factored in yet. So now if he comes back to play, it's going to go back up. So I wouldn't bet it now because there's no advantage to betting it now. If you think you want to bet Texas Tech, I would bet that now. If you think you want Arizona State, I would clearly wait until the QB situation straightens up and then the line stabilizes.
Okay. That is Texas Tech, Arizona State. One more game in the rundown to get to, guys. I know multiple people have asked about Washington and Michigan. We will get to that game, but we're going to talk about USC and Notre Dame first. These are 2 teams, Ross, that I think are both better than their respective rankings. What do you do in a matchup like that when you've got 2 teams that you think are better than their respective ratings?
Well, I could tell you what my initial thought was on the game, and I can't comment on what you just said because it depends on the situation at hand and also the point spread. So having said this, when I looked at this total, guys, when it first came out on Sunday, I said to myself, this looks like a deadlock over to me. Both teams have been terrific offensively, USC especially. In Notre Dame, the improvement of C.J. Carr as the season has progressed is eye-opening. All of a sudden, Notre Dame is a dangerous team through the air. We all knew that they could run the ball effectively, but now they could throw the ball just as effectively, which makes them very dangerous offensively. And I think Notre Dame's defense, although they've looked very good over the last 2 weeks, when they step up in class this season, it looks they were a little bit vulnerable. And USC's defense is definitely vulnerable. USC has just been outscoring people. And the reason why I stood away from the over, and I'm very skeptical of using it at this point, is because the weather conditions. The forecast is calling for rain throughout the game. And when I use an over, I like to have ideal situations when it comes to weather,
Yeah.
So, I mean, my initial thought was to go over the total. And if any kind of weather improvement happens between now and Saturday, it still might be the way to go. But in terms of a side here, you know what? This should be a hell of an entertaining game to watch, and I'm going to stay away from the side.
Ralph, we talked about time zones, flying across multiple time zones earlier. USC has struggled doing that in recent years, especially this is obviously not a Big Ten game, but they've had to do it more and more now that they've joined the Big Ten. USC also has a cluster of injuries at the running back position, although that did not matter last week at Michigan. They could have put any one of the three of us in the backfield against Michigan's team last week, and we would have broke one loose, a big run, because they were just running all over that Wolverines defense. So what do you think here? USC cluster of injuries. Ross kind of liked the over a little bit. They struggle in the Central Eastern time zones, though, due to the Trojans. So, and DJ Carr, like Ross hit on, has been playing a lot better.
Yeah, shout out to both quarterbacks. I mean, Carr on the season now, 1,600 yards, a 10.3 YPA, a 13.3 ratio. But Maeva, 72% completion, better to Maeva. 10.8 YPA, better to Maeva. TD to interception ratio, 13-2, better to Maeva. But the defense, a whole different story. Notre Dame has held each of the last three opponents to a season low. Well, USC's season low is 460 yards. So if they hold USC to under 460, they'll have a fourth straight season low. I just, when I broke down the game, I threw this one out pretty early. Yes, an entertaining game. I don't mind watching it, but the line is where it should be. I just think I would, if I had to flip a coin and give you a lean, I would lean USC because the back door is wide open. This offense has averaged 202 yards per game more than their opponents allow. Notre Dame's allowing 346 yards, so if they get anywhere near that 500 mark, they're going to cover. So lean USC for the back door for me.
All right, USC, their offense, number one in yards per play in the country. All right, best bets coming up. Ross, Ralph, and I will all share a play that we would like to share with you. But before we do that, we are going to just hit Washington, Michigan real quick because we have the commenters are demanding we talk about this. He likes the Huskies getting 6. And then Sean, similarly, thinks Michigan might not be as good, and it's more the name that's giving them credit. Very interesting. The Wolverines, Ross, dropped all the way out of the top 25 with that aforementioned loss to USC. I did not think they looked. USC was my top player. Minus 2.5. That was my 4% best bet. Thanks for everyone who jumped on as part of $5 Tuesday with that. So, yeah, it's a new – we talk about, again, the time zone difference. It's a noon Eastern kick for Washington. People think, okay, advantage Michigan. But I'm with our counters. I don't think Michigan's as good as was originally thought.
Yeah, I think this game has all the makings of a snooze fest myself. I mean, yeah, Michigan gave up a lot of yards and was torched by USC, but Washington does not present the same difficulties offensively that the Michigan defense will have to face, especially at home. And the total right now, I'm seeing 50.5 or 50. Obviously, if you like the under, you go 50.5. I think this is a low-scoring game. I think it's a boring game. I think you'll see a few sustained drives that end up being settled for field goal attempts. So I'd like the under here. I'm going to go Washington and Michigan under the total of 50.5.
Okay, there you go. An under in Washington, Michigan. It is now time. Our coming to a conclusion that we go over our best here, Ralph, Ross, and myself. Ralph, I'll let you go first on this one, and you also get another opportunity to tell the people what you've got going on at your page over at WagerTalk.com.
Well, again, the Weekend Warrior, the only way to go. I do have a 5% for Sunday in the NFL. That's $35. So for $14 more, all of my college football and Sunday's NFL. And remember, try the Gold Sheet. If you've never tried it, it's $9, guys. You will be thankful that you did. The code GS10 will save you $10 off the $19 cost to pay just $9. I am going to go to the Battle of Georgia, guys. And that is the battle that everyone talks about in the Peach State. That would be Georgia State and Georgia Southern. I look at the teams, and statistically, the underdog is the better team. You know, you look at offense and defense. Georgia Southern on offense, 99 compared to the averages. Defense, 131. Georgia State, 92 and 107. So not huge differences, but differences. The problem is the offense. The offense averaging only 17 first downs per game, 90 yards rushing, 3.5 yards per carry. But this is a Georgia Southern Eagles rush defense, allowing 250 yards and 6.0 yards per carry. The two games, Georgia State has topped 100 yards in two games. One was against Mississippi, which was sort of a shock in week one. Their other was the win against Murray State. Yes, it was an FCS foe, but they will get the run game going. I give them a slight edge on defense, even though they gave up 435 yards to App State last week and a lot of yards passing. Georgia Southern does not have that pass attack. They rush the ball 31 times. They run the ball. They pass and run just about even, but both numbers are poor. Passing completion under 59%, 3.9 yards per carry. I have this game closer to a pick. Give me the upset.
Ralph, calling for the upset there. Ross, it is now time to share your best bet and talk about, one more time, remind the folks what you got going on over at WagerTalk.com.
Ralph, I love you, man, because everybody in the state of Georgia is talking about Georgia State and Georgia Southern, right? With Georgia hosting number 5 and undefeated Ole Miss this week. So Ralph's got a great way.
That's in that other league. That's
you got a great way of taking a pig and dressing him up in a tuxedo, which you just did. So, in any event,
hey, you know what? The tickets cash the same, right?
Yeah, exactly right, man. The money is green, just like it is in the big games. Old Dominion had James Madison. Old Dominion gave Indiana all they can handle in a 27-14 loss in their season opener. But if you look at the statistics, they were really dominated in that game, and that game wasn't as close as the final score would indicate, but still gave the number 3 Hoosiers all they can handle. However, they're coming off a terrible performance last week, a 48-24 loss at Marshall, who, if you remember, Marshall lost their head coach and 20 players went with him to his new stop. And this is a Marshall team that was a 14.5-point home underdog, and they win 48-24. And really concerning, Old Dominion, 5 turnovers in that game. And I say really concerning because over their last 3 games, the Monarchs have turned the ball over 10 times. And in a virtual even game like this one is, that's something I have to consider. I mean, it's one thing, okay, maybe you got caught looking ahead. It's one thing you were in a flat spot. But when you're making mistakes, as I just alluded to consistently, it becomes concerning to me. On the other hand, James Madison, 4-game win streak. All 4 games they've allowed 14 points or fewer. Excellent defense. They're 5-1 this year. Their only loss 28-14 at Louisville. In that game, they held what was thought to be a high-powered Louisville offense to just 264 yards. JMU's defense is no joke. They're allowing 13.7 points per game and just under 230 yards per contest. Here you go, Ralph. Get the pen out. This is a betting angle, not a trend, a betting angle, which involves all teams in college football, not just a specific team. college football home teams like James Madison that allowed 17 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games, and they're facing an opponent that has a less than 750 win percentage, and they're coming off a loss by 17 points or more, like Old Dominion did. 34-1 straight up, Ralphie. That's 97%, and that's since 2015. Give me JMU minus 110 on the money line. Now you might see a 120 and 125 out there. That's okay. But JMU on the money line at home to turn in a terrific defensive performance against a team that can move the ball in Old Dominion, but a team that's making too many mistakes for me to side with them. So there you have it, guys.
Ross,
Brian.
Ross is back, and he likes the Dukes. Yes, Ralph.
Ross is back, but I have to give him some crap. Okay, after he picks on my Georgia versus Georgia game, he goes to the freaking Sun Belt as well. I expected him to have a top 10
Everybody in the
matchup.
state of Virginia is talking about this one too. You know?
But granted, yours is a meaningful Sun Belt game, so I mean, it really is. So I just had to give you a little shout out because it's still the Fun Belt, right? So,
yeah.
Brian, you got to have a MAC game, right?
I'll say my game's not exactly the national TV special. We'll get to it in a minute. I do want to just go speed round on some of the comments we didn't get to. Indiana versus Michigan State is a letdown spot for Indiana. Yes, it is, but there's one problem. Michigan State stinks all to high heaven. They are horrible. And there's an injury at quarterback. I can't back them. Tulane over 23.5 team total. They are playing Army. I watched all of the Tulane-East Carolina game last week. Tulane should have scored way more. They had terrible red zone inefficiency. I won't talk you off that. RJ, who wins the Tulsa game? Speaking of Ocho, baby, wants to know about that. Tulsa is facing East Carolina tonight, Thursday. I will tell you this. I think East Carolina is going to win. They're a 3-score favorite. But if you want to know about the point spread, Joe Ranieri on the best betting show ever this morning, which I stand with, he liked Tulsa and the points. And then TJC65 says, row the boat. Since this is not a kayaking podcast, it's college football. I assume you're talking about Minnesota. I do think Minnesota plus the points would be the play there, although Nebraska is going to win that game. Minnesota was one of the most fortunate winners last Saturday when they got the pick 6 against Purdue. All right, for my show best bet, guys, let's close it out. And this is a BP ugly. Let's just look at all the facts and go the other way special. Air Force is hosting Wyoming. Air Force, their offense is incredible. It's one of the best in the country. Their defense is hideous. It is the worst in the country. The total is 58.5 as Air Force is playing Wyoming. So guess what I'm going to tell you to do, everybody? We're going to go under 58.5. We're going to call for that first Air Force under. Why would I do that, Ross? Well, I'm going to tell you why. When Air Force played Wyoming last year, when these teams met last year, the total was 33. Now it's 58.5. I get that it's a different Air Force team, but that's quite a year-to-year difference in total. And guess what? Air Force, for their first under to hit, you got to have the right dance partner. Wyoming has not had a total close north of 50 all year. Last week, they were in a high-scoring game, 35-28 with San Jose State. But guess what? Wyoming got 2 non-offensive touchdowns in that game. This is the ultimate hold your nose and go contrarian under. Air Force Wyoming under 58.5 is my best bet here on the Blitz. Dan, let's see those plays right there to remind the people. Ross, he likes the Dukes of James Madison on the money line. Ralph, he was also in the Sun Belt. Georgia State plus 6.5. And then I apparently have lost my mind by taking Wyoming Air Force under 58.5. What a fun watch that'll be with that Air Force defense was so bad last week against UNLV. But they're not playing UNLV this week, Ross. They're playing Wyoming.
Air Force quarterback's pretty good, huh, Brian, since they made the change? That kid,
yes.
Take a look at him in this contest. This kid has really made a big difference for the Air Force offense.
Yes.
Yeah, scrambling last week and running, and his receivers are starting to learn that they have to scramble with them, and it really is some synergy on that offense. And just FYI, Air Force last year threw for 1,077 yards on the season. So far, they have 1,286.
We're going a different way.
Last year they completed 45% on the season. This year they're completing 61. So Liam, Zarka is the real deal over there in
Colorado.
How is it?
Colorado
Springs. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let me tell you
It's
something.
not the state of Georgia, but it's Colorado, Georgia.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Everybody's talking about this game in Colorado, by the way, Rob.
They are, and Wyoming. I'll tell you what, I've been to Wyoming before. It's a beautiful state. All right. That is it for this edition of The Blitz. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, again, smash that like button. Show your support. We will be back live 1 p.m. Eastern next Thursday, as we are live, of course, each and every Thursday. Ross, it was so great to see you here again. Ralph, as always, great. Guys, until next time, let's cash some